Good Saturday evening, everybody. It's part number 3 of the SFB Podathon here for SFB 14. I'm Steven Johnson, Steven Roto, and hey, we got JB hanging in here. What's up, JB? Just in
man,
time.
that was a
Perfect
struggle.
timing.
That was a struggle, bro. I was trying to get out of the other one. I couldn't figure out where to click to get out of the other one and get in here. Russ was like, all right, I'm just going to kick you out of the other one and put you in here. So we're here. We made it, bro.
That we are. We've got our guests ready to rock to kick off this 11 o'clock hour. But before we get to that, we have to say thank you to our sponsors. And just so happens this is one that's tied in with me. So this next segment is brought to you by John's Elgin Market. Don't settle for the same old convenience store snacks. Bite into beef jerky and snack sticks from John's Elgin Market. With over 30 products to choose from, there's a flavor for every craving, from barbecue beef or hot and spicy venison to exotic meats like our best-selling alligator snack sticks. It's time to treat yourself to damn good jerky. Visit johnselginmarket.com to check out all of our mouth-watering options. Plus, now through July 16th, you can contact me on Twitter, Steven_Roto. That's Steven with a PH _Roto on Twitter, to place an order and receive free shipping with 10% of the proceeds of your order going to Fantasy Cares. That's right. We also ship nationwide, smoking quality meats since 1880. Snack with the best at John's Elgin Market.
You made him read his own read?
He did
yeah.
it, man.
I came in to make sure everything was all right before I went to bed, and you... Good night, you two.
He wanted it. Wait. You can't leave yet.
Why?
Because I just had this idea, because we just had such an emotional half hour, and I want to help contribute to that. So I have right here this autographed Kyron Williams jersey.
Oh,
and I want to give it away, Russ.
Heck yeah.
I want to give it away, and I need your help to do that.
Sure.
So I want to do something where, because I'm here until 3 a.m, and then you're here from 3 to 6?
9.
I want to encourage people during that time to donate to Fantasy Cares. So can you set something up that when people donate between these times that we're on in this overnight, people out here grinding with us, anybody who donates during that time gets entered in something to win this. So I'm going to let you take the reins, and I want this to be given to somebody who helps somebody else with Fantasy Cares.
All right, so it's 11. We'll call it. We'll say it's 11 o'clock right now because I want to be in bed at 11:01, and it's not. So anyone that donates from 11 o'clock until when you sign off, is that what you want to do?
No, when you sign off, call it 6 in the morning.
All right, so from right now until, where's Russ's name go away? 7 in the morning. I'm only going until 7. Nope. I switched sides. 9 in the morning. From now until 9 in the morning, 10 hours. For the next 10 hours, anyone that goes to fantasycares.org/Podathon and donates anything, well, any amount of money. I mean, I don't know how you would. I'm really tired. You will get an entry to get chosen at random to win that awesome looking Kyron Williams jersey. fantasycares.org/Podathon. I'm so tired.
Go to bed.
Give away an SFB spot while you're at it.
Go to bed.
Give away an SFB spot, you two.
Okay.
Now, go. Do it.
All right. Well, let's bring in our guests first. Because they've been waiting in the wings, and we got a couple of good ones here with us. Now, Gladys, I'm bringing you in first.
Okay.
There you are. I wanted to see you. I wanted to say hi, but I wanted to set the stage because this man is prepared. This man's prepared, and he is safe. He doesn't know what's going to be thrown at him in this session, but whatever gets thrown his way, Luke Sog's ready for it right there.
Let's go! Come on, boys. Fire me up. Come on now. Hey, listen. This is my 4th year in the Scott Fish Bowl. 1st year on the Podathon. I don't know how I didn't make it on previous years, but that's okay. I'm here to show love now. Let's bring
this
the
is
good
really
vibe.
your first year?
Yes. I don't know how, bro. But listen, we're here now, and that's all that matters. Gladys and I are going to, shoot it up for the next 30 minutes, talk some ball, bringing high energy, good vibes for the late night squad here. Let's get it cooking. Come on now.
Wait, I first want to know, JV, how's the baby? How's the new baby? I haven't talked to you since the baby.
He's good. Thank God. He's 7 months now, and he's
Yeah? Oh, shit,
so
7 months.
calm. He's such a good baby, Gladys. The 2.5-year-old on the other hand, I mean,
The
he became a
2.5-year-old's my
little
favorite.
nutcase, but the baby's great.
Good.
But yeah, this is the official late night show. Like we kicked over to number 3 now. This is the late night show. We're going, and we're kicking it off right here with you two. Great couple of guests. So Luke, get us started with what position you're drafting from and what league you're in.
Oh, good God. Okay. Ugh. Keep the hat here first and foremost. Okay. Let me open Sleeper real quick, everybody. So sorry, everyone. I just got off work. I work in minor league baseball. We just finished our game less than 30 minutes ago. I am in the Brennan Huff League, which is a reference to the movie Step Brothers, which I love. Fun fact, I worked at an ice cream shop all throughout high school and a little bit of college, a local mom and pop soft serve shop. And every machine in the store was themed after a Step Brothers character, which is kind of fun. Like you had like Brennan, why am I thinking other? Oh gosh, can't talk. All the other characters' names: Alice, Dale. Those are the ones. Shout out to everyone showing love in the chat. I appreciate you guys. I am drafting at pick slot number, drum roll please, 11 in SFB 14. I'm wanting that sweet third round reversal in my favor, so I'm going with pick 11.
Nice. What about you, Gladys? What position are you drafting from? What division you in?
Okay. As far as the divisions, like I was originally in Guardians of the Galaxy Gamora, and apparently I was not in there, but I thought I was, and I got a nice little letter from Ryan saying, "Hey, what's up?" And so now I think I'm in Barbie division, Ken, and I am drafting from the 3rd slot.
Is that the same division that Linda's in? No, Linda's not in Barbie, is she? I forgot what she said.
Barbie movie is awesome. I love that.
I know, and like I was gonna sing the "I Am Ken" song, but I can't remember it. So,
dude, Ryan Gosling performing that song live at whatever award show that was electric.
Academy Awards, and it was electric. And Ryan Gosling, you could just have stopped with that. Ryan Gosling, and
he's the best, man. Who doesn't like Ryan Gosling?
So what you're saying is we need to pull up the karaoke video on the stream right now and have a sing along.
Dude, listen, hey, I'll do anything for charity, man. I'm down. I shaved my head on Twitter for nothing last year, so who knows what we're gonna get this year? You know what I mean? So, also, I want to say before we get too deep into this, Gladys, I'm not sure if we've interacted too much over the last few years, but I don't know if we've ever personally met. So this is a pleasure, and I can't wait to talk to you a little bit more.
I looked you up. We haven't met. I looked you up today, this morning, this afternoon, whenever I got off work. I don't remember, but I looked you up and I'm like, oh my fucking God, this guy's kind of a rock star.
Hey, I'm the furthest thing from. I'm just another nerd in the fantasy space, but I appreciate it.
Dude, nerd equals rock star in the fantasy space. That's the same thing.
That's true. Hey, if there's any place where nerds can be rock stars, it's the fantasy space. That's
exactly.
True. Also, in case anyone's wondering, this is a warning sticker saying I should not wear this helmet, but I did.
So, Luke, funny enough, the first time I met Gladys, we were on a podcast together for the first time. And that's how we met. And she's a great person. She's a great fantasy mind. So being able to connect you two through the Podathon is what this thing is all about, man. Right. That's what this league and that's what this Podathon is all about. So I'm glad we were able to connect you two. And let's let you share some knowledge with each other. Gladys, why don't you start?
Okay.
Why don't you tell everybody, so you've been in how many Scott Fish Bowls so far, and what kind of strategy are you looking at this year?
Okay, so I don't know how many Scott Fish Bowls I've been in. I believe my first one was during COVID, but I have the Scott Fish Bowl 11 Podathon shirt. I don't know if you can see it, but I think I've been in like 4. And my first year, I made it to the playoffs. And I was so excited. And then ever since then, it's kind of been like, what? This year, I love this year's. I love the scoring. I love the fact that there are 6 flex players. There's nothing about this year that I don't love at all. I love that there's no negative points. Everything. My strategy. So Jeff Lambert on the Going for 2 had a discourse. We did kind of like giving strategy out, and there were people on it who were way smarter than I was, and they were like crunching the numbers. And before, I was doing mock drafts where I was like drafting like Sam Laporta first, and then I'd go Brock Bowers, and I'd be like, I'm just gonna load up on tight ends. And I'm listening to these guys on. They're like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why are you doing that? The points are with the wide receivers. And so now my strategy is not to listen to anyone and still draft tight ends really high.
There's so many different ways to play in Scott Fishbowl.
I know, right? Because the scoring is ridiculous. Like the tight end premium is ridiculous.
It's awesome. I feel like Scott just like closes his eyes and like smashes the buttons, and then like it's just like, yeah, let's roll with that. You know, it's great. I love it.
I know, right? I'm the number 3 spot. I am leery of the third round reversal because I always forget about it every year. But it really does change the strategy for the people who are in the front. It completely, like, I don't usually look to see what other people are drafting, but with that third round reversal, you have to, because if the quarterbacks start going towards the end and then the guy in the 12th spot gets to go again and you're not up for a while, you're like, I'm going to end up with Geno Smith, and that's not going to be good for me at all, which happened in like 3 of my mocks. I was like, okay.
No, and that's a good point, because if you're drafting at one of the ends in these drafts, and of course, you know, all of these leagues have a lot of sharp minds in them and a lot of, you know, dedicated fantasy players, obviously. So it's not like you can get a lot of values in this league. So you have to reach. If there's a guy that you want to get, you know, he's not going to get back to you. You have to reach for them, and you might be taking them early, but you're not going to get them later. So sometimes you have to make those jumps. You'll probably have to do the same at the back end of your draft, right, Luke?
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, just like Glass was talking about, these runs are vicious in the Scott Fish Bowl, you know, especially with these positional runs. People are aware of the wacky scoring, but sometimes these big swings happen left and right. You know, huge run on running backs go, huge run on wide receivers go, huge run on quarterbacks go. And with those huge swings, especially with the third round reversal, I would guess even earlier on the board for, you know, those earlier picks, like Gladys has number 3, you're going to be staring at those quarterbacks, like she gave the example of, being like, whoa, I need to reach for one right now. Or after this third round reversal here, I might need to, you know, I might not get a good one. You know, there's the roster building and the strategy is huge here. You mentioned highlighting some scoring things I'm keeping an eye on. For me, the scoring favors running backs who get a lot of carries, not necessarily the receptions, because there's receiving bonuses for wide receivers and for tight ends, a mega one for tight ends. There's not a receiving bonus for running backs. It's just straight 0.5 PPR for running backs. But there's also the rush attempt boost for the running backs, 0.25 points per rush attempt and 0.5 points per rushing first down, which I think is absolutely nutty. Tight ends are obviously super, super buffed in this one with a 1.5 PPR for tight ends, 1 PPR for wide receivers, and 0.5 for the running backs. So the tight ends are extra juicy as always. Kickers, Linda, if you're still watching, 3.3 points for point after made. I mean, kickers are always juicy in Scott Fish Bowl, which I love. We love that, of course. But I think the things that immediately stick out to me, passing for quarterbacks, in general, quarterbacks are very interesting this year. Passing yardage gets a nerf. Passing touchdowns get a buff. Rushing quarterbacks also get a buff with the carry boost and the rushing first down boost. So I think rushing QBs get a little bit of love here in the scoring settings, which is interesting. But the main takeaway for me is you're going to want a good tight end, and you're going to want running backs to get a lot of carries on first and second downs. Those are my 2 takeaways for the scoring this year.
So, Luke, talk to us about a few of those running backs. Let us know, like, with that scoring, who are the running backs that you'd be looking at? And even if you don't take them in the first round, who are you going to be looking at? What type of running backs?
I think guys like Jonathan Taylor get a big boost. You know, the guys who are going to get a lot of carries. Josh Jacobs could get a great boost. Derrick Henry. Let's see, Pacheco, Mixon, Najee. Yep, sure. Those guys who are going to get a lot of first and second down grinder carries get a lot of. Yes, I'm going full nerd with nerf and buff in the comments. Yes, I play a lot of video games. I'm used to reading Overwatch patch notes. If you know, you know. Nerfs and buffs are the wave. Brian Robinson, it's a great shout in the comments there from Jamie. Great shout there. A lot of these running backs who we're just going to receive heavy volume, whether it's inefficient or not. Zamir White could be a great later round pick. These guys who are going to go in and get a lot of touches, a lot of those early down carries, are going to see a really nice bump in their point production with that 0.25 carry boost.
And you talked about the rushing upside for the quarterbacks, obviously, with everything else happening with the passing yardage being knocked down a bit with this. And going back to those end picks, especially maybe even that third round reversal, is there a target round that you're looking at to say, I need my 2 quarterbacks to make sure that I've got the two that I need with upside, just based on the mocks that you've been seeing, that both of you have been seeing, to say, okay, I'm comfortable with this, because clearly it really limits the list of upside players at that position.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to answer this quickly before I toss it over to Gladys. For me in Superflex leagues, my personal motto has always been to try to leave at minimum. Sorry, let me rewind. To try to leave with the first 3 rounds with 2 quarterbacks. I like to do that with my Superflex leagues. I think that good quarterback play can win you Superflex leagues really easily if you have a dynamic duo when your other league mates are struggling. Let's say, for example, you roll out, CJ Stroud and Joe Burrow, and your opponent has Anthony Richardson and Trevor Lawrence. That's a big advantage on a week-by-week basis for, the positional advantage there. And I think you're better suited making up ground with running backs and wide receivers against their running backs and wide receivers, as opposed to a great quarterback or a great tight end against an average tight end as well. So for me, I'm going to be targeting that first and third round probably. I think I'm going to go first round quarterback at 111 if it falls that way to me. If not, grab one at 202 and then let one swing around. I think I'm going to try to get one quarterback at between 111 and 202, and then get my second quarterback at the 302 with the third round reversal. I think that's my game plan as of now. But I'm interested to see how the board falls to me on draft day. Everything always changes on draft day, no matter how many times you walk.
This is true. You cannot trust mocks.
You can never.
I mean, they're good, but the draft, once you start drafting, people just go crazy, and it never ever falls the same way that you think it's.
Those runs, the runs don't happen in mocks. They happen in real drafts.
Yeah.
Exactly. Everybody panics in the moment, because that's always what ends up happening. Gladys, you mentioned, just looking over the scoring, it's just like you're just hitting a bunch of buttons and everything pops off. The big one, and there have been larger leagues like this in the past. The one that always comes to mind for me, the old drafting with giants leagues, had something very similar to what the Scott Fishbowl scoring has this year, and that's that return yardage built in with 1 point for 5 yards kickoff or punt return yardage. And especially, it's kind of the perfect storm this year with now adopting the XFL rules, and the fact that a quarter of the kickoffs were involving a kicker getting involved on the tackle, which means there's going to be some long runs. Where is it coming in for you to evaluate where certain players might have that upside that, in all honesty, you might not have even considered drafting in the first place, all of a sudden having to be on the radar?
I think that it's both a curse and a good thing, because now the kickers, the returners, are more protected. So we have no idea who they're going to throw out there. Like, the Steelers, Justin Fields, come on now. We have no idea who they're going to throw out there to return the kicks, right? So,
it's got to be Cordero Patterson.
It's got to be. I mean, that would be, because they got him right after the rules came in. It's got to be Cordell. I am, and in every mock I've mocked so far, I've gotten Cordell like in the last 2 rounds. So I'm hoping no one I'm in that league with is listening to that, and I still get him in the last 2. But like I said, I mean, you could have like Austin Eckler, like returning kicks. You could have there. I'm not reaching for a kick returner because I don't know who's going to return kicks. Like Shaheed, I think, should return kicks. But I was listening earlier, and they were like starting the rumor that I think Sal started it, that Taysom Hill would probably be returning kicks for the Saints. And I'm like, that's a great rumor. I'm going to go with that. So
I feel like Taysom Hill is always weirdly a Scott Fishbowl darling with the scoring.
I know, right?
He always just sneaks his way into that conversation every year.
So I'm hoping that by training camp I can pick someone off waivers that looks like they're returning kicks. That's like just lounging around there and no one else sees. But as far as drafting, it's not a priority unless I can get like a Cordell Patterson in like the late rounds. Someone who I'm absolutely sure.
That's a great point, Gladys, because we don't know. Like, we're all drafting this now in July, and we really don't know who's going to be the kick returners. Like, we're speculating and hoping that this, second or third wide receiver that we're drafting is going to give us a bonus in kick returns too, and we could have the rug pulled out from under us, so we have no idea. I mean, I'm looking at the Bucks, right? And the Bucks are a perfect example, right? It could be Trey Palmer. And Trey Palmer could have a role in this offense as we started to see towards the end of last year. If you look at their depth chart on CBS Sports, it shows Rashad White as their kick returner. Like, if you're starting running back as your kick returner, like, that's not true. Like, that's not going to happen. So it's like we can't even go off of what we're seeing on the internet right now. And it's like we're just guessing at kick returners.
And I'm wondering if the teams are even guessing at this point because they really just don't have a clue what to expect out of this. But I think that's the fun of it because this is really the first big strategic wrench that's been thrown at NFL teams in, I mean, I don't know how many years, at least from a sizing standpoint, because they've spent so many years now talking about just trying to get rid of the kicks and so many going for touchbacks. And now all of a sudden we're penalizing touchbacks. Just such a seismic shift. And I'm really not even sure that teams know what to do just yet. I mean, heck, if Justin Fields ends up returning kicks, Lord help us all.
It would be pretty electric. That's all I know.
It would be. I mean, I'm going to miss him in Chicago. He was very fun to watch running the ball, passing not so much, but all things considered, yeah.
Hey, as a social media manager myself, I would love to just tip the helmet to whoever made the Madden trailer with Justin Fields returning the kick to open things up. Like that was an elite troll job. They knew exactly what they were doing, and I love it.
This was a great point right here. Put in the comments here. It might have been Scampers earlier that said the SFB winner would be the team that nails the currently unknown returner that hits. And that could be absolutely true because you could be drafting him. What is it? How many rounds is it? 22 rounds or so?
Yeah,
like, what if you get that guy in round 20 or 21 and he ends up being like a beast in this scoring? Like, that could be a league winner right there.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to it. It's going to be fun. Gladys, talk about running backs. I know Luke mentioned a few, and there are a few now in new places that I want to get your opinion on, right? So Saquon Barkley is obviously moving across over to Philly. And then you also have Derrick Henry moving to Baltimore. Like, of those two in their new situations, who do you like better and why?
For the Scott Fish Bowl, in my mocks, it has been Derrick Henry because Saquon has gone so early, and I refuse to pick a kicker like with the 103 or the coming back around. Derrick Henry's lasted like to the 4th or 5th round, which I find completely insane. Derrick Henry on a team that traditionally is a run-first team. They're trying to limit the amount of runs that Lamar has. Gus Edwards is gone. He was the number 1 runner last season. Bring in Derrick Henry, who still has plenty left on the thing. Derrick Henry would be my pick out of the two, mainly because he, I think, is going to be available, and mainly because I think he's going to get more touches than Saquon. I think that Jalen Hurts is still going to air the ball out to the two guys that got paid the most money this year, and Saquon is going to be there, and he'll probably get his, but he's not going to get Derrick Henry's his. And I think Derrick Henry is going to at least get at least 150 touches, if not more.
I agree with you on that. And while I am excited to see Saquon run behind a good offensive line, I think the value that you're seeing in Henry, and especially if it stays that way, is going to be a steal at that value. So I would agree with you there, Gladys. Luke, I'm going to ask you a quarterback question because, so you're looking at somebody picking at the front of the draft, maybe somebody drafting at the 101. The conversation's been around Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, maybe a little Jalen Hurts. But what about Anthony Richardson? Like, I feel like nobody's talking about him. And this is one of those, okay, if you want him, you have to go get him there because you're not getting him on the way back. Is it crazy for somebody to think he could legit finish as that QB1?
I mean, yeah, he absolutely could, especially with this scoring settings. He has all the rushing upside in the world. We saw him in like 1.5 games last year, the most ridiculous small sample size ever, but I'm going to extrapolate it because why not, folks? Come on. How can you not? Sorry, I'm taking myself not way too serious. I'm feeling unserious in this helmet. He has all the rushing upside in the world. But the thing is, I feel like if you want rushing upside, you would just go with Josh Allen here. You know what I mean? He definitely can do it. I love Anthony Richardson. I'm a huge fan of his. I'm above ADP consensus on him in average QB scoring leagues. I feel like it's safe to draft him as a top 3 quarterback in this format. But if I have the 101 I'm going with my meat and potatoes. I'm going with Josh Allen. It doesn't feel boring, but it feels kind of boring at this point because this guy's been so dominant over the last few years. The only real question mark is him losing Stephon Diggs, which is a big change, right? His passing output will go down this year, in my opinion. He's actually not ranked as my QB1 this season. But all that being said, I still think that Josh Allen is worth the 101, especially with this scoring that favors rushing more. I think him losing his wideouts is definitely going to increase his rushing output. He's going to run the ball more than last season. I think his passing numbers will come down. My QB1 in my rankings this year and my QB1 in this format would be Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a career year this season. All the tools are there. You have A.J. Brown, Smith, Goddard still there. Offensive line still great. Healthy. Saquon Barkley back there, by far the best running back he's ever had to support him. Well, make things easier for him on those read options and scramble attempts to have a running back like Barkley in the backfield. I think Hurts is the clear-cut QB1 this season, in my opinion. But Richardson definitely can, finishes that tier there. He has all the tools to do it. The rushing attempts are going to be there. The rushing touchdowns are going to be there, which is huge. He's going to get those goal line, Cam Newton, Josh Allen, like rushing TDs at the goal line. The thing is the passing numbers, right? When you're going to compare him to guys like Josh Allen and Hurts, that's where I think he's going to fall a little short in the fantasy production, and that's why I lean those other guys over him. But I'm still huge on Anthony Richardson this season. I think he's going to have a great year.
I love another quarterback name, just out of curiosity, because again, last year was an up and down season from the ACL aspect of things and coming back. Now he brings in Marvin Harrison Jr. as a weapon, and again, the rushing upside. Kyler Murray currently floating around a early second round pick. Just because of that, do you feel like that's even a potential play there if it does go very QB heavy early on, that you would consider him at the back end of the first round?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it depends on what quarterbacks are there on the board, but I would not feel bad at all about walking away from this draft as Kyler Murray is my QB1. I mean, he's a guy who's absolutely fantastic. He's a guy who I think people have just had a bad taste in their mouth from the injuries and all the ups and the downs of Kyler Murray on a season-wide level. But if you look at the points per game from a fantasy football basis in the games that he's had full starts, the guy's been an absolute phenomenon. You know what I mean? He's been a top 5 level fantasy quarterback every single game. He plays a full game and has the opportunity to work with good weapons. Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. is really all you need for success. Kyler Murray is going to set up for a really nice season this year. And I think he's a guy who people forget just how good he can be for fantasy football when he's on and when he's healthy. I think he's going to be a great value in Scott Fishbowl this year, especially with the scoring settings.
I love it, guys. This was a great half hour. Definitely appreciate you guys hopping on, giving everybody some knowledge. Wearing that safety helmet, Luke, making sure no matter what we threw your way, you were ready for it. Now that you and Gladys have connected, please stay connected. Please link with each other, work together, whatever. I mean, you guys are two great people in this industry, and now you're brought together. So we appreciate you hopping on the Podathon. Thank you for your time, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Gladys, I'll stay connected with you, and I will be making a donation as soon as I get off the stream to Fantasy Cares. Thank you guys so much for your time. Have a great night, everybody. All you sickos watching in the comments all night, I love you guys. I'll probably join you here shortly.
Love it. Thanks, Luke. Thanks, Gladys.
Bye, guys. Thank
you. All right. Great stuff there. Awesome stuff.
That was a good one, Steven.
Yeah, we got some other stuff happening before we welcome in our next guests as well. Let's bring it up here because we just had actually the last round of auctions wrap up. So a Fletch jersey, the Charlie Conway, the Wild Thing, the Rudy. Congratulations to everybody that bid there. FantasyCares.betterworld.org is where you can go. The next two, these are ending at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We got the Great Hambino and the Jason Voorhees both up. So check those out at FantasyCares.betterworld.org to go and bid. Raise some money for Fantasy Cares.
I love those, man. Those are some really cool jerseys.
Plus your jersey. We're giving away your jersey.
Yes, and the Kyron jersey. But to go with the theme, man, to go with that movie theme with these auctions, it's such a cool thing. Like, everything here is just so well done by Fantasy Cares, man. We love it. We're going to bring in the next guest. But before we do, we have to talk about these guys here. I mean, this is a great group of guys. I know we got Jax here, we got Tommy here, and I think Chalk's going to be joining them too. So, I mean, this team right here, these guys, the Undroppables here, they're so good. They get a whole hour, man. We don't have to just kick them out in a half an hour. They get a full hour. Jax is drinking something backstage.
Yes, sir.
He's ready. Tommy with the smile. He's ready. We got an hour with you guys. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Podathon, fellas.
Thanks for having us.
Of course, man. It's exciting to have you guys here. I know Tommy with the Raiders stuff in the background. I know Sal's probably mad that he's missing you right now because he'd talk Raiders with you for probably a half an hour.
The whole time. I'm surprised. He usually slides in sometime in the broadcast, so I'm expecting to see him.
He just might. He said he was going to try and do as many of the 36 hours as possible. I'm shocked he's already only taken 2 off. I'm expecting him to pop in over the course of the night. I don't know. Maybe SmackDown was too much for him last night.
I mean, he is turning 50 this year. I don't know how much he can stay up anymore now. I love it. But guys, talk to us about your Scott Fishbowl drafts. Jax, where are you drafting from? What position you drafted from, and what division are you drafting in?
Of course, I'm in the Pulp Fiction, Jules Winfield division. I mean, you got to be in the coolest possible. Exactly. So that's where I'm at. I'm drafting 8th, and I have no strategy yet. I'll glance at the scoring and then just dominate my league.
All right, so if you're in the Jules division, then does that mean you can recite the whole thing? Like, and I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison
and destroy my brother. That's a boy.
And he will know I am the Lord.
When I lay my vengeance upon thee. That's right.
Yes.
Baby. Yeah, we've got
the best part of that real quick is that it didn't mean anything at the end, right? It was just some shit he thought was cool to say.
Yeah.
I love that. I used to memorize that just because I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. And I almost joined that division this year just for that. So I could just start reciting that over and over again.
So Tommy ruined one of my jokes too, because Tommy now is like, he just lifts weights for fun, just lifts weights around the house. Like he's in such good shape, but dude played defensive tackle in college and, at Mater Dei, he won't plug it, but, I'll plug him. He's a great football player in his day. And, so he was big. He was carrying weight. And I used to say, what's the brother going to do? He's Samoan. You know what I mean? So now I can't say that because he's slim.
You can still say it. Still say it. Still applies.
Still applies.
Yeah, it's always in there. It's a constant daily struggle,
Yeah.
So Slim Tommy, what division are you in and what position are you picking from?
I am in the Sunshine division of the LA live draft. So I'll be drafting here live at Trophy Smack. It'll be my 3rd year drafting live at Trophy Smack HQ. It's always an amazing time, always a great time. So I believe I'm drafting 12th, but at the same time, things sometimes just happen when you're there and it gets picked when you're there. So I know I put that in as my request, but I'm not actually sure I'm going to get that when we get there, So one year, the first year we played games to pick our spot. Last year, honestly, I can't even remember how we did it last year, but there's always something cool and different that they do at the live draft that shakes it up a little bit by kind of changing your strategy, by putting you in a different spot that you might not have planned to be in. But I'd love to be in 12th if I could.
Tell us a little more about that draft room, Tommy, because I always see the pictures there at the Trophy Smack headquarters and I see the people there and it just seems like such a great crowd and some really sharp fantasy minds. And it always seems like regardless, there's a ton of fun being had there. So tell everybody a little bit about that draft experience in LA.
Yeah, JB, you're absolutely right. It's and so I'll start by saying, as someone that has not been to the Fantasy Football Expo yet, that has always been my mini expo because you get a fraction of the amount of people, but you get some of the greatest people you want to see in the fantasy space there. Jeff Ratcliffe is always there doing a live stream. And it also gets bigger and bigger every year. So, last year we had Troy King fly out from Florida, LQ, Real Deal Fantasy. He's out here now. It's just so many people that come that are kind of local in the the fantasy space we're all in, and then like the very serious people that do this for a living that work at Fox, and so Michael Fabiano is usually there. Jen Piacenti's there. You know, there's people that work at like CBS and like in the industry that are there. So you get this really, really cool mix of just like average Joes, you know, the random fan that's playing, to the, you know, kind of fantasy, like, you know, in the content creation space, you know, kind of known, and then like the very serious people, and everybody hangs out. And then, you know, the coolest part about it is like nobody acts weird or anything, you know, everybody's hanging out, everyone's having a good time. There's no, you know, difference of like, you know, any of that. You know, you don't know, you don't know like, yeah, that someone does work at someone, you know, some crazy space, or it's like, you know, an actual celebrity. Like I'm always forgetting his name from
James Roday.
Yeah, James was there, and then
Tom Everett Scott.
Tom Everett Scott is usually there too, right? So, but they're like the coolest people ever, and you just hang out. Like Liz Loza, you just hang out with them. It's like the best people to just hang out with, and so I always have a good time because it's just like, no matter what happens with the draft, like you said, we're having a good time when we're there. And then, yeah, it always kind of turned into something more. You know, we'll go get beers after at a brewery. The Mike Tyson fight was supposed to be on that night, Tyson Paul fight, but then they moved it. But we were planning to watch the fight after the draft at Trophy Smack. So if you've never been to Trophy Smack HQ, if you can ever find time to get down to LA and check it out, it's super cool. They have a bowling alley upstairs. They have a whole video game arcade room, you know, beers and drinks, and just it's a awesome, great time. And so, like I said, for me, it was always my mini expo, but now we're actually going to the expo this year. So that's the best part about it, is we're going to have the little kickoff like everyone else and do our live draft with me and Chalk. And then me, Chalk, and Scott and Jax are all going to go out to the Fantasy Football Expo this year and hang out with everybody. So yeah, I'm really excited for this summer.
Yeah, it'll be all of our first time there. So
none of you have been before.
Never.
Oh man, you know, it's, I mean, it's fantastic. It's been a couple years for me, but I mean, just being able to see everybody, and just, again, like Tommy, you mentioned, just like gathering everybody together and just having a fantastic time. I mean, it's a weekend long party, and I'm really gonna be missing I'm gonna be on FOMO watch if the karaoke happens again this year, and I have
oh
to miss
jeez. We'll get Tommy maybe to do karaoke. I don't know about me and Chalk.
No, we're gonna get up there and like rap something, but that's better.
Maybe
for
do
mine.
some old school Dre. Maybe we can do that. We can
I like that.
There we go.
Don't make us start breaking out karaoke on the late
I know
night
JB's
podcast.
ready to go. I can tell.
No, and I'm upset that I'm gonna miss the expo this year. I missed last year. I went the year before, and it was such a great experience just to see everybody. And you know, you feel really close to everybody in this community because you feel like you know them. You're on podcasts with them. You're seeing each other's feeds, and you know, you're seeing everybody's work. But then when you actually meet them in person and you get to shake hands with everybody and you know, have good times. You mentioned the karaoke night, and like, just hanging out with everybody in person for that expo. It's all of us in this community getting together. It really is a great experience, and I would recommend it to anybody who hasn't gone to definitely try to get there.
We'll have the mansion going too. I think we've got a lot of other undroppables showing up, and yeah, we've got a big old house, and we're gonna let it hang out for sure.
Nice.
Yeah,
we have Go ahead, Tommy.
I would say it's kind of turning into a little undroppables retreat for us. You know, if we're gonna go for the first time, we're gonna do it right.
Yeah, some people will be meeting each other for the first time, you know, obviously in person, you know, even on our team. So that's really cool to allow some people who have worked together on so many projects or just become really good friends, you know, in the DMs and, you know, on things like this where you're, you know, Zooming or video or whatever, but to actually meet and, you know, dap it up and you know, and feel the love, you know, and share a beverage and some, you know, as we call it, fellowship.
So that expo that I went to was, so we had the Fantasy Besties podcast. It was me, Lindellians, Andrew Cooper, Kevin Tompkins, and Jordan Loop. And we just had the best time podcasting, and we had a group chat that we still have going, and we text daily, and we became like really good friends. Like, we were Fantasy Besties.
That's an East Coast group right there, JB.
It's sure
That's my people.
But like, I felt like these were like a group of my best friends that I never met in real life. And then that expo, I wasn't supposed to go. I was officiating a wedding on that Saturday. and I officiated the wedding in the morning. I drove to the airport. I got on the plane. I flew to the expo, and they had no idea it was coming. And I walked down the stairs, and I met them for the first time, and it was just such an incredible trip to like meet my best friends. Like to your point, like you're meeting these people that, you know, part of your team that is meeting for the first time. Like it's just such an awesome experience. It really is, and I'll never forget that. It was really cool.
So you can tell your wife, look, honey, they're not imaginary. Like I actually
Right.
they actually exist.
It is a little embarrassing sometimes. No, they're real people. I swear.
It was like the first time that Jax came to my house with his
Yes.
family too. We were like, hey, look, like our wives, like, look, they're real. Like,
Yes.
I really
Our
work with
wives
this
were
guy.
like, all right, they're real
I
people.
guess
This
so.
looks like a normal human being too. This is
he's got
like-
he's got 2 kids. I got 2 kids. Like,
my wife was
let's
so
hang out.
impressed that you had like a normal situation going. She's like, I
Right?
don't know what I'm
Thank
in
God,
for with these
right?
people. Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
it's so like when you're walking down to Grandma's basement or something,
Yeah.
you know, like
Exactly.
taking your
She
whole
wasn't
family.
exactly sure what she was walking into. She's like, they were actually really nice. I'm like, yeah, they were fucking normal. What did you think was gonna happen? You know? Yeah.
There's my girl Linda in the chat. She's still hanging out with us here.
Oh, Linda, just the best tournament ever for her because I just hope, Linda, maybe you can answer. You have to be playing in the MFL, not in the sleeper. You have to be, of course, so you can just draft kicker after kicker after kicker. I certainly hope you are doing that, Linda, because it's what has to happen. So I hope, you know.
And she just put out her kicker rankings too. She always does her SFB kicker rankings. She just put that out. I saw last week. So definitely use that because especially this year, the kicker scoring is really important this year.
Yes.
So make sure, you know, if you're not paying attention to kickers, you know Linda's paying attention to kickers. So follow her.
There's
scoring
Andrew
there.
Cooper. Andrew Cooper. I love it. That's my boy.
Oh, half of the besties are here. Yeah,
Yes.
what's up, Coop? My boy. Yo, so this got to a point where like we were so close. I went to Coop's wedding, like, and my wife and I went to Coop's wedding and had a great time there, meeting his family. And Auntie Coop is like one of our favorite people in the world. So
I love that.
Yep. Jax, tell us about the Undroppables team. Tell us about what you guys do there. You know, we got the late night shift here. Some people might need to know about the Undroppables team and what you guys do.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the coolest thing about what we did is it started as a collaborative. You know, it's not really designed to be, you know, hierarchy or anything. It's a place where people can come in and show what they've got. You know, if you're a podcaster or, you know, a writer or video, you know, you do videos, whether it be TikTok, YouTube, you name it, whatever it is that you do, or behind the scenes, even whatever it is, ranker, you want to just be part of a research, you want to do analytics, whatever it is that you're into, you know, editing, whatever, right? Come to the team, man. We'll bring you on and let you produce. And you know, we've had a lot of people who have come through the Undroppables who have gone on to, you know, other things, whether it be bigger jobs or whatever the case might be. And that's kind of the idea. So we really appreciate that sort of cooperative attitude. But in terms of the content that we produce, you know, my show is The Undrafted. It's a dynasty based, you know, podcast. I think it's the best dynasty show on the market. You know, just saying. But no, but we start with Chalk. You know, Chalk's kind of El Presidente. He's one of the best, if not the best. Speaking of the devil, I have a sixth sense.
Did someone say Chuck?
The greatest dynasty player I've ever
slided.
Say his name and he appears.
Beetlejuice.
I said it 2 or 3. It might have been 3. But Chalk's the man, dog. I mean, you know, and so, you know, he had the vision for the brand and the idea, and I was all in right away. And, you know, Tommy, of course, was doing some other things in terms of he had his own brand. And we just said, hey, man, just join us. We're, you know, we need a person like yourself. And so, you know, we each do something different to help support, you know, the whole team and doing what we do. But like recently we have, you know, their podcast and video, but there's and we're not all 32 teams yet, but we have a show on each team. So the Raiders have a show, you know, the Seahawks have a brand new show with Brandon Adams and his friend. I can't remember his name. I'm so sorry. But, you know, we have a show for the Steelers. Marcus does with Beasy often, like Patriots. Like we have a show, Jets, of course, with Abe, et cetera, et cetera. We have, I don't know how many now. We're probably up to almost 10 or so. We're trying to just add shows. So again, if you're listening or if you know someone who would be great at doing a team show, we want to get all the way up to 32. Those are fun. Like I always say that's like a dream come true, man. If you'd have told me someday in the past that I could have my own show about I'm a Patriots fan, about my favorite team, dude, that would be ridiculous. I'd be like, sign me up. I'll do that all day long. So, it's a passion project. That's what the Undroppables is. And, that's what it's all about.
I love it, Jax. I love it. And I slid Chalk in just as you said his name, and it
God,
was
this
perfect
place is
timing for
professional.
that. I kept looking. I kept going down and looking to see if he had popped in. Looking to see if he popped in. And then as soon as you said, Chalk is the glue that holds it together, I looked down and there he was. And I was like, ooh, let me slide him right in there. So Chalk, welcome to the Podathon, man. Jump right in, man. Tell us a little bit about what you do there and expand upon what Jack said, because the Undroppables really is a great group of people, and you guys got a lot of great hard-hitting content. So talk to us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Volume.
Can't hear me? My volume?
No. Test 1 2. He's the audio and video specialist engineer for this show. He mostly handles that. He's a real wizard when it comes to technology.
All right, well, Chuck figures that out. Tommy, tell us a little bit about what you like to do over there.
Well, the funny thing is, like, my normal mic's not working either. So, Chalk, I'm right there with you with the technical difficulties, bro. Freaking king of technical difficulties. No, the best thing about Undroppables too is it's really evolved over the years, and it's really evolved as our interests and our roles in this company and our own lives and our own companies have grown and changed, and with our families too. And so, the ebbs and flows of my content creation career, definitely had my own show and podcast for a while. I was doing some great content with podcasting and some video stuff, but kind of changed up things a year or two ago and started writing a lot more. And so my Breaking Bread series, I was really proud of. It's still actually going on.
Very good.
So it's a mix of like fantasy football and food and like the lifestyle and history of some of our favorite content creators in the game. So I'm actually following the next one up to be released very soon before the drafts start on Scott Fish. We actually met last year and before the Scott Fish Bowl LA draft. Me and Chalk met with Scott and his son Ian, went out to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles here in Anaheim.
Nice.
And I was in the Roscoe's division last year, so we had to go. So I've been saving that one. I've been sitting on it for a little bit. Chalk keeps calling me to remind me that, hey, make sure I get my drafts in. But yeah, that's what I got going on still is working on those articles. It's giving me an opportunity and perspective to meet with guys like Matt Harmon and Marcus Grant, James Coe and Liz Loza, and kind of get behind the scenes on like their lives and like what kind of brought them to the space and help them kind of get to where they're at in their careers and what kind of drives them to this day, because I think all of them are still very much on the upswing of their careers and so what continues to motivate them. So just kind of taking a different look at things, a little more lifestyle content. But besides my own content, I really just try to help behind the scenes, like get people going with theirs and support in any way I can, especially with podcasting or audio setups or connecting people to the right people and supporting in kind of like an advisory role. So I've kind of taken a little bit of step back in Dynasty, pushing a little bit more of my own lifestyle content, but then honestly going to ramp back up for redraft season and kind of push some more TikToks and some videos through that social media platform. But yeah, just kind of supporting Chalk too to help him kind of steer this whole ship,
Figure out my mic.
Everybody.
Yeah,
There you go.
There you go.
Figure out my mic. Yeah,
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
See, I think Tommy was pushing some buttons while he was talking.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
That's all just going on and on. So I was like, buying some time.
Hey, real quick
Yeah.
before you go, Chalk, though, I would say that's one of the things, like Tommy, when he was doing his own thing, had to really hold up his own like brand and like really just put that forward. And once he joined with us, he was able to be more free, artistically or whatever. He was able to do his like just more passion stuff because he didn't have to worry about doing the one thing that held up his own brand or even this brand or anything. And he ended up doing something that was so much better. The Breaking Bread series is just really cool. It's unique. And like he said, I mean, whoever, Liz Loza, et cetera, James Coe, he just kind of Scott Fish recently, he'll go to dinner, lunch with them, write an article, talk about lifestyle with them and stuff like that. It's just something you don't always see in this, in this space. And I think it's really cool. And I think, it's the support of that collaborative that allows it to be something that's able to be done. So, if you're hearing this and you think, hey man, I've got a cool idea about this, that, or the other, hit us up, because that's what we're all about, is allowing people to show what they can do and what their creative space is. So that's really cool. And it's a great, he'll undersell it, but it's a really, really cool series. So great job, Tommy.
I love that, and I love to see the expansion that you guys are doing, both as a brand but individually as well. Like, I've watched you guys, I've known you guys, I've loved your content, and I've loved following your rise. But I left this comment up for a reason, because you look at someone like Vince here, who might not have been exposed to that previously, and now because he's here with us on this late night Podathon, listening to you guys talk about what you do, now he's gonna check it out. And Vince, your life's gonna be changed by it, man. These guys are great, so I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you got to experience that.
Yeah,
Chalk.
Yeah, Chalk, talk to me.
Yeah. So I mean, sorry. First of all, sorry I'm late, and then sorry I complicate things with my mic. I mean, that's totally unprofessional. And one thing I think we really pride ourselves on is just professionalism when it comes to interactions with, people in the community, people, that we're conversing with in our leagues. Really just kind of taking that attitude towards the people that, make content with us, and like, as a group. And ultimately, like Jax and Tommy said, really what Undroppable is about is being a platform for anyone who wants to create content, who wants to get their name out, and just kind of have fun doing what they love doing. And then from there, who knows what can happen. And we've seen a lot of success throughout our history as a brand. I mean, especially from the people that have been creating content. Really, trying to highlight those people. And ultimately for me, I think my role is supporting Tommy and Scott and the rest of our team, helping them find ways and outlets to fulfill their passions. So, that's really what we're about. I mean, ultimately, we're having fun doing what we love.
Yeah.
We talk about it all the time. If we could spend 40, 50 hours a week doing this, I mean, we, sign us up, we would, but, that's not how the cards were dealt this time around. But regardless, right, we try to find every opportunity to kind of put our time and love into it.
Yeah, it's a passion project for sure at the beginning, and I don't know if y'all see it, but there's so many comments about Chalk. Chalk is not necessarily a content producer, but he is behind so much content that you don't even realize. I mean, he's been so helpful to many people, and he doesn't, boast about it or anything, but there's a lot of people out there who know what Chalk's all about, and that's why me and Tommy are happy to be partners with him. Because of who he is, not what he is. So he's a great human being. So, not to get all mushy, but, people deserve to know, who he is as opposed to what he does. So he's a great, great person. So thank you, Chalk. You're the man. Just on behalf of everybody in the comments.
Like we sometimes get this impression that we're like cocky people, but everyone's going to be like so humble here and not talk about how, like awesome they're doing. Cause I'm, Jax had to step in earlier. I got to step in for Chalk. Like, none of us would be doing what we're doing on Scott Fishbowl with Sleeper if you play Scott Fishbowl on Sleeper if it wasn't for Chalk. Like,
true that.
This man takes care of all of that. He does so much behind the scenes. He's so involved in Scott Fishbowl now, so deeply ingrained in everything that goes on behind the scenes with Scott, helping the whole team, and then as well as Fantasy Cares. And I'm sure we'll talk about that later. But like what this man does, like it's definitely does not get enough credit for it, but it definitely doesn't like need it or seek it, or that's not why he does it, right? But it's gonna take his friends, to gas him up and talk about him to everyone else and say, how awesome he is, because he's not going to say it. But the amount of stuff that he does for our team, for the Undroppables, from a business standpoint, from a content standpoint, to everything he does with Scott Fishbowl to help this whole thing run, I have to jump in and just say that guy does a lot, and he's pretty awesome.
So, Steven, I know before Russ jumped off, he yelled at us to give away a Scott Fishbowl spot.
That's true,
with Chalk on with us right now, I think it only fitting that Chalk, who plays such a big role in all of this fantasy cares behind the scenes, and I think it's only fitting that Chuck be a part of giving away a spot right now. What do you think?
I concur with that. I think that's
All right,
a
so
great
how are we
idea.
going to make it happen, Steven? What do you think? How do we make this happen right now? Do we let Chuck give a trivia question in honor of Scott Fish, the trivia master?
Sure, that works.
Oh, jeez.
I'll put you on
Yeah,
the
put me on the
spot.
spot here. Put me on the spot here. So I gotta come up with a trivia question.
We'll
Yeah,
give
so
you
let's
some
start
time
by
on it.
saying
Hey,
this.
we're
Well,
just said how great you are. Prove it.
Jeez.
What kind of man are you? I mean, we just
Oh,
bloviated
jeez.
for like 15 straight minutes about your ass. Now come up with a
Oh,
trivia question.
Oh, jeez.
Jesus.
So let's see. Ready? While he thinks about that, Chuck, I'll talk for a second and give you.
I was going
a
to say,
minute
there's
to
no
think
better
of it.
filibuster than me.
But I think we'll have some people in the chat here tuning in, and hopefully we'll have some people here that are in the chat that don't have their spots yet and are in the hopefuls. And I know there's a hopefuls chat and a hopefuls group in Twitter. So, maybe some of those hopefuls are here with us. And, if you're in that chat, you might want to let everybody know that in a minute or less, there's going to be an opportunity to win a spot in here. So I think that this is a good time right now. We're running up about 12 o'clock. And the good thing is we got you guys for a full hour, so we don't have to rush it or anything. So right about 12 o'clock, just as we start into day 2 of the Podathon, would be a perfect time to give away that spot. So I hope we have people in the chat, and we'll keep an eye on the chat. Steven and I will look to see who the first person to answer the trivia question correctly will be. But I'll turn it over to Chalk to see what he came up with, and he could talk for a minute if he needs to first, too.
and the reminder as well from Hep. Thank you, Hep. You must be eligible and signed up for SFB 14. Can say, "Oh, I've been trying to sign up for years."
No.
Are
a
you
lie.
really? Have
All
you
right,
really?
all right.
Come on.
All right, I got the trivia question.
Oh, all right.
So this is for people that maybe supported Undroppables for a long time. So before we were at theundroppables.com, what website or what was our domain
There it
before
is.
we were parked at theundroppables.com?
Ooh. All right.
That's a good one.
That's a deep cut.
That's a deep cut.
That's
I
even a
do
hard
know
one.
know
to
it,
keep
though.
frantically Googling.
Yeah, exactly. Guys are just, that's fine. That's fine.
All right,
Maybe
so
someone will
repeat
get
that
a
question
cat.
again, Chuck. Repeat it one more time for him.
So currently our brand is found at theundroppables.com. But before we were found there, what was our website? Where was our website found?
So what website could you find the Undroppables before they were at Undroppables?
If someone knows this, they might be a scary person because that was real old. It might be a little weird. I mean, I
So
know
how
it.
long ago was that, Chuck? How long ago
5
was
years or something?
5 years.
Yeah.
5 years.
Okay.
Almost 5 years to the day, right? It was like 5 years, 2019, pre-COVID.
I love Kevin Murray. He goes, if no answer, most creative answer wins. That's great.
I say that's fair because
Yeah.
this is gonna be a tough one. So
Tommy had a hint in there. He gave a
there was
hint.
a hint. There was a hint in that
There
deep
was a
cut.
hint.
Okay.
So we do.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple hopefuls in the chat right now. So
All right.
I'm sure they're.
Hold on. No, Chuck, you're not going to give it away yet. You're not going to give
No,
it
no,
away.
I'm not. No. I was trying to think of a second question, but no, let's keep going.
Now, someone will eventually get it. They'll just, internet sleuths are undefeated. You know this is true.
Yeah.
All right, so while we wait
give
for
a
it, Steven, why don't you ask him a question while we wait for the answer, and I'll keep an eye on the chat in the meantime.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, talking SFB 14 strategy and everything that's going into it. We've been talking about how there's some very interesting things compared to the past couple of years in terms of the quarterback passing scoring, as well as the return scoring also being a big part of things. We've talked about how the end of the drafts, if you're looking at that third round reversal spots, that 10, 11, 12, or if you're going 1, 2, 3. Is there a comfortability factor for you guys in making sure, let's say you enter or you leave the first 3 rounds with specific positions, or are you just going to kind of let it ride because you can do all the mocking you want, but as we all know, it will never work the way that you want it to?
You want me to go? I'll go. Jeez Louise, guys, boy, put it to the guy to listen. I think for me, and
Wait, hold on. Put it to the guy. You waited like 1 second before you jumped in to answer that. There was no like hesitation to like kick it to you.
I don't like dead air. I'm a pro, damn it. I don't even know. Like, I think the one bit of strategy that I was looking at is, first of all, return yardage and your second quarterback is less important in this super flex setup than normal. I feel like the elite high leverage rushing quarterbacks are kind of important, but after that, you can almost play a position player, a kick returner in your flex over a shitty backup quarterback, or even some of these mid-tier like the pocket passers, the Cousins, Purdy types are not going to be as impactful as other positions. So I think you'll be able to get some value by maybe punting QB2. The kickers are interesting too, man. I thought you could really get some cheap points with kickers, but only in MFL leagues. So if you're in sleeper leagues, by the way, we're big fans of sleeper. We have a pseudo partnership with sleeper. We do a lot with sleeper. Chalk has Chalk leagues on sleeper. I manage all my leagues on sleeper. God bless them. But can't they put the dang kicker in the flex thing? I mean, come on now. A couple things, maybe here and there, just move it forward, just keep kicking ass, sleeper. But I think that's an interesting difference for me as I look at how MFL leagues will draft versus sleeper leagues, because you can only play one kicker.
So, Jax, that's a great point, because I've played MFL every year that I've been in Scott Fishbowl, and This is the first year I'm doing sleeper. And it's something that I have to now change my strategy, because I said it in the chat earlier. Every week last year, I flexed at least 2, sometimes 3 kickers just for that stability. And this year, even more with the kicker scoring, I think the kickers are going to be even more helpful. So for me to not have that this year is very different. It's going to change my strategy. So that's a great point, Jax. What about you, Tommy? You changing your strategy up this year?
Yeah, I'm going to hit the unmute button really quick.
Not a boy.
To change my strategy.
He's out of practice a little tiny bit.
It's been a minute. The kicking is super interesting. And this, the going with the special teams. I mean, it's going to be hard because I hate. I'm sorry to anyone, like especially Lindelians that's listening, but I hate kickers. I hate drafting kickers. I don't like kickers, but you have to draft the people you want, right? Because you want to have fun in this whole thing, but at the same time, you have to really adjust and not just go with the guys you really like, or not. I hate kickers, so I'm not going to draft it. Or like Jack says, saying, maybe throw a kick returner back there. You have to really adjust every single year to the scoring. It's paramount to get anywhere in this league. To completely adjust your strategy on the draft, on the scoring, because we can't trade. And some of these leagues are so deep that. Trying to get on the waiver wire is, sometimes very hit or miss. So, changing every single year. That's why Undroppable is definitely, tailored content every season for the Scott Fish Bowl. How to do your draft based on the scoring setting that comes out every year. And that's why you see it all, for the last month, everybody is doing strategy on it because it's that important to switch it up every single year based on what they're doing.
So, Chalk, somebody asked in the chat earlier where to find your SFB rankings. Do you have that live yet? And is that something that's coming soon?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So our guy, AWL Sabermetrics, Dan, so at AWL Sabermetrics, he always puts on a series on YouTube for Scott Fishbowl strategy. And he partners with Bepo Brian O'Connell, and so they do a lot of good content, and we usually put out content rankings, Scott Fishbowl rankings on our site. We'll probably have something right after the holiday, as we're getting to drafts. Yeah, so Dan will have shows coming out tomorrow. All right, so stay tuned on our YouTube. So Dan will be putting out shows tomorrow. Rankings probably the following week, kind of closer to the holiday. So just be on the lookout for that. But we'll have SFB rankings on our site.
I love Chalk's always the boss. Like Dan's all, yeah, soon. Chalk's all tomorrow. It'll be out tomorrow.
I did notice that too, Tommy. It was like soon. No, look, tomorrow they're boom, they're right out.
Hey, so by the way, so I see some guesses on the trivia question. Not quite there, but I think unscripted was a good guess. That was actually a nice little throwback. So you're getting closer. Yeah, so that was the old podcast. So you're getting closer. Right, and I think you're in that area code, so to say, but not quite there.
Yeah. All right, so give them a little hint then, because we had a couple people that guessed, and I guess they were close. So give them a little hint to help give away this Scott Fishbowl 14.
So Tommy said it was a deep cut. So the word cut.
Maybe part of it.
Maybe part of it. So think about the word
and it's kind of like what
undroppables.
undroppables means. What is an
What
undroppable? Yeah. What is it? Yeah. If you're an undroppable,
if you're undroppable, then you are
on a
list.
You're on a list.
Getting closer. Getting pretty close. Not quite there though.
Uncuttables. I love everybody's like
Uncrustables.
This is a whole different type of podcast here. We're not getting into this.
Yeah, bro.
DJs. There it is. DJs got it. DJs got it. DJs got it.
But I'm already in, so that's why, yeah. So
Can'tCutList.com. Go into your throwback machine.
Figgy.
Can'tCutList.com.
Got it. Look at this.
Unforgettable.
All right. So Dynasty DJs with the answer.
Can't Cut This by MC Hammer. There you go. That's good, Mrs. Scampers, Mr. Scampers, whatever your name. They're all coming in now.
No, they're all coming in. I like it.
So Dynasty DJs are if you're in or if you're not in.
Right. Then you go to the next guy who said it, I guess. Right? That's fine. Yeah. They're paying attention. They're excited.
The next guy was 37.
Yeah,
Iggy, right?
Go down the list.
Oh, he's
already Foxworth.
Yeah. If Foxworth. That's fine.
Foxworth.
Yeah, the people paying attention. I love it. Foxworth. There's a bunch of people saying it. There we go. Look, Don Young wants in too.
So DJen says that he is in already.
Yeah.
So Foxworth 7. Are you in, Foxworth? Let us know if you're in.
I believe
it was 37 Iggy Fenton, although he didn't say list.
Right.
He said can't cut. Mr. Scampers was there.
Don Young, Showtime.
Scampers is in. He's usually at the live LA jam.
Oh, nice. There we go.
Yeah, it's always good to see.
Oh, he said can't cut this. Anyways, it's great. That's fantastic.
Foxworth is also already in.
Don Young says not in. So if he's there, Don Young could be the one.
Don
Young, are you signed in? Because if you are signed up for Scott Fishbowl 14, you would be the next in line to get this spot, Don Young. So let us know if you're signed up. Steven, jot that down, Don Young. Don, put in your Twitter handle also here, your X handle.
Drop the Twitter handle in the
your
chat.
social security number, I think, is needed as well. Get that bad boy in.
26265 is the ID.
Home address.
Right, there's an ID. That's a good sign.
Mother's maiden name, I believe, is get you right
in. We need your social, your mother's maiden, and
get you right in.
Your address. You're in. Just anybody, just send it over. You're in.
Got his ID.
So good.
Naughty nuts.
Signed up, so that's good.
Let me get a voided check. All right, now we're just gonna be committing fraud.
That's so good.
Let's end the giveaway. And now,
how do we go?
Routing number.
How do we go from uncut to Donnie Nuts?
I sense a pattern.
Oh,
well, Scott's like, how did it go with the Undroppables Hour? Like, it's cool. So we committed fraud.
Live
air. Yeah, sure, it's fine. No problem.
Well, congratulations to Don. Congratulations, you're now a part
of this
tournament. So congratulations, and thank you, Chalk, for being a part of giving that out. That deep cut we had there, right, Tommy? Nice. I like it. So taking it back to this tournament, Chalk, what division are you in and what position are you drafting from?
So I'm in John McClane. So John McClane, LA Live.
Nice.
So to the diehard nod. I'm drafting from the 101, so that's kind of
On brand.
it's been a tradition of mine, right? It's got to stay on brand, and to the extent that I could help set the tone for the draft, I like doing so.
Who are you gonna take?
I haven't really thought about it too much, although I mean I think I'm gonna take Josh Allen.
Yeah. Well, there was a cool question from the last segment as I was listening before we got on. That was, would you consider taking Anthony Richardson with the 1.01? And, you and I both got absolutely power sniped in a big dynasty league for Anthony Richardson. We love Anthony Richardson, you and I. So would you consider taking him?
I would. I mean, if it's tournament, right? So you got to swing for the fences. So, I think going for him at 101 could do it, but if I was going to plan to take Anthony Richardson from the jump, I wouldn't have taken 10.
Exactly.
I would have taken like 107 or 108 because with the third round reversal, like you guys had mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
It's some of the conversations that we had about Josh Allen on the last segment as well. Again, losing Stephon Diggs, the passing game not as strong there. And even rewinding back a year, there was all the concern over whether Josh Allen was going to run less heading into 2023. Do you think that there's a trend that might be happening with that Bills offense that's going to lean him more into the rushing game just because the passing options aren't as robust as they were a year ago?
That's a good question because I was thinking the same thing, and I was worried that they lost Diggs and really brought in like Curtis Samuel and drafted Coleman, and wasn't anything that was like to write home about, get excited, right? So to that extent, I was kind of had the same concerns. Like, well, last off season they said that they don't want to run Josh into the ground, and they had James Cook and all that. I think what I've kind of heard out of Buffalo, and I'm not a big coach speak person, but I've been trying to learn that side of the game more in terms of understanding the nuances of how an organization wants to run and how the offense wants to kind of be planned and schemed. It sounds like Buffalo wants to kind of unleash Josh Allen again, right? Because that's what they were successful doing, right? They weren't that successful last year, and maybe they're trying to be more conservative, protective, and kind of keep Josh within a box, and he doesn't seem like that type of player. It almost seems like you have to let him just do what he does, right? Like an Anthony Richardson. I don't want to make all these kind of comparisons, but like those type of players, right? Like Jalen Hurts, even like a Kyler Murray, these mobile Konami game breaker quarterbacks. You want to let them open it up.
And Jalen Hurts is another guy, and we're in the 101 chat, and Hurts is another guy along with Allen and Lamar Jackson that a lot of people are considering with that 101 spot. And, obviously the guys that have that rushing upside are the ones that are being really considered there. And I'm a 101 myself, Chalk. So like, I'm actually the one throwing that Anthony Richardson question around because in the back of my mind, it's like, all right, this is a tournament where you need to differentiate, right? And you don't necessarily have to do that from the jump with the first pick of the draft. But if he's a guy who can be a league winner, can be the QB1, and I think he can be, then maybe that is something that will set you apart, taking that where, pretty much every 101 is not going to pick that. So now you have a different build than the other 3,999 people in the tournament.
I mean, if you're going to do that, you might as well just go Rashid Shaheed 101 and just lean into the
Do I look like Cootadoodle?
Kick return yards and everything, you might want to think about it.
I mean, where would you want to take Shaheed, though? I mean, 6th round, 5th round? Is he like a top 60 pick?
I was noticing some of the Vegas drafts, and the one I did see, I looked, he was like 10th round, which, dude, I'm taking him before the 10th, I can tell you that
I'm definitely taking him before the 10th round.
Right. He was top 36 last year in this scoring, right?
Yeah. And he's I mean, if he keeps that role, he's going to be a better receiver this year, we would think. That's what we've been, Chalk and I have been pretty high on Shaheed just in regular fantasy, never mind with the kick return yards and things like that. So I think
he's the second receiver in New Orleans,
Yeah, I mean, he should be 2 in targets. I mean, unless maybe Kamara, I guess. But yeah, behind Olave, he certainly seems to be the number 2.
And we were
I
talking.
mean, he's go ahead, sir.
No, I was gonna say we were talking last segment about like really not knowing who's gonna be kick returners, right? And if you're assuming it's gonna be him, and it might be him, and it probably will be him, but it might not be him.
Right.
But at least if you're doing that with him, you're getting a number 2 receiver.
That's right.
It's not like you're just getting this number 3 or 4 receiver that you're hoping is returning kicks.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
So yeah, our boy Andrew Cooper, he actually had something out, like kind of listing out who the kick returners were. And Rashid Shaheed obviously caught my attention. I thought, if Jaden Reed actually returns kicks, that'd be crazy. I know.
Yeah. Yes.
Cooper listed him as a kick returner. Maybe he's not, maybe he's in the mix for kick returning, but if he does, that'd be crazy.
And he's a part of that tier it's really either a love or hate. There's really no in between for guys like Jaden Reed, especially with the way that he ended the season last year in Green Bay. For players like that heading into this second year, is he a guy that you think takes that next step, or are you looking at him as somebody that might even take a step back just with the way that wide receiver room worked out in Green Bay and the fact that things might not be as bad as we thought up in Green Bay with Jordan Love at the helm?
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to take a step back, so to say, right? Is he going to take a big step forward? I think that's really more the question that, we're going to have to ask is he going to get into this top 20, top 24 wide receiver conversation on an annual basis, right? And
yeah,
I like Jaden Reed. Yeah, I like Jaden Reed a ton. Go ahead,
I agree with this.
Go ahead,
No, because you're right. Right on the money. You think about it, like, his role was, slot only, sort of that Debo light role where they manufactured stuff for him. He got a couple rushing touchdowns, etc. It's like, I think he retains that. But he's being drafted as if he's going to take a step forward. So I think even just him retaining who he is, he's a bad value, at his ADP right now. And I think that's really what, we've been trying to wrestle with, is whether or not he's going to take a step forward and be part of 2 wide receiver sets. Or that's kind of hard to imagine, especially I think the sleeper there in regular, maybe not in this format, but Dontavian Wicks feels like a guy who could play in 2 wide receiver sets along with Christian Watson. Watson, hamstring issue. A lot of uncertainty there. I would just be taking shots at the cheapest. And that's why Wicks is so attractive, because, he's much, much cheaper than Watson and Reed.
Yeah, if I could take the third option, I'd probably do that, just given cost. But I like Jaden Reed a ton. Jackson,
Right.
I loved him when he was coming out. I still like him, but like Jack said, where he's being valued and how he's being drafted, it's expensive.
Yeah, Chalk, like you and I both have a ton of shares of Jaden Reed in Dynasty, but I don't think we're as aggressively targeting him in redraft, best ball, and in startups this year because how steamed up he was, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right. So and I only brought his name up in Scott Fishbowl because as potential kind of targets, looking at maybe kick return potential. He was a name that was being, I was kind of looking at. Probably not gonna get the kick return yards that I would like to see, but I was looking at the chat and I was gonna mention Marvin Mims before people started blowing up the chat with Marvin Mims. He actually is someone that is actually gonna be maybe playing in that kick return role, and we might see a big step forward in that wide receiver 3 type range, which that's fine, right? Because he's not being drafted like at that value. So Marvin Mims is probably that type of player that we really want to target, not the Jaden Reed. So maybe that's a good pivot to discuss here.
Bingo.
So questions from the chat, and we talked a little bit about that Green Bay receiver room. Do you think that people are going to hold off on Watson with the injury concerns? Do you think that, where he's going to be drafted because of that? And if you do think that the people will hold off, do you think he's a value where he'll be drafted? Jax, what do you think?
I would think people would hold off a little bit. I think he's definitely a value, especially in, we've got the old anchors and cannons. You're looking for cannons You know, you're looking for guys that can really blow it up. So, I mean, you might as well take some swings. And, you know, every year, you know, in this tournament, but one, I've been pretty successful. The only time I was not successful is when I tried to go so far away from, you know, what you do in a regular league, because you got to still remember, you know, in order to advance, you got to basically win your league, right? You know what I mean? You don't have to win it, but you have to advance. So you have to be, you know, good enough to move forward. And if you take too many big swings, you could just miss the playoffs. And so I think you got to be pretty close to the vest. And then, you know, I found a lot of value in rookies year over year. You know, normally, especially in that sort of second half of the draft, you know, picks whatever 10 through 20 or 10 through 18, whatever it is, because you know, you can just take a few shots, and every year one of those guys is gonna hit. You know, if you took all the rookie wide receivers from last year, you found a couple winners out of that. And so I like to do that as well. This year is a little bit different with the return yardage and kickers and stuff. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a gauntlet to try and figure out where you should take your swings for big upside. And then there'll be a lot of opportunity for floor. It's a wild tournament this year. It really, really is. You know, I'll be looking forward truly, and I mean this, to Dan Bradley's shows, because every year he really nails it. You know, the Undroppables do pretty well in this tournament, not because we're all so friggin' smart, but because one of us does a lot of research and kind of, you know, feeds it to us, and we're like, all right, that sounds like a good plan. We kind of have at least a baseline with which to go with. So Dan does help you make it through this tournament for sure.
Yeah, Tommy, I'm going to come to you with this one because this was more of a comment than a question, but I want to ask you if you agree with this one right here. This is Austin says Jacobs is going to eat in the Green Bay offense this year, and he's being underrated. What do you think about that one?
I love Josh Jacobs, so I'm so glad that you. Of course, I don't care that he went to Green Bay. I still love him. No, I think they're still gonna. I think he's still gonna do well. You know, the problem is Green Bay, like so far as you know, last year, especially middle of the road in rushing attempts per game. So you know, I think you know with the not overly fantastic, you know, wide receiving room, you know, the stuff that Jackson and Chalk talked about. Yeah, I think they're going to feed him the ball. I think he is definitely underrated more this year than even previous years. And I've written about how underrated and slept on he's been in previous years, and he just continued to you know, prove the naysayers wrong. So even though he's not on my favorite team anymore, I'm still going to root for the guy, and I still think that's yeah, a great pickup late. You know, in Jacobs, I think he'll still do fine in this offense.
Nice. I do agree with that, and I think it's a good spot for him, and he landed in a good place where he's going to return value. Chalk, I'm going to come to you with the last question that I see here in the chat. Here's an either-or question for you. Daniel Jones or Watson, who you taking in Scott Fish Bowl and in redraft?
Jeez. Taking Watson in both.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, I know it's the right answer. It's just hard to say.
Yeah.
Twist your arm a little more.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's ridiculous because you know Watson is someone that I'm expecting to have a bounce back season, right? I mean, yeah, he's coming off an injury, but I think they are putting some pieces around him. You know, maybe they're not elite game breaker type, you know, pieces, but they're giving him enough options and targets. And it's just another year, you know, in that system, you know, and I think that's probably going to be enough for him. I don't have that much faith in the Giants right now, especially after losing Barkley and that running game being a question mark. Daniel Jones, you know, already struggled at times with Barkley. So without Barkley, I don't really expect much, even with Malik Neighbors coming in.
And I mean, I know it sounds completely crazy to say this, but they do have Drew Lock. And I mean, only because I think that they would maybe go to him. You know, it's like if you have someone where you're like, hey, let's see what – I mean, Daniel Jones is at risk, but both of them are at risk because I think Watson, who the hell knows what this guy like? Man, oh, man, he's been – I mean, aside from how bad he's performed, he's just has a lot of outs where the trapdoor could fall out. And they also brought in a bunch of quarterbacks, which is kind of weird. They have Huntley and Jameis, and then they bring in somebody else. They have Dorian Thompson Robinson or whatever. So they've got a bunch of quarterbacks in that room. I find that very peculiar that they would bring in so many quarterbacks to back up a guy with a huge contract. That's just a little bit fishy. I wonder if there's anything they know that we don't know, type of stuff. Who knows? But both are very, very scary players.
Definitely. And I want to mention, because weirdly enough, they put a read in here for midnight, which was right in the middle of your hour-long spot. So I do want to get to it because it actually is really fitting, because, we talked about in the beginning of your segment, the Undroppables being this collaborative of guys who just love fantasy football and love football in general, and, wanted to put something together where people could speak to what they're passionate about and share that with others. And this segment and this section of the SFB 14 Podathon is brought to you by the Samba Dynasty League. The what, you may ask? We are a home dynasty league with a podcast and Twitter handle. It's that simple. The Samba Dynasty League has nothing to advertise or sell, but we love SFB, Fantasy Cares, and the community. Sponsoring something you love seems easy, right? We only ask one thing. If you're listening to this, donate right now at fantasycares.org. It's easy and for a great cause. Remember to be kind to one another, and may the Samba be with you. Guys, that's a group of people who have a Dynasty League and a Twitter handle that wanted to donate and sponsor this section of the Podathon, just to say, hey, guys, donate and be great. And it's just so fitting that it went right along with what the Undroppables were talking about at the beginning there. So I'm glad that I noticed that and wanted to get that in. We're running up against it, but I want to give you guys each a minute before we close out, just to let the world know what you're working on, anything you want to say. I'll start with you, Jax. We'll go down to Tommy, and we'll close it out with Chuck. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's awesome. What a cool thing to do. Hopefully that's what it's all about. I mean, that's the coolest thing about the Scott Fish Bowl is that, it's free to enter, but, the amount of money that it's raising, the amount of awareness that it raises, the amount of, connections that are made because of it. I can remember the first time I got in the Scott Fish Bowl and, played with, someone that I thought was not a hero, but, someone that I could never talk to, right, in a normal setting. And you get all those cool things. And, now maybe I'm that person or Chalk or Tommy's that person to somebody else. And they're like super excited to be in a league with you. So, all that is never lost on me. And so we're very, very grateful to be part of this and very, very grateful to be on this SFB Podathon. So thanks so much for having us.
Love it. Tommy?
Yeah, and like Jack says, it's all for charity. We all love this game, and I always say, and so many people say, the best part about the Scott Fish Bowl is how it's empowered so many people to give something back, and not just play the game, but to do something that's good for the community. Just like the Samba Dynasty League, that's how some of us even started in this industry and doing content creation, is just start podcasting for our league, and it turned into something else, and so to be able to give back, to donate to Toys for Tots, and Chalk and I last year were able to actually take part in purchasing some of those toys and delivering them, and meeting up with some Marines to drop those off. So giving back for us has just grown every single year, and giving more time, giving more money, more resources, more help, anything that we can do to support Scott and the Fish Bowl and the charity, we're definitely going to do. So yeah, we love being a part of this. Thank you so much for having us on, because anything we could, like I said, we could do to give back, we'd love to.
Love it. Chalk, close us out, baby.
Yeah, man. So thanks again to you guys for having us on. Shout out to Scott, Ryan, Bob, Russ, the whole Fantasy Cares team, everyone up in Droppables. Honestly, shout out to everyone that stayed up this late, listening to us, all of our supporters. We love all of you, and we really appreciate everything you're doing for us. Stay tuned for so much of the redraft content, Scott Fish Bowl content coming through. Reach out to us on Twitter or social media, and we'd love to connect.
Yeah, thanks to those in the comments too. I mean, I've been reading some of these, and y'all are really awesome for saying all the nice things about whether it be us or Chalk or all of it. It's pretty cool. So thanks, y'all.
And if you're not following them already, like Optimus said here, definitely follow these guys. You guys have been incredible this hour. It's been great to chop it up with you guys, and appreciate you guys coming on. Thanks so much, and good luck.
Cheers. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Well, Steven, that was
That's a good group right there.
That was an incredible group right there. And we had a whole hour with them. And guess what, dude? We get to do
Power Hour Part 2.
We get to do it again. And I love the Undroppables guys. Like I said before, I've been following them for a long time. They do some great stuff. Their rise has been great. This next group we have coming on, man, these are guys that just started to make this brand a thing. And now we get to let them showcase it for the next hour. And truly, it's some of my favorite people, man. Like, these are some dudes that, like, I've loved interacting with over the years, and some of my favorite people in this industry. And I'm going to start with the man that I think he goes by Tank now, but we're going to call him Nate. We're going to call him Nate here because that's his government name. That's the one his parents gave him. So we're going to start here with Nate. Nate, I want to welcome you in, and I know you got your whole team here with you. You got a big group with you for this hour.
Yes.
I want to let you get us started. Tell us about Optimus, and then tell me who you want to bring in. I mean, do you want to bring the whole screen in, or do you want to bring them in a little at a time?
So first, to be fair, the name Tank was given to me by everyone's daddy, Bob Harris. So very soon, this probably will end up being my government name. I'm not making any promises. Who knows? We could do a Scott Fishbowl contest for it, right? Like, biggest donation. Get over 2,000. I'll change my name to Tank. Guys, we're stoked to be here. I'm stoked to be here, especially with you two, man. Steven, we have a history of, getting furry costumes to harass one for king at one sort of fantasy football expo. JB, we've kicked around at Razzball for a while together until recently. So this is awesome. Optimus is a new thing we're doing. It's a lot of names you know, a lot of names you have heard. The first one I'd like to bring in is the one and only C.H. Herms. If you could bring him in, if he's here. Herms! What up, buddy?
What up?
Yes.
Hell yeah, dude.
He has been my right-hand man as of late. Starting a company's no joke, and we are on a path to bring you guys some fantastic content. Our site is actually launching on Monday, which is not allowing me to sleep as of late. So a lot going on there. But yeah, we've got a lot going on, man. And Herms, man, I'm really glad to see you tonight, buddy. This is awesome. Scott Fishbowl Podathon.
Dude, it's
we got our Scott Fishbowl shirts on.
Scott Fishbowl 11 shirts.
That's right, buddy. Yeah. I won this one from Tim Turner, who I want to shout out for helping us design our site. He's a great dude. Make sure you're following Quantum Turner out there on Twitter. Yeah.
Nice. And it's always good to see Herms, man. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, my brother. How's everything with you? How's life treating you? What's new?
I mean, things are good. I moved out of my parents' basement, so that's cool. Which that does mean that my background and stuff isn't very fun anymore. So that's why this is happening. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, life's been chill. Yeah, like I moved. I'm in a new place, doing new things. I'm in a new place with Optimus. Just so many changes, man. So I'm just trying to keep a low profile because we're trying to like build stuff. You know what I mean? But like, I'll be back and annoying people on a regular basis here soon. It's just that you have to take me out of the limelight for a little bit, let things cook for a little bit, and then shove me back in.
Yeah, where's the kazoo? Hold up, where's the kazoo?
Dude, I don't know where it is.
Oh, no.
I
move. No.
I feel bad, but at the same time, like, I also, like, admittedly didn't do a very good job of, like, cleaning, like, the mouthpiece regularly, so, like, it was starting to get a little bit gross. So, like, maybe I'll get a new kazoo, but, for now, this time, there's going to be no kazoo. I apologize,
sir.
I love it. All right, guys. The next two I want to talk about real quick, if we can, if you guys don't mind. You know him as Dynasty Coach A. I know him as John, the guy I shared a house with in Mobile. Mr. Arrington, right down there in the corner. I'm going to call him kind of our like guru of analytics, if you will. The Demon of Devi in Dynasty. He's going to be my co-host every Thursday for the Dynasty Hour on Optimus. We'll be doing that on YouTube at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then our other co-host is going to be the one and only Mr. Matt Chester, who I believe is hanging out there. He is my New Orleans dude. Matt, this one's for you, buddy. Bourbon Street on my whiskey.
Hey, there you go.
Hey, there we go.
And this kazoo's for you, Herms.
Hey!
Yeah, kazoo!
Someone stepped up to the plate.
I love
Sorry,
it.
I stole it from you.
I love it. This is awesome.
This is a great group, Nate. I mean, Talk to us a little bit. Let me back up a little bit here, Nate. Talk to us a little bit about how Optimus became a thing, how you selected the people that are part of this team, and what is your plan for it? Let the people know what's happening here.
So the best way I can say this journey started is Mr. Chester and I were backstage on our Dynasty Die Hard show sometime around, it was like October or November, December. I think it was December, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. And he said to me, he goes, why don't we just do our own company? It's like, yeah. I mean, hey, why are we doing this for other people? Not that we don't love the people that we were working with and working for at the time, but it was kind of this like, look, we know all of these fantastic people who we believe aren't being highlighted enough in this industry. And we want to put them in a position to be highlighted and to be compensated for that as well. We want to do this the right way. And not to say that any other company is necessarily doing it the wrong way. This is just the way we feel we want to do it. We want to build a team of people that we know and trust. And these are all people that we know, we trust, we've worked with in the past, or we've stayed in a house with. And then started working with after that because they were just such a beautiful person. John, I'm talking about you. Smile.
I mean, I'm still not over the whole guru of fantasy thing or guru of analytics thing. Like I want business cards with that on there, just so we're very clear.
We're probably we can make that happen by the expo, John. I really truly believe that.
Just saying, if I don't have business cards that say guru of analytics, then we've failed miserably.
I will make them for you tonight, and I will send you the proofs after the show. I freaking promise. And I think really what we want to do, JB and Steven, is we want to bring good advice without the hot takes, without just trying to get noticed. None of us are really that interested in being famous or having an ego. We want to help people win, and that's why we got into this industry in the first place, between that and obviously COVID, boredom. And this is just how we want to do it. We're here to help people win. We're going to bring you stats. We're going to bring you no BS analysis. We're going to bring you fun. We're going to have fun on our shows. John brings a lot of BS, to be fair, but and Chester too. But that's part of Dynasty, right? That's half of the game is you got to BS your league mates. We just want to have fun with this. We want to give good advice, and ultimately, like, this is what we all want to do for a living. So we're trying to make that a reality for us in this industry.
I love it, man. And I love it. As soon as I saw that announcement of Optimus coming, like, it piqued my interest, right? Because I knew a couple of the people that were a part of it, and I was like, ooh, I can't wait to see who else. And as I started to see more names, I was like, ooh, I like that guy. Ooh, that guy's good too. It's like, all right, Nate, what are you cooking up over here, Nate? So I was excited. And then when I saw you guys were coming on for an hour here, and we get the whole team, and I get to talk to you guys, it became a real thing, and I'm excited to have you guys on here and to talk to you all. Herms, I said I haven't seen you in a while. Matt, I haven't seen you in a while. And John, I don't think I've ever got to talk to you yet. So this is going to be exciting for me, especially to get with all of you guys and just chop it up with you guys for a little while on the Podathon here. So I'm going to bring it over to Matt right now, and I'm going to ask you, Matt, first, Scott Fishbowl wise, what position are you drafting from? What division are you drafting in? And what's your strategy?
I don't have a strategy yet. I'm really slacking on checking out the rules and the scoring. It's always really wacky, but I'm excited to find that out. I'm actually hosting the New Orleans live draft, so it's going to be at my friend's bar, MRB in the French Quarter.
Nice.
I'm going to be drafting from the 6 or the 7 spot. So I'll just the way that I guess the strategy that I like to have when I'm right in the middle of the draft board is to just be completely fluid, and there's always going to be a faller in every round, and I don't have to panic as far as there's never going to be a point where I'm going to be 20 picks between picks and I'll be at the end of a run. So it's just going to be very value falling to me in the middle of the round.
Chester's our value guy. If you can't tell, like that, he's all about the value, whether it's dynasty trades, whether it's SFB leagues, or whatever it is.
John's right. I am the most valuable guy. It's true.
Well, it's the hair, Chester. I think seriously, the only person on our team who has better hair is Jen, because her hair is fantastic. Well, she's better than all of us. I mean, if we're being honest, guys, who's the real leader of this team?
Jen, I'm coming for you. This head of hair.
Jackson, baby.
Is she holding
You
you
heard it here
off
first.
screen?
No, she's upstairs watching us on our 50-inch TV in our bedroom. So
Hi,
she's
Jen.
she's relaxing. She's not sweating under all the dumb lights I had to set up in our new living room studio. So she's
not gonna
better
lie,
off. She's chilling.
I'm a little disappointed she's not here, Nate. So if she is watching, she could hear me say that. I am a little disappointed she's not here with us right now. So maybe we'll have to have a little drop in.
You never know. We could convince her. I mean, she did the first time we were on Scott Fishbowl. She wasn't even supposed to be on.
That was the one you guys did in the hotel. No, weren't you traveling somewhere?
We had gotten to our Airbnb in Mexico like maybe 4 or 5 hours prior. And Linda and Steph hit her up on Twitter and were like, hey, do you want to go on in like 30 minutes? It was 1 a.m. in Puerto Vallarta. And we were dead tired. And she's like, all right, let's go. So we set up a makeshift studio on the stone dining room table and went with it.
I remember that. I remember it. Well, I know, Matt, if you're not prepared yet and you didn't read the rules, I'm sure the guru of analytics was prepared for this draft. So
don't give away too much because Alan Hepworth in the chat is saying he's going to be 105 in my division. So I guess I'll see you July 11th, Alan.
I love it.
Alan just joined the Patreon, so who knows?
Cooter said she wasn't drafting there, but she was going to try to pop by. So you'll probably have a good group there in New Orleans. I know a couple people have actually mentioned that they were going to try to get over there to watch it, even if they weren't drafting there. So that should be a fun one.
Yeah, it's always a good time.
Dude, you have to have fun in New Orleans.
Yeah.
You have to. It's part of
law.
it comes along with New
It
Orleans.
is law.
John, where are you drafting? What division you in? What's your draft position? And what kind of analytics can you tell us about how to draft this big tournament?
Well, as the guru, I would be remiss if I didn't give you some analytics. But no, so I've done the Orlando live draft the last 2 years.
Nice.
Unfortunately, I couldn't make it work this year. My wife has been, unfortunately, her father's not doing amazing. He's actually doing a lot better now. So things are great, but she's been going up north quite a bit. And so just because of all that traveling, I can't travel as much and everything. So it didn't work out for live draft this year. I am in the Maverick division, doing my first actual slow draft of the Scott Fishbowl. I've only done live drafts, so I'm interested to see how that is going to be different and everything. Pretty excited about it. I am in the 10 spot. I almost always take like the ladder picks. I don't necessarily have a particular pick or anything like that, but generally it's like the 9, 10, 11, somewhere around there. It's just how I've always done it for redraft. Or maybe even for Dynasty too. I don't know. I tend to say, give me those, give me that snake, give me that turn and everything. And that's just how I've always gone with it. I'm kind of like Jester. I feel like I can get that value, if it just falls a little bit, whatever it may be. So,
I feel like the more prepared you are, the better you do towards the back ends of drafts or draft position, right?
Yeah. So I'm going, I don't ever really truly go in with a plan, but I always go in prepared. So I'm going in assuming that I'm going to not be taking a quarterback very early. Ooh. And I know that most of the people that have come on here, I've been listening most of the day, and most of the people that have come on here have said, oh, I got to have 2 QBs in the first 3 rounds. I mean, I got to have 2 QBs in the first 3 rounds. We did a mock draft, a week or so ago, Nate, and I did not take my first quarterback until I want to say the 8th or the 9th round. And then I took my first quarterback.
Who was it?
You end up with?
It's funny. I just pulled up this draft. I was pulling it up as you mentioned it. That was actually I'm looking at the wrong one here.
I was not going to remember. I was definitely drinking, so
I was not going to remember. Come on.
Of course he was drinking. His first quarterback is Daniel Jones.
Right.
His first quarterback was Aaron Rodgers in the 7th. 7-3. Right? No, it was Aaron Rodgers at 7-3, and then you came back around and you took Stafford at 8-10.
Stafford,
look, dude, not bad though.
In this format, I'm not going to argue with that, and that's something I will yell from the mountaintops about this. Take quarterbacks later. Yes, it's super flex, but look at the premiums on tight ends and wide receivers with PPR, with first downs. Look at some of those faster guys who might actually get a chance to return a few punts or kicks. Like those could be weekly point bumps if they're good at it. You just never know. You don't have to prioritize quarterback here unless it's, really Allen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Anthony Richardson, and Patrick Mahomes are the only guys that really have to go in the first round, in my opinion.
And those are the guys that are really being tossed around in the 101 chat. So I'm picking from the 1 spot, and those are exactly the guys that are being tossed around, even less Mahomes now. And really, I think I'm the only one talking about Richardson possibly being the 101. But it's really Allen, Hurts, and Lamar that are being considered along with CMC. So, like, I'm really hoping that somebody in these couple of hours that I'm hosting here, like, sells me on who I should take here, because I really don't know. And I'm at a point right now where I'm just going to be like, yeah, Anthony Richardson, what's up? I'm different.
Dude, better than Matt Barkley.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy again that ends up doing that. But to that point, so I'm fully going to expect somebody from your group to be on the Josh ADHD list of latest QB1 taken with the way this is going. So looking at those later picks, is there one that kind of stands out above the rest if you're looking at that 7th, 8th, 9th round QB that screams value compared to the other options in that regard, given what the QB scoring is and the fact that the passing yardage isn't as valuable as it was in previous years, and it is leaning more towards those running options?
My brother in fantasy football, let me tell you about this man by the name of Baker Mayfield. He was QB 10 last season in normal, regular, whatever scoring, not crazy fishbowl scoring. And look at the offense he's got, right? They added Bucky Irving. Not that he's going to make a ton of difference this season. That's more of a dynasty guy to talk about. Rashad White was efficient. You've got Mike Evans. Chris Godwin is coming back. I tend to like Kate Otten more than most people do. I think this is an offense that's primed to do really well. And he got Dave Canales, someone he's finally familiar with. He hasn't had that before in his career. In a weak division, too. So I think that he can beat up on some of these divisional opponent defenses. I think he can have games where he's like QB 2 or 3 on the week, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him in that 10 to 12 range against this season. And he's going in like the 8th, 9th, 10th round of these drafts.
So who do you think goes along with him then, Nate? Like, where would you look to stack, or would you look to stack there?
If I could stack Evans with him, I'd love to stack Mike Evans with him, which is probably pretty possible depending on where we're seeing Evans go and depending on how your league's kind of valuing. So he went 6-1 in this mock that I've got pulled up here. That's reasonable. If you can get Evans in the 6th and get Baker Mayfield in the 9th or 10th round, that's a cheap stack that could be, you could be looking at 15 stacked touchdowns there, right?
Yep. Absolutely. I love it. I like this guy this year too. I think this guy's going to be a nice value this year.
He is.
I'd be looking to stack him as well. You talked about a big value on tight end that nobody's talking about there. So that's a great place to stack. And the cat's out the bag a little bit now after last year, but last year I had a ton of Baker Mayfield shares because obviously being a Bucs fan, I thought that he would fit with that offense. I thought that his style of play would work well with it, and it ended up paying off for me as my QB2 in a lot of different leagues. So I love that call, Nate. Herms, what division are you in, and what position are you drafted in?
I am in the Joker division because I got really confused by seeing a bunch of the names of characters from movies instead of just the movies themselves. And I was like, dude, I can't remember this many names of characters, but Joker in The Dark Knight was really cool. So shout out Heath Ledger. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll just do that. And then I picked at the 109. I've been doing that every year since I got invited to Scott Fishbowl for this one. And just because the 9th pick is fun, I don't know, if you could tell me my home league draft or whatever, some super high stakes thing, everything on the line, where do you want to start? I always say 9th if it's 12 team, because you get to be the leader of the back third of everything. So that way, you can kind of take one piece out, see what falls to you, and just do I don't know, you get to be your own little trendsetter, I guess. That's kind of why I like doing that. And yeah, I think that explained it. So
no, I like that, Herms, and you're absolutely right. And kind of like what Matt was saying too, you're not really missing a run from that spot. You're able to either start or finish a run from there. Picking from the ends I am, I know I mentioned it before, I'm going to have to make some decisions on some guys where I'm going to have to really reach for some players if there's somebody that I really want, because, with all the picks coming back to me, I'm going to miss some of those. So that is a good spot from that 9 spot there. Nate, what are you drafting in? What division are you in? What pick you have?
12th pick. which this is my first time doing 12.
12s.
12s, baby. And then I've had the 3 previously, I've had the 7 previously, and I've had the 5 previously. I like the way this is working out. I got, in the most recent mock, I got Justin Jefferson, CJ Stroud, and Devontae Adams, and then Mike Evans in the 4th is my first 4 picks. So, and then Denver live draft with Kluge and all the fun Denver people. We got Robbie coming out. We've got Joe Bryant's going to be there from Football Guys, which we were stoked for. And we've heard rumors that the man himself, Scott Fishbowl, middle name Fish, may actually be attending. And I have to give credit to Jen for that joke, just to be fair.
Scott Bowl. Wow.
The Scott Bowl, middle name Fish. He will be there. And we're thrilled. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. This is our 3rd year doing it. The first year was unofficial. We just kind of decided, hey, this is what we want to do, so we're going to do it. This year, 2nd year of official, and I'm stoked. Oh, and your buddy, Steven, your SFB Avi Maker boy, Ryan.
Nice.
He's going to be there. He's in our division.
Awesome.
Yes. Yeah,
I've
known him for like
active
20
chat
years.
too. There's
oddly.
Calvin Brown in the chat is saying he's going to be there at Denver Live also.
He is. Calvin,
Is,
what's up,
Jagger
buddy?
May gonna
He's
be?
coming in. Jagger's going to be there. Stoked
Cool.
for that. Calvin, I believe you're the one you're flying in from Texas, I believe.
Nice.
I think so it's going to be a good one. Last year, Jordan Vanek flew in. Joey Wright flew in to say hi. So it was a pretty cool deal.
Awesome. Yeah, those live drafts are great. I did the New York City live draft last year, and I drafted it. This year, I chose to do a slow draft, but I'll still attend the New York City draft just to be able to be there and be a part of it. There were a few people that I really wanted to be in a league with this year that aren't from New York. So like I decided to make that decision, and some of them will be on actually in about a half hour or so. So I'm excited to talk to them. But yeah, just being at these live events, we were talking to some people before about the LA live event. It's just so great to get everyone together and just to hang out with everyone and draft in person. Like it really is a great experience. And if you haven't done it yet, then definitely do it if you can, anytime you can. So John, talk to us.
Didn't have a live draft last year, so I ended up flying up to Boston. I stayed with Andrew Cooper, got to hang out with Mariella, who's been on the show all day. Just a bunch of really good people. Somebody in the chat was saying come back up. We didn't have one in New Orleans last year, but I did talk to Scott Fish about it when I bumped into him at the Expo in August, and put the bug in his ear, and he's letting me handle the first New Orleans live draft. So let's see how it goes.
I love that.
Don't mess it up, Chester.
I know, man.
That's something else, man. This thing just keeps expanding every year. Like we're like 4,000 people in this tournament this year, and more locations for live drafts, and like who knows what next year could bring. So even if your city or you're anywhere near you doesn't have a live draft this year, you never know what could happen next year. Someone like Matt could step up and say, "Hey, we're hosting something here. We're making it happen." So I mean, it's great. I love it. And you know, we're making it happen here with this team, Nate. And I know you have more guys in the wings. So I think you wanted to split the half hour with your team. So, I mean, we still have about 5-6 minutes left. So I want to give everybody a couple minutes to talk. And, you know, I want to know what you're doing for this Optimist team. So like, I want to know and tell everybody, like Matt, I know we talked about the show you're going to be co-hosting. Give us a little bit about what your focus is with the Optimist team.
It's really dynamic. It's really fun because we're getting to build everything from John's working on he calls it Beth. I don't know if that stands for something, but he's got it's just analytics across the board.
I hate the word model. I hate the word model. Everyone seems to have a model, and so I finally just decided I'm never going to say the word model again. I'm just going to say Beth. I have Beth, and that's what it is. Beth is my model. I have Beth.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, we got people working on every corner that you can be working on, as far as trade charts, analytics, film guys, Devi. Like, it's just going to be kind of a central hub to get whatever you want.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to be doing.
That's a really good way to put it. I like that.
I've been doing this show with Nate every Thursday for, I think we just started this last season, but that's been a blast, and it's just nice getting to talk to your buddies.
It's been a year,
week,
dude. It's been a year this week.
Wow.
Oh, cool.
It's been a year this week. Yeah.
Talk about building in the wings, man. Like, how difficult was it though to like just keep everything hush hush with just the excitement of building something like this and building out a team like this.
Dude, we didn't.
Because I mean, I texted you and I'm like, all right, give me deets here.
Yes. Dude, we didn't even tell family until we launched the YouTube channel. Nobody knew what we were doing unless you were a part of the team. And like maybe Jay Felicio, he knew because he's Jay. But yeah, it was really hard because I mean, honestly, dude, we've just been so freaking excited for what we're doing. Like John, I feel like you're gonna bust at the seams until we, because I send John like, no, well, this is a family. No, it's not. How late is it? It's not a family show anymore. It's fine.
After
talk
Larry
about busting
Monkey
at this
came
hour.
around, it was no
Right?
longer a family show.
Yeah, we're good. It's 1 a.m, bro. Let it rock.
Yeah, that's true. So I send John just a prototype of the website, which I've been building with help from Tim for like 3 weeks now. And his first thing was, oh, the tools page doesn't work with the cryy face. So he is on this. John, since we're going around talking about all this stuff, why don't you tell him about Beth and just tease him about what might be on our site here in the next month or so.
I will absolutely do that. First, I want to actually go like full circle here. Steven, it was actually the one that created the intro for the Debbie Devotional, which is the Debbie podcast for Optimus Fantasy now. And so I appreciate Steven for doing that and his lovely radio voice for giving us our Debbie Devotional intro. And it was it's pretty sweet.
This is the booth. Don't look behind the curtain. I got
That was awesome.
I got to make it look appropriate here.
Dude, I got to say, Steve, I've always loved that booth behind you. I've always loved it. I don't know what it is about it. It's something that says like, I'm a professional voice. Don't mess with me. Are these foam? Are these metal spikes? You don't know.
Yeah,
His audio
my,
is so crisp,
my best
man.
friends refer to it as the sex chamber, which is the complete opposite of anything that could ever occur in this hot box. But yeah, nevertheless, I digress. Go ahead. Go back to Optimus.
Speaking of Beth,
Yeah, speaking
Speaking
of
of Beth,
I never say never, Steven. But no. So there's so much going on. My focus for the past couple of years has been to create like Dynasty and really just even it started with Dynasty tools and then it kind of went into redraft and it went into DFS and it went into now even best ball. And like I don't know. I get really bored and then I go, hey, I can create a tool to make things better. And so I'm just trying to make fantasy football easier. And then Nate was like, hey, why don't we all make fantasy football easier through Optimus Fantasy? And I was like, yeah, that sounds really good. So, well, we're going to have a lot of tools, like new stuff that hasn't necessarily been put out there in the ether so far. So there's a lot that's in the works. It's not all going to be there on day one, unfortunately. I wish it could be, but it's not going to be. But
When is day
there's
one?
some stuff that
so the site launches July 1st. That is Monday, folks. Monday.
So
Yes.
Monday.
not everything will be there July 1st, Monday, but we will be getting these tools out and
Yes.
we're working on that as hard as we possibly can. But I will say like there's some exciting stuff going on and I'm really trying to get the best ball tool out to everyone like right now because I feel like it's just that time of year and everyone's doing best ball. Everyone's going to BBM trying to win $1 million or whatever it is. And
that
so
best ball tool, man.
Oh yeah,
It's
and that's
gonna
the
break.
thing,
It's gonna break some brains. I'm just gonna put it that way. It's gonna break some brains.
It's so stupid, but once again, my model's name is Beth, and so I named it Beth Ball, and it's just my favorite thing to say in the entire world. So it's
Dude,
so stupid.
I don't know that I've looked forward to creating a logo as much as I'm looking forward to when I have to create the Beth Ball logo. Like that's just gonna be fun.
It's amazing.
I love it. I'm looking forward to seeing it, and I'm really excited to see what you have in store here. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing Beth. I'm glad we got to talk in person, John, and I think you guys have some big things coming, and Monday is right around the corner. And whether all the tools are ready or not for Monday, big things are coming, and I'm excited to see it, guys. Matt, I'm excited to see pictures from your live draft. I know it's going to be a good time over there. I know you're going to have a lot of good names there, so definitely keep us posted. Share it on the feed. Make sure that everybody's seeing all the good things you got going over there. was great to have you both on this half hour. I know we got to roll in some of the other members of this team, but I'm glad you guys got to hang out with us for a half an hour, and looking forward to seeing what you got to come.
Thank you very
For
much.
sure.
It was so nice meeting you, JB. Steven, thank you once again for the intro to the Debbie Devotional. Love it, and hope to see you guys soon.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt.
Great.
Bye, Chester. What they don't know is I'm going to be blowing them up in about 6 hours because it's time to get to work. No, tomorrow's Sunday. We're
24 hours.
sleeping
Let's
in.
go.
I'm really excited about this second half hour too, man. Because I mean,
Yes.
like I said from the beginning, dude. Like when I saw the team you were assembling here, it was a lot of my favorite people, and some of these guys that you have coming on right now, I've got to know pretty closely, and I've done different leagues with, and I've participated in charity leagues with, and everything. So I'm gonna let you tell me which order to bring them out. But no matter which way you bring them out, this is a great group of guys that I'm looking forward to talking to right now.
So the person I have to bring out first is the one who's been, aside from Jen and Chester, has been in this journey with me the longest. That's Eric Romoff. And the homeboy is so dedicated. He found, is that a brick? Is that, you didn't tell me where you were coming from. He's in DC on family vacation.
Right
and
now.
he scouted the hotel yesterday to
Nice.
find out where he could stream from that had proper Wi-Fi, and now he's here. And I'm
Nice.
so
Again,
happy.
Streaming live from a conference room that I'm definitely not supposed to be in.
Pirate Radio,
You're
Scott
gonna be
Fishbowl.
removed for trespassing momentarily.
I get dragged out. Please send bail money.
And this is where Scott Fishbowl goes viral.
I love it.
Right?
Eric, man, good to see you, my man. I obviously always love talking to you. And when I saw you were a part of this team, and when I saw you were part of this segment, got really excited to be able to see you again, man. We saw you I got to meet you in person at the expo a couple of years ago. You missed the Waffle House, dude, which I'm still mad at you for. But at least we're here now, so you get to make up for it.
Man,
What's up, man?
Still
What's
need
new
to
with
get
you?
those. Still need to get those pancakes in. Stoked to be here on the Podathon. Stoked to be part of the Optimist Fantasy team. This has been in the works for a long time. It's been a twinkle in our eyes, and it's crazy to think that a few short days from now, the website is getting ready to launch.
That's exciting, man. Nate, who else is a part of this journey with you?
All right. So in no particular order, we're gonna start with the man down under, who he's living in the future because it is Sunday afternoon there. Mr. Brad Bolt. What's up, buddy?
G'day, fellas. How are we?
Yes, Brad is the head of our NFL content division. It's going to be a lot of what you guys saw from NFL Labs, but then we're going to build on that whole base of what NFL Labs was. And Brad has just been such a huge part of this from day one. I mean, I'm telling you guys, you're not going to find a better friend out there than Brad. And he's just been such a huge part of all of this. And man, I'm so glad you could make it, because initially said you couldn't come, but I'm stoked you're here, buddy.
Yeah, it was the whole time difference thing. I thought this was going to be Monday morning or Monday afternoon. I'm like, I'm never going to be able to do this. I'll be at work. But then you sent the thing going, oh, we're going on tonight. And I went, hang on. If yesterday was Saturday and tomorrow is Monday, that means it's Sunday and I have time to do this. Yes.
That's awesome.
And I'm not going to lie. When I took over this hosting duty for the overnight, and I was like, all right, I'll be tired, and I literally brought my coffee pot downstairs with me today. But I said, at least I'll have some fun accents, and I'll talk to some people from other countries. And Brad, I'm glad you got to bring that to me right now. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, man.
That is fine. Trust me, the amount of people who, other Aussies in the chat, I know that I can see in Dan and Vince will know this. When you're talking with other Aussies, your accent dials back a little bit, but when you suddenly start talking to American, you would not believe the extra twang you put on every other word just to really hammer it home. Like, yeah,
Well,
what's up, mate? You know, how's it going, buddy? You know, you do all that sort of stuff, and then all of a sudden you go, I don't talk like that at all. Why? I just sound like an idiot. What's going on here? Like,
well, I do have a 2.5-year-old, and I'm really into Bluey right now, so I know Bluey is based in Australia, so like it's kind of my thing right now. So
The best show on TV.
there's a a house that was in Queensland where they doctored up the house where people could go and stay, and they made it look exactly like the Bluey house.
Nice.
So you could actually go there, and they had the whole
I've
house
seen
set up like
that.
the Bluey house.
That's
So-
really neat.
That's
but yes,
dope.
I've got a nearly 4-year-old, and she loves Bluey, and I sit there, and it's to the point where we've seen it so many times that my wife or I will walk into a room and you'll hear a first sentence. We go, "That is that one. We
Yep.
like this one. We'll sit and
Yep.
watch this," and then it's like, all of a sudden you'll look over and she's passed out, fast asleep, and we're like, "We've been watching this for the last hour 45, and she's been asleep this entire time. What are we doing? What
Dude,
are we doing?" Like,
we put my son to sleep and come downstairs and continue watching. Like Lou makes a good point here. It's a parenting show disguised as a child show. Like there are episodes that were clearly written for the parents. Like the whale watching episode where the parents are hungover from the night before and like they don't want to move, and like mom tells Bluey to get her like cheese puffs, and like it's just it's such a well-written show, and to your point, like it's something that we watch even after the kids go to bed. So it's a great show, and I mean, I know it's not a Bluey Podathon, and I will digress because there's a guy that we still need to get in here, Nate. And I know
we got to.
I don't want to say that we saved the best for last, but like, I mean, this guy is one of my favorite people in this industry.
It's
and
true.
He's obviously strikingly handsome. He's charming. He's a guy that everybody loves. And I gonna let you make the intro, but he's my guy too, man. And I'm excited that he's here with us right now.
Folks, straight out of 1997, it is the one and the only Hoove Tube from Optimus Fantasy. What's up, buddy?
JB, you sexy motherfucker. How we doing, baby? What is up? Hoo-ah! All right, let's do it. I'm feeling good. I just came back from a wedding, so I'm feeling a little turned up, but we're not as turned up as we're about to be at the Scott Fishbowl Podathon, baby. How we doing?
I love it. I said in the group chat earlier in the group DM, it was like, all right, I'm really curious to see if Hoove shows up in sunglasses or not. And I should have known, right? Like you know he's gonna show up in sunglasses, right?
I had to show some merch too. You know, most of the time I'm
There
pretty
you
fly, but I had to tune it back with the flyest of them all with some Scott Fishbowl merch, you know. So make sure you go out and get some new Scott Fishbowl merch for the 14th.
So this is this year's Podathon
Dang,
shirt,
dang.
this year's Podathon hat, and honestly, I think this is probably my new favorite hat. Like I will wear this anytime I wear black. Like it's such a well-designed hat.
I need
And
that
you
hat.
wear it so well.
I need that hat. It's beautiful.
Well, when we don't all have hair like you, Hoove, we got to do something here to rock something. You know what I mean? So
I heard some slander in the first half that I probably had the third best hair of the Optimus team then, and
Have you
and
seen
that's straight
Eric's
out of Nate.
hair?
Eric's got the flow, bro. Eric's got the little flow going.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I cut mine right before the combine, and then I had to watch guys like Sam Hartman just like Baywatch, and then just like watch it flow. And I'm like, I cut it the week before. This is shit. I did it the wrong time. So
Terms, how many of us analysts and scouts at the Senior Bowl put Sam Hartman on our hall pass list that week?
Oh, dude, like
all of us to see that man in person. It's like seeing a young Gardner Minshew, but on like beautiful steroids. And then he wears the gold Notre Dame helmet. It's like it's over.
Yep.
He's an angel straight from God. He came down from heaven. But then God was like, crap, I forgot the good quarterback part.
But here's the thing, though. Like, worst case scenario, if football doesn't work out for him, he could easily have one of those, like, Jesse Palmer career arcs, you know, where it's just like,
totally.
okay, I'm not too good at throwing the ball, but I'm extremely handsome. So, TV, here I come. You know, like, it's all working out for him, no matter how this football thing goes.
was good-looking steroids what Jimmy G tested positive with?
Yeah,
I believe so,
exactly
yes.
it.
Okay, that
and,
makes
and
sense.
syphilis.
You
1 o'clock in the morning, folks. We're allowed to say these jokes.
Yes.
Hey,
I'm
you're
gonna
the
go
one
to-
who dropped an F-bomb, buddy.
Hey, it's live from Saturday night, man.
I'm gonna bring
It's
it.
actually Sunday afternoon, Hoove. So come on, get your time.
You thought it was Monday.
2:40.
You thought it was Monday. So what day of the week is it, buddy?
It's September. It's September here in Australia. That's how far we are in the future.
On the 21st night of September, mate.
Yeah.
I want to bring it to Eric before he gets kicked out of the conference room. Will we bring it back to the Scott Fishbowl, Eric? What position are you drafting from, and what division are you in?
Oh man, I'm in the Bandit division. It's one of the Houston live draft divisions. So I'm doing my first live draft out in Houston this year. I think it's a week from today, or I guess technically now yesterday. So we'll be out there in Houston. Awesome crew of people out there, and I'm in the 107 yet again. I like the middle of the draft, right? Like you're insulated from those runs, you're insulated from the third round reversal. Just feels like you got a little bit more control on how the draft unfolds for you.
Yeah, that's a good point. We talked about that a little bit in the last segment too, is like not being at the point where you're missing out on any of those runs there. You get to be a part of it and not having to really reach for players. So that is a comfortable spot. What about you, Brad? What division are you in? What position are you drafting from?
So I'm drafting from the 11 in the Oneidas draft, the Wonders draft. That thing you do. So they've got Smokey, I've got Jake Trowbridge, so some really good people there. So this is my third or fourth, I think it is, that I've done, and they've all been either 11 or 12. So it's just something where I don't like making the decision sometime. I get too stuck between two or three people, so I let others make the decision for me. I find that easier.
Smart. Very smart. What about you, Hoove?
I'm drafting at the 105 spot in the Madison draft next Sunday. So shout out to Jake and Matt for putting that together, and Scott for allowing us to have our first draft in Madison. Last year, Steven and I, we actually got to catch up a little bit at the Chicago draft.
I like it. Like I'm like looking. I'm like, okay, is that Hoover? Is it not Hoover? Like I'm like, yeah, it's definitely Hoover.
Absolutely, there's one and only. There's
know,
so many
I know.
Nicks in the industry, but there's one and only.
Are you coming
Hoove,
down
baby.
to Chicago again?
I should. I honestly, it's literally 2 hours away, so I might as well just take the trip down.
I think I'm coming up to Madison next weekend.
All right, so if you come up, I'll come down.
All right, we'll trade off.
It's a fair compromise. Because
who's picking me up?
But what am I gonna do at the 105 spot? I think it's kind of nice. You can kind of see what falls to you as a Niner fan. I think it would be kind of cool to solidify my one running back spot with Christian McCaffrey if he falls. With the solidified points he'll probably get. But there's a lot of truth to the 2 quarterback thing. I'm not going to go 8th round and go target Daniel Jones like some Optimist team members. I won't call him out by name, but I think I might be targeting someone like a Brock Purdy or like a Jared Goff, later on. So it's not as crucial for me to go quarterback first round as everyone else. I'll say that.
Yeah, and at the 5, you kind of have that flexibility too, because even if it's not CMC, like I know Steven was on co-hosting with Sal earlier, and I mean he was talking about taking Bijan at the 101. So like even at that 5 spot, if you wanted to go running back, there is options there, or even if you wanted to go tight end, there's options there. So it's a good place to kind of set the tone in that 5 spot if everyone's going quarterback and you want to pivot a little bit. So I like that there. Brad, tell me about your strategy with Scott Fishbowl. I know you're doing a lot of the NFL content here for Optimus. So give us a little bit of your strategy and maybe a sleeper pick, somebody that's in that later rounds that you want to keep an eye on here.
So I am thinking, I'm not sure where he's about to go, but I'd say if you're looking for a deep sort of sleeper, I'll give I don't know if he's a sleeper, but I'll give a shout out to my guy Dan in the comments. Romeo Dobbs. I'm a huge Romeo Dobbs fan. He's the number 1 wide receiver on Green Bay with Dontavian Wicks. They're the 1 and 2 for me. And then I'd be going Jalen Reed, Christian Watson 4. That's how I sort of see them playing out. So he's a guy that I'm looking for. Also maybe Deontay Johnson now on the Panthers, just for the pure fact that there's not much else there. So I would be looking for that. But my sort of strategy is I really do let the board fall. So the last couple of years, my first couple of picks have been wide receivers in the first 2 rounds. And then I think last year I started off my draft with Tyreek Hill. Then it was Tyreek Hill, and then it was like Jamar Chase were my first 2 picks. And then I went quarterback from there. But the first year that I did it, I went quarterback early, ended up with Justin Fields and did pretty well. I think I got knocked out with 2 rounds to go in the playoffs sort of thing. So I made it all the way there and just missed out by I think I finished like 10 spots out of making it into the last round or something like that. So I think a lot of it is just assessing talent, I think a lot of people look at it for fantasy thing, but I do really think you need to look at some of the signings in your off season. So for me, a lot of people are down on a lot of the Panthers players, but you could see, I'm not saying they're going to be fantastic for the season, but if you're looking fantasy, the fact that they spent, I think the final total was $379 billion on guards and offensive linemen to shore up and protect Bryce Young. So, but that's something that I'd be looking at to go, okay, maybe I'll look at a Jonathan Brooks or a Chuba Hubbard as a late dart throw because the offensive line can't be any worse than what it was last year.
And Dave Canales there is going to help that also, and I think he's going to help the offense. As a Bucs fan, just seeing him kind of find his footing last year, right? The beginning of the season, his play calls were pretty weak and pretty predictable. But by the end of the season, he really grew as a play caller, and I think that's what landed him a head coach position there. So I think having him there is definitely going to help that offense as well. So I like that call on Deontay and on the running backs too. You can definitely get a value on those guys. Eric, anybody that you're looking at in your draft that might be a little bit of a sleeper pick?
Man, I had all of these points laid out to make a rock solid case for Deontay Johnson, and then there goes Brad making all of them for me. The only thing that
he's
I would
living
add
in
there
September
is that,
already. I mean, he's just stealing everything.
You watch the tape, right? He's out there grinding film on the Podathon 2 months from now somehow. The only thing I'll add is that Johnson is still one of the best separators in all of the NFL, and that was an issue that completely plagued this wide receiving core. So I do think that they very specifically brought him in to address that issue. But much later in the draft, I like targeting Wan'Dale Robinson as well, right? I'm really going for some of those cheap first down bonuses, which is kind of part of the overall strategy that I have for SFB this year. I'm at the 107. I'm hoping that Anthony Richardson falls to me. If not, probably going to anchor with one of the running backs, Breece Hall, Bijan Robinson. And then after that, I'm really looking to attack all of these positions that are getting the bonuses. Heavy tight end, going to go heavy volume running backs, right? Try to get those cheap carry bonuses, try to get those first down bonuses. So that's really the North Star for my strategy this year.
Yeah, those heavy volume running backs are going to be key, especially with the points per carry bonus that we have in this scoring now. Is there anybody in particular in the running back world, if you don't get CMC in your first round, that you'd be looking to grab because of that scoring format?
For running backs, well, first, I just had to say this before we move on to that. Right now, Herm's lighting looks like he needs to get unlocked, like on Mortal Kombat. It looks like a character that we have to unlock. So maybe the chat just needs a donation, and then we can unlock Herms for the rest of this video. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But running back values, now that the jokes are done. I feel like right off the bat, it's hard to find value off this guy. But if I was going to look at someone and think maybe they could be a dark horse RB1, just kind of thinking about this last few days is what if Travis Etienne could be the RB1 this season? I mean, the coaching staff hasn't been committed to him getting the full workload, but if he's viewed as the RB6 in most formats, are you more worried about Tank Bigsby taking away touches or Anthony Richardson taking away touches from JT at RB5? So I feel like he could really be one of the best values to target as your solid RB1 in the round 3 or something like that, if you wanted to target Travis Etienne as your only RB. So that's my advice. I really like Travis Etienne and what he could bring to the table, especially when people are totally discounting him.
I like that.
there's been a lot of Tank Bigsby slander the last week or so about him just not having a good camp. So the stars may be aligning for that, in the grand scheme of things. Another offense actually in the AFC South I want to ask you guys about, that being the Houston Texans. They have seriously loaded up, as we're all aware. They pick up Joe Mixon, they trade for Stephon Diggs, and now there's a trio of wide receivers there between Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, and Nico Collins that are all kind of bunched up there within that ADP. You can lean one way or another. Is there one that's really sticking out to be CJ Stroud's go-to now that he's stepping into year 2 and he's going to have a plethora of options ahead of him here to really take a step forward for this Texans offense?
I would say I'm going Tank Dell every single time, because Tank Dell was the guy that CJ Stroud went to the Texans and said, draft him. I want him. And then I think I saw something a little while ago. He was naming his all-time offense if he could throw to, and he named his 3 wide receivers, and he went like Randy Moss, Jerry Rice, and Tank Dell in the slot. And that was sort of, so to me, I would be going Tank, and then Nico would be my 2 that I'd be going after.
Yeah, I'm with Brad here. Look, we know Stephon Diggs was good, but what does he do in the back half of a season? The last 2 seasons, he's faded. There's nothing that leads me to believe that's going to change this year. In fact, I think if he starts out hot, he fades earlier. We're looking at like a week 7, week 8 fade, because in this Texans offense, like Brad's saying, you can't ignore the fact that Tank Dell is probably CJ Stroud's favorite, and Nico Collins is right behind him. And if Collins and Dell are healthy all season, Diggs still going to get 100 targets, but does he still have it in the tank to get 80 catches, 75 catches? I don't know that he does. And especially because he's not going to need to do that in an offense in Texas that also just added Joe Mixon. So they got more efficient in the running game versus what they had with Devin Singletary. Whether you like Joe Mixon or not, he's better than Devin Singletary. I feel like Diggs is a veteran piece, back end career guy you add. You hope he teaches these young guys something. Maybe you get a flash in the pan from him at some point this season. He helps you get somewhere down the line. But as a fantasy asset, a lot of people are wildly overpaying for Stephon Diggs right now, and I am not one of them, and I will have nothing to do with it.
Who's going to come off the field in those 3 receiver sets? That's the question. Like, if you go 2 receiver sets, like, who's it going to be? Is it going to be Diggs? And if it is, what kind of temper tantrums is he going to have on the sideline? And how's that going to affect the team chemistry? There's a lot of questions there.
I don't think that DeMeco Ryan is going to let Diggs do that and pull that crap. He starts to get an attitude, they're going to distance Diggs from the team. This is a situation where Diggs knows his role is going to be not nearly what he wanted it to be in Buffalo, or even what it was in Buffalo.
I think you're right, and I think he has to recognize that going into the season. I want to ask Herms about Pittsburgh's wide receiver room, because we talked about Deontay going to Carolina, right? So tell me a little bit about what you expect out of the wide receivers in Pittsburgh, because we might be able to find some value there, Herms.
It's possible, yeah. The room basically consisting of George Pickens and
Roman Wilson.
Warm body.
Hold on. Roman Wilson, yeah, but then there's also I don't really know that they have
Calvin Austin.
Sure, but but then he's not good.
Darnell Washington.
But then it's bold to call it a room. I think it's like there's like 2 like lawn chairs, like those are the wide receivers. There's 2 of them. Okay,
it's a half bathroom.
Yeah,
it's a wide receiver half bathroom.
It's a comfortable half bath. But like, dude, honestly, like Van Jefferson could be like low-key interesting as like a dart throw at like the very end, like just in case something comes to fruition. But like, I don't know, dude. I'm excited about the offense from a real life standpoint, and I'm excited about it from a fantasy standpoint for the running backs, and probably. Actually, you know what? The answer to this question, like other than like George Pickens, because like he'll be fine, is it's Pat Freiermuth. That's the answer. Because like you look at who has the best skill set to be the person who can do the intermediate level stuff across the middle of the field. not to say that Roman Wilson can't. Like, I think he could be really good in that role at some point, but like, it's really unclear what his, upside is going to be in the first year of not even just like it's the NFL. You know what I mean? Like, who knows what they're going to figure out with him? And plus, like at any sort of like mini camp and stuff, like not reading anything about Roman Wilson kind of made me like a little bit sus. But plus, I don't know. Like, we haven't even had training camp yet, so like don't read too far into it. But I don't know. Pat Fryermuth is just the dude that's been there, kind of knows what's going on. And I also feel like, especially with a lot of things being predicated off of play action, whether it's, Russell Wilson's going to be the starting quarterback, but whether it's him the entire season or if Justin Fields comes in later, like taking those shots, to your tight end off play action is a pretty easy thing to do. So like that might be the best choice of all these guys. Dude. Like Roman Wilson, 100% dynasty, bro, 1000%. But for what this Podathon's for, a big charity redraft league, like I'm not worried about anybody else.
I was hoping
I've got your answers here. Herms, I've got your answers. I'm looking at the depth chart. I can't believe we forgot these guys. Quez Watkins and Scotty Miller. There you go.
Of course, yes.
Hey,
dude,
I didn't know they were even there.
Dude, no, this depth chart is like literally the hall of mediocre wide receivers because you've got Marquez Callaway there and Des Fitzpatrick.
Like, there's no way they're all making the team though. Like that's why I kind of made the whole joke of not being able to name any of them because like I don't even know who's going to make the team, dude. Like they're bringing in a bunch of people that we know, and they're just like, hey, you were good at least once on a professional football field. If you can show that you can be good again at these practices, maybe we'll give you a shot, baby.
You guys, it's almost like Arthur Smith got hired as their. Oh.
What if Michael Thomas went there?
The run game will be robust, okay? That's what matters. Najee Harris.
Michael Thomas.
What if Michael Thomas ended up in Pittsburgh?
I don't know that I'm not interested in him at this point.
It won't matter. He'll get injured in week 1, and then you won't see him till week 10, and then there'll be some cryptic tweets, and then the season's done.
Tom Brady
from the future
come out of retirement, go back to New England, and bring Michael Thomas to New England, but he would also have to go back to being like a 35-year-old quarterback, not a 42-year-old quarterback. And we'd also need Belichick to hop in that same time machine, which might make his new girlfriend more reasonably aged to him, I suppose. This is all sounding like
we're going back in time.
We're going back in time, back to the future, all over the place.
Fred, does your time machine enable you to go back? Because I know you're already in the future, so you clearly have something else figured out. Can your time machine take us back?
Trust me, if my time machine could take us back, I would be going and investing in all these things like Uber, Apple, Netflix, and I would be like, hey guys, I will buy one of the NFL teams with this stage with the amount of money that I have. So that's what I would do if I had my time machine. Just say.
I love it.
I think the answer to all this is for Pittsburgh is to just get Cordarrelle Patterson out on the field and throw him the ball every single time and watch him just turn into a return.
Sure, YOLO.
80%
Darnell Washington.
Share. Cordarrelle Patterson.
10 yards behind the line of scrimmage off to Cordarrelle Patterson and turn into a punt return every single play.
And the Fryermuth answer was a good one because of the tight end scoring here. And people are going to be looking for tight ends. And Andrew Cooper always talks about tight ends. And if you have a tight end that could be a top 2 receiving option on a team, that's what you're looking for. And Fryermuth can absolutely be that in Pittsburgh. So I know we're up against the clock, guys. It's been a phenomenal hour with you guys. I'm really excited to see what this team's going to bring to the fantasy football community. I know that you've had a lot in the works behind the scenes. Going live on Monday is super exciting. So, Nate, is there anything you want to close us out with to get us prepared and pumped even more for it?
Yes, the site is going to be live, guys. It's been a lot of work on the back end, and we're really thrilled to bring it out. It's been a labor of love, especially I want to give a super big shout out to my wife, the one and only Jen Paulvo. You all know her. She's better than all of us. Smarter. She is the brains behind all this. She is literally our website editor-in-chief. Herms, Eric, Brad, Hoove, Sean. We've got Daniel, who's been awesome in the backside of all of this. Like John, Chester, Matt Ward, so many people have been helpful. And I want to thank all of them for that. And then make sure you're following us on Twitter at Optimus Fantasy. Check us out on YouTube. at Optimus Fantasy Football. Tons of really good stuff coming. And then look for some deals on some pre-sales on our tool sets for our what we call our GOAT tier. We're excited, and we've got some really cool stuff coming. So just make sure you're following us on socials. Follow all of us on Twitter. We're going to be talking endlessly about it because we can't help ourselves.
Quick question: do you have a Prime membership?
Copyright, man.
Yeah, we wish we could.
I love it, guys. I loved having you guys on. Really exciting to see what you're bringing to the table, and have a good Scott Fish Bowl, and even better, have a great weekend, guys.
You too. Thanks for having us, guys.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Steven, I'm excited for this next segment too, man. This is like such a great stretch run, and I've been watching the Podathon all day, and it started so hot. I mean, look at all the star after star after stars that we had this morning, and really, I've been excited for this run that we've had here because it's people that I've really wanted to talk to, and I mentioned earlier about not doing the live draft this year because there were people that I wanted to play in a league with. And our next guests are those people that made that decision for me because I watched Pac and Esteffi on the Scott Fish Bowl Podathon a couple of years ago. And my wife and I were watching it on our TV. And it was so cool to see how proud Pac was to share this with his daughter and to hear how excited Esteffi was to be a part of this. And just from that moment, I followed them. I've been talking to them, and Pac and I have been chatting for a few years now. And this year we said, you know what? We're finally going to make it happen. All right. We're going to make this happen. We're going to be in a league together. We've been waiting for this. And now we're finally doing it this year. And not only that, but we get to talk on the Podathon too. So Pac and Steffi, welcome to the Podathon. I'm so happy you guys are here. What's going on?
Thanks a lot, JB. Here we are. Finally, we can play together in the same division, and it's an honor to us to play with you. All your support and everything has been great so far.
Good. I'm excited for it too. Steffi, are you excited to beat up on your dad again?
He's practicing her English. He's taking English lessons, but she still has a hard time understanding when somebody talks to her. She can read a lot, but understand talking English is hard for her still.
And for you to be able to translate it for her is perfectly fine. I just don't think you want to come back and tell us her response of, yes, I can't wait to beat up on my dad this year, right?
She's a little nervous right now, but
hey,
she likes a lot to be playing fantasy football.
I love it. I love it. I love that you get to share this together, Pac. Tell us a little bit about like how that makes you feel to be able to share in this experience with your daughter.
It's something wonderful to me. I feel very proud. Sometimes she beats me, and I feel more proud. She likes a lot fantasy. She started with me doing a podcast, a video show, and she likes a lot to give his picks, NFL picks, game picks, predictions, and she's very good at it.
Nice. So tell us about some of those, Pac. Tell us about like, you know, how she does her picks and the success that she's had with doing that on the podcast.
¿Cómo haces tus picks? Tell them. You try.
It's 1:30 in the morning, Steffi. Go ahead. It's just us here.
Last year in the Super Bowl, I was with the Niners, and she was with Kansas City, and she's very proud that she beat me. Even if we are Raider fans, and we hate Kansas City Chiefs in the good way, but she still give her pick of Kansas City winning the Super Bowl, and she was right.
Nice. I love it. I'm a little afraid though, because I know we're in the same division. We're all in the Lightning McQueen division this year.
Yes.
And I have the 1 pick, but Steffi picked the 2 picks, so she's picking right behind me, and
Yeah.
she gets to snipe me every time on the 2, then on the 3, and then coming back on the 5. And I'm really nervous because I think she's gonna take a lot of my players, Pac, and I'm the nervous one because I know that she knows what she's doing.
Está nervioso que le gane sus jugadores.
Ask her, did you purposely pick that so that you could snipe me?
A propósito, le vas a ganar. No.
Good answer. Good answer. Pac, what position are you picking from?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm from the 11.
Oh, okay. So you're on the opposite end of
On
the
the
draft.
opposite side. I like the far side. She has very specific players in mind. I don't think she's going to snipe you a lot.
All right.
She prepares for very long time and has some specific players. And she's going to get mad if she can't have his players.
Oh, so why don't you tell us about some of those players? Who do you like?
¿Les quieren decir unos jugadores? Tienes a Crosby.
¿No quiere?
No.
Oh, man.
She likes a lot of Raiders players, of course, but she didn't want to tell.
Okay. That's fine because she knows that I'm in her division, so it's smart of her to not tell us, right? But Steven, I love the fact that, when I saw them on the Podathon together the first time, and like I said, just seeing how proud Pac was to be able to share not only the Scott Fishbowl experience, but the whole podcast that they have and everything together with his daughter. Like, it was really special, and it just was it was people that I wanted to be a part of, because you could tell right away, like, what great people they are, and now we finally get to compete with each other. So I feel like I can't really ask them strategy questions because they're in my division. So I'll leave that one up to you.
Fair. Well, before that, I mean, just talking about just what it means to be able to bond over fantasy football and the game, and rooting on your team in the podcast, and what that means to being able to grow that relationship between the two of you and just be able to bond over something like that. How special is that?
No, it's something unique. I can't describe how good I feel about it. I feel very good about it, that she loves what I love, the sport, NFL, fantasy football. She started with me when she was 7 years in the postcard. 7 years old, and she has learned about the game with the years, and she started to get interested in fantasy football by seeing me playing. I have a lot of leagues, and she used to ask me, "What are you doing, Dad? What are you doing?" And that's the way we started to play fantasy football together. Look, I'm doing this. Here is the players. I'm in the draft. Help me to pick one player. Which player you like? And things like that, until she gets his own team and starting play.
Awesome. Very awesome. And so looking at SFB 14, you're on the back end of the draft. You're like me. I'm in the 12 spot. So again, it's a little weird back there. You're kind of waiting to see how the rest of the league ends up going with trends, whether it's quarterback heavy. Is there a certain position that you're leaning towards the back end of the draft for that first pick, or even second pick there on the quick turn?
Yes, if I have a very good running back, I'm gonna go running back. I'm not much a quarterback guy, especially with this year scoring. It helps a lot to me because I don't like to pick quarterbacks in my first 2 rounds, 3 rounds. and that's going to help me.
And there's a pretty solid group of running backs sitting back there. I
Yes.
mean, you got your Brees Hall, Bijan
So
Robinson,
brilliant.
Jamar
I don't
Gibbs.
think CMC will be there, but Bijan, Brees Hall, Jameer Gibbs, even Barkley.
So
will
talk
be a-
about
a
talk
good
about Saquon a little bit, Pac, because that was a guy that I brought up earlier. Obviously, in a new offense, getting to see him run behind a better offensive line this year. What kind of season do you think we're going to see out of him?
If he can stay healthy, he's going to have a monster season. Behind the Eagles' offensive line, he never has been in a so solid unit.
Yep.
And with a very good quarterback, a very good wide receivers, and a very good offensive coordinator this year,
Yep.
he's gonna have a very good season. My only concern with him is he's healthy.
Yeah. Yep. So I want to hear Estefi's opinion on Zamir White, because I know you're Raiders fans, and I want to know how she feels about Zamir White. Obviously, now stepping into a lead back role. Do you think he can handle that role, and do you think he's poised for a big season?
Que si crees que Samir White va a tener una buena temporada con los Raiders. I think he will have a great season.
I think that he will have a great season. I think.
I think so too. He's in a good position. He showed us flashes last year of when he was in that lead role that he could handle it. So to see it over a full season, I think he's a guy that could be a value, especially in the Scott Fish Bowl where you get rewarded for that volume. So he could do that this year and could be a really good pick. So I won't take him from you. So you should take him before I pick.
The question mark with the Raiders this season is his quarterback.
Yep.
So Aiden O'Connell or now I'm gonna blank on his name. Who did they bring in?
Minshew.
Minshew, thank you.
Minshew.
Yeah.
I'm a Minshew guy. I think Minshew will be the starter. And if he had a bad season, the second half of the season, maybe O'Connell will be there. I think that's the way it should be.
So with that, then, do you think, depending on who ends up winning that quarterback battle, how is that going to affect Devontae Adams this year? Do you still see him as a top option, given what the quarterback situation is with the Raiders?
I don't see, in fantasy, I don't see him like a top 10 option, but a top 20, yes.
So Jonathan in the chat thinks that AOC is going to surprise us. He thinks he's going to get the nod. And I know there was a little coach speak, right? I think I saw something a couple weeks ago that they were talking about him being the starter and getting that first shot. You don't think so, though? You think it's going to be Minshew at first?
I think Minshew is going to beat him in camp.
Okay. Right. And that's what we were talking about before, too. Like, even with, like, the kick returners, right? With this format, kick returners being important, like, we're still speculating here. We don't know who's going to be kick returners. And to your point right now, like, we don't even know who the starting quarterback on that team is going to be.
Yes.
So.
In some mock draft, I have been selecting Minshew and O'Connell.
Yep.
I have to be sure to have the starter.
Well, and it doesn't cost much either, probably. Yes. With waiting a little bit further back, you can probably afford to spend 2 picks on both of them just to be safe versus, saying, okay, I'm going to take this guy in the 3rd round and then have to backtrack a few rounds later and worry about something else.
Yeah, both are back-end selections. And who knows, maybe one of them or both of them will surprise us a lot. I hope so.
I know you definitely hope so, because otherwise the season's going to be hard to watch, right?
I have 20 hard seasons already watching.
As a Bears fan, I feel your pain.
I want to know. So we heard about like you talk about how proud you are to sharing this with Steffi.
Yeah.
But I mean, even if you want to expand upon it for her, I want to know her side of it too, and like, how does it feel to share in this experience with your father?
¿Cómo se siente compartir conmigo?
Very, very funny. I like to stay with my dad. Playing with my dad.
It helps you have that little bond together too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Last year we went to a show. They invite us here in Mexico, where we do some grill and have a chat with the guests and everything. And she gave a very good response to a special question they did to her. They asked her why she is a Raider fan. And she responds that she is a Raider fan because she loves me a lot.
Aw.
And I feel, you can imagine how proud I feel it.
That's great. That's great. So it's your fault that she has to suffer then, right?
I hope she can see the Riders in a good way soon.
Well, look, a lot of times it starts with coaching, and I think they made the right decision on picking the coach and keeping the coach, and I think he's going to bring a culture to that team that really fits the Raider style, and you know, once they get a couple more pieces in play with him at the helm, I think they can absolutely be a competitive team. I mean, look, it's a tough division, but you start to build something with that head coach, and I think that they can go somewhere with it.
I like Coach Pierce. She looks like a true Raider.
Exactly.
He has Raider attitude.
Yep. I wanted to say hi to Bob because Bob jumped in with us here. I know he's been popping in and out, and I was happy to see your face backstage, man. I knew you'd end up popping in eventually.
Well, I had to come on because, you know, Steffi, she did beat me her first year in SFB. She was in Shakira with me.
Yes.
This was what year was
that? Was 11, right?
Say hi to Bob.
Hi, Bob. Sorry I beat you.
Yeah, she had no problem beating me, and she drafted next to me. So I came on to warn you.
I'm telling you, man, I'm nervous. When I saw her take the 2 pick, I was like, oh, man.
You should be.
She's very good drafter.
Very nervous.
She's a very good drafter. Is better than me.
I think she did better than you last year, right?
You know how your kids teach you to play like video games and stuff? Well, she's going to teach you how to draft.
I love it. And here, Rosie came in and said that she plays fantasy football with her dad too.
Oh, very good.
That. And Coach A said this segment is amazing, and I agree. And that's why I was really excited to have them on at this time slot. And I know Steffi's staying up late for us, but just to be able to be here with them is exciting for me. And
it's not so late here in Mexico. We are about 2 hours earlier than you.
So what time is it there now?
It's 11:49.
Okay.
Saturday.
All right, so not as late.
Still Saturday.
Still late.
Still Saturday though. You're right. Good point. Yeah. So we had a guy in the last segment that was like in tomorrow afternoon already, and now
I saw it
Saturday.
It's the good thing about the Scotch Fish Bowl. It's people from all over the world and all having a good time, great fun, helping each other. It's very good.
Yep. And I know Mauricio was on earlier talking about the Mexico City live draft.
Oh, yeah.
I know you're drafting with me, you know, in a slow draft setting. Did you attend last year? And is it something that you would think about attending even if you're not drafting there?
No, I can't do it because of my work. I can go to Mexico City. I live in a city that is called Monterrey City, and it's about a 10-hour drive.
Oh, wow.
Mexico City. I need to go by plane, and it's very hard with the times.
Gotcha.
My friend Mauricio Gutierrez is gonna be there.
Yes. Awesome.
And his wife Gemma, Chato Romero, very very good fantasy analyst from Mexico, and all are gonna be there. I hope next year maybe I can go, or maybe we can have a draft in my city, a live draft.
There you go. There you go. And I love that because people are traveling to different places too. And, you know, I say it every year, like I want to go up to Boston, and Boston's not that far from me, but just traveling in general is so hard. You know, I got 2 little kids. I have a 7-month-old and a 2.5-year-old. So to leave my wife at home with the 2 kids to go play fantasy football with my friends, and like probably not the smart decision. As much as I want to see Bob and Coop and Mike and everybody, like I don't know that fight's gonna be one that I would win.
It's a lot easier to me to go to by Houston, Texas. Houston is 5-hour driving for my city.
That might be an idea too then.
Maybe it's a good idea to go to Houston, but right now our U.S. visa expired, and we are in the renovation. I can go right now to the United States, but maybe by the end of the year, I will go.
Okay. Well, look, I'm glad you didn't do it this year because finally we get to play in the league together.
We can play together finally.
And I was getting grief for it too, for not drafting live in New York. And I'm still going to go to the event in New York.
Okay.
Like everyone's like, oh, why are you not drafting there? Why are you not drafting there? And literally the reason that I keep telling everyone is because I've been wanting to play in a league.
It's an honor to me that you have done this only to play with us. I appreciate it a lot, man.
We've been talking about it for years, man, and we finally made it happen this year.
Yeah, finally.
I love it. Is there anything that you want to tell people about your podcast or about what you do in the fantasy community?
Okay, all people who wants to watch a Spanish podcast can watch us in Touchdown en Familia is the name, and Facebook and YouTube. And this year we are gonna start with TikToks, Steffi and I.
Ooh, nice.
It's TD en Familia in TikTok.
Nice. I love it. I don't TikTok, but I might have to watch that.
We are gonna be doing some quick videos. Steffi is gonna make some game picks, predictions, and we have a section that is called Father versus Daughter Picks.
Nice.
And every week she's gonna make 3 picks and I 3 picks, and let's see who wins.
So you're gonna take the whole slate and you're gonna pick like your 3 favorite picks, or you're gonna go against each other on 3 specific games?
3 specific games.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. Nice. So now what happens if you both like the same team in that game? Do you have
usually we don't like the same.
That's how the Super Bowl happens, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you should probably just bet on who what Steffi likes.
It's what happened usually, yes.
See, Jonathan says now I can't take Zamir because I have to pass on her because I said I would. So.
Oh yeah.
I love it, man. I think that it's going to be a great experience to draft with you guys, and just having you on the Podathon was special. Being able to draft with you guys is special, and just what you guys do is a testament to that relationship. We have Scott and his son that started a league last year with parents and their children.
Oh yeah,
right?
we played with Scott and Ian.
Nice.
He was great.
I love
Ian
it.
Fishbowl.
Yeah, Fishbowl. Yes.
Yeah.
We played, and this year we are playing together in a Father and Sons division in the Battle of Sex Charity League.
Oh, good.
Very nice. Very
awesome.
Nice.
I absolutely love it. I love what you guys do. I love that you're a part of this together. And really, Steffi, I'm going to say this, right, because I did a little translate here. So, gracias por venir al Podathon y estoy muy emocionado de competir contigo y por favor, ten cuidado conmigo.
Yeah, man, very good Spanish.
So I
Yeah,
told her
we
thanks
will
for coming on the Podathon, and I'm excited to compete with them. And please go easy on me,
especially that last part.
Thanks a lot to you for invite us. We are very fun time, very good time. We have very good time with you, and we are very grateful to play with you, JB, in this year finally.
Yes.
For all your support along this Scotch Fishbowl and all years.
The honor's absolutely mine, man, and I look forward to competing with you both. And I'll let you guys go to sleep because I know it's getting late over there. So,
Okay, thank you, Stephen, Bob. Great to talk with you too, also, and let's prepare for the Scotch Fishbowl.
let's go. Good luck, guys, and I'll see you in the draft room.
See you.
Thanks for joining us.
Right. So I know, Steven, you got to leave after this, and I know, I wanted to wrap up and thank you for hopping in this host chair with me. You know, I love being on here. You and I did a couple of segments together last year also, and it's always fun to be on here with you. And I wanted to take a minute just to acknowledge your work too. I mean, all your behind the scenes stuff, but all your graphics as well. And I mean, we got two guys here that are monsters with the graphics and getting stuff done behind the scenes. So before you ran out, I did want to thank you for everything you did and give you a little spot to talk about what you got going on.
No, greatly appreciate that, JB. It's always good. This has been a fun last 3 hours, just chatting it up, having some power hours, some again packing the stuffy, seeing their bond and everything they've done over fantasy football. That's all great. Again, just the big things. Go buy the merch, the SFB merch. We're raising money for a great cause. Jordan, myself, Bob, just been running through it for. I mean, when did we start, Bob? Almost a year ago. When the movie
we
started.
had the first logo before now.
Yeah. So I mean, it's we haven't started on 15 yet, but it just the fact that
you got.
Well, you haven't told me anything. I'm in the dark over here.
I haven't told anyone anything.
You told me one thing. I don't know if it's true or not, but if it is, like, you just gotta give me a green light.
No, I don't think so. We'll talk off there.
Okay, all right. But yeah, I mean that's the big thing between the Avi makers, the merch, the Podathon, just helping put things together where I can. It's all about just making a difference and being a part of just a great organization with Fantasy Cares and helping out with the fishbowl and everything just goes back to that. And we're actually talking about a t-shirt with what's on the Scott Fishbowl website, talking about being a good person, everything else will follow, and just preaching that moving forward, just working hard, be a good person, everything else will follow. We got the Chicago live draft happening in 2 weeks on the 14th. So that's going to be big. We're moving from 4 to 6 live drafts in Chicago. So nice and big. We got a lot of awesome donations that have come in for that. We're going to raise some money. We got stickers, some Chicago stickers. So very excited to see those come in as well. So just a lot of really cool things, a lot of really cool people. So just looking forward to it all. Just be a part of it wherever you can, whether it's donating, purchasing merch, getting involved. Just make sure that you're getting yourself involved with this if you are a part of it. I mean, if you don't, you're missing out. That's all there is to it.
Yep. And it's a perfect time to remind people, donate at fantasycares.org/podathon. You can also check out the auctions that are live now at fantasycares.betterworld.org. So you can see that scrolling down at the bottom of the screen. But remember that if you donate between now and 9 a.m., you will be entered for a chance to win this autographed Kyron Williams jersey that I'm giving away. So we want to get these donations in. We want to keep building up what we're doing here. It's a great organization. And Steven, I will let you run, but thank you so much for being on here with us, man. Really appreciate you being on and hanging out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure, JB. We'll be back at it tomorrow, bright and early, after we get a couple couple hours of sleep. But also, hey, don't forget auctions happening too. We got Jason Voorhees, we got the Great Hambino, keeping up the movie theme. So check that out as well over at fantasycares.betterworld.org. So
No, we got a
gotta
little
plug
update
that.
to that. It is fantasycares.org/auction.
Oh, look at that. All right.
Even better.
fantasycares.org/auction.
There we go. Go get some sleep, my man. We'll see you nice and early in the morning.
All right. Take care, gentlemen. Have a good one.
All right.
Bob, you gonna hang out?
Well, I saw who's backstage, and if I left, I might get beat up at the expo.
I'm excited for this segment, but I'm going to let us know who it's brought to us by first. So this segment is presented by Dynasty Underdog, a Dynasty football podcast delivering key information about the basics of Dynasty football. New to Dynasty? Dynasty Underdog has you covered and will help you compete with the Sharks. Join at Uriah Dawkins, at Willie Beeman FF, and at Jake Abrams as they keep it real and fun to help listeners avoid common mistakes when playing Dynasty football. There are sharks in the pool. Listen to Dynasty Underdog on all major platforms to navigate the Dynasty waters together. Dynasty Underdog, bite down. And you're right, Bob. This next segment here is one that, I brought my coffee pot down from upstairs to cover this late night shift and keep me awake. And when my wife asked me, how are you going to stay up this late? Like, you're always tired. You're falling asleep on the couch, blah, blah, blah. Like, how are you going to stay up this late and do it? My answer was because Shane comes on at 2 a.m. And when Shane's on, Shane is caffeine in headphones. So I really
That's
don't
what we're
need
calling
the
it nowadays, caffeine.
Well, this is a kid-friendly podcast, so we can't say that it rhymes with schmo schmain. In you know what I mean? There's children watching probably at 2 a.m, maybe.
Possibly.
Maybe.
Probably not. Hopefully not. I would hope there's not children. On the West Coast, though, it's only what?
Midnight.
Thank you. I legitimately did not know that.
No, it's 11.
It's 11.
It's still early. Super early. What's up,
It's
guys?
midnight in Mexico where Pac and Esteffi are. It just turned midnight.
Not much.
I do want to give a shout out to Clay, and I know that he's dealing with some family stuff, and we want to send our heart and prayers out to Clay and his family. He was supposed to join us, but he's got family stuff going on, and we do want to send our love to him and give the screen to Shane, but did want to acknowledge that Clay was supposed to be here and send our love out to him as well. So Shane, we got a half hour with you, my guy. So tell us first, before we get into much, like, where are you drafting in Scott Fishbowl? What position are you in? What division are you in?
Oh, okay. So I'm in the Apollo Creed, Philadelphia Live draft. Those are all words, not in the correct order. And I definitely have the one something. There's definitely a draft pick in the first round. Now, it's not the 101. I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
It's not the 112. So the chances are that it's somewhere in that 110 to 111 meaty part of the draft.
So that's good. You haven't already broken the rules by making a trade.
Let's see. Scott has been kind enough to let me in the league for, I don't know. We'll say 5 years. Say it's 5 years, maybe 6. Who knows? Maybe
6.
longer. 6, sure.
6.
7, 8, 14. I've actually been in it 15 years.
You were definitely in SFB 8.
Probably. Right. That sounds right. And every year I ask for trades, and every year he, first of all, he blocks me on Twitter. So I have to ask him through intermediaries. Because Scott doesn't follow me. He thinks I'm
Hep says you have the 9 pick, Shane.
I have the 9? Awesome.
Hep says.
Hep placed you. He knows where you're at.
I know why. I know I picked that.
Why?
Then when I come back, right? So I love this. The 109 means, help me with math. That's 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. I have the 203 on the way back, or 204 even. One of those.
Math with Shane after dark.
Four.
One of those. Yeah. So I think that's a good low meaty part. I could get both running quarterbacks that I want. Probably.
Like
Maybe.
who? Who are you looking
Well,
for?
I'm guessing Anthony Richardson's probably 101 in a lot of drafts, so he's probably not going to be there. Lamar, people don't like Kyler for some reason, so Kyler probably be there at 109. He's my little short king. So there's a chance that I might go him there. If not, and I'm going running back, even if I have to reach like Rashad White in the first round, just because here's what I've learned. I'm bad at this. The Scott Fishbowl every year. Absolutely atrocious. I think my best finish was I absolutely accidentally made the playoffs one year and was eliminated immediately. So I'm absolutely trash at this. So the point of having a strategy, there is none for me. I'm going to be bad at this. So I'll just
it's down to only have to start one running back, right?
Yeah, but it's PPC, right? We've got a quarter PPC.
Yes.
Right. So it's going to behoove people to get some running backs in their lineup. Now, I understand you only need to start one. And again, anyone thinking about taking my advice, I've made the playoffs once. Scott Fishbowl in, let's see if it's 08, 6 years, 5 years, something like that. There you go. Kyler and Jaden love it. Then I could have both my quarterbacks in a super flex and eat my PPC too, right? Your cake and eat it too. That's really what you want. But I don't think I'll be able to get both those guys, but I would definitely be okay with drafting both of those guys.
So you talked about Anthony Richardson a little bit, and it's not one that people are talking about in the 101 chat, which I'm picking from, but he is, I think, a guy that could finish QB1. So you mentioned him. Tell me a little bit about his upside, especially in this format. Like, what are you thinking about with Richardson?
So I had a great stat the other day. It was on some podcast that I'm not going to give credit to because I don't remember. So I'll just steal it and say that it was mine. So per play, Anthony Richardson led the league in fantasy scoring last year at quarterback. Also, I'm not exactly sure that that's true, but either way, it sounds really good. So if that's true, just extrapolate that 2.5 quarters that he played last year over a full season because that always works. It's never failed. So there's absolutely no way he's not the QB1 in football, right? Yeah. A-Rich, probably the highest ceiling, definitely, especially in my mind when I'm just making up numbers and quoting podcasts that I may or may not have listened to. So I'm all in on Richardson in real life. No kidding. Kidding aside, I love the upside. I'm from Philly, obviously, based on the accent. So I'm a Jalen Hurts guy.
Yes, big Hurts fan.
But if I can't get Jalen Hurts, I'm okay with getting Anthony Richardson in some leagues instead of Hurts. Well, not instead of. I don't want to get like shanked or anything when I go to the Philly draft. But if I can't get Hurts, I can live with getting Anthony Richardson. Yeah, the upside's there. He was just an absolute monster in the hour and a half that he played last year, and it was fun.
Part of why I'm thinking this way is I'm thinking about a stack, right? So if I went Jalen Hurts, I don't think I'm getting AJ Brown on the way back. Like, I don't think he's getting back to me. If I go Richardson, I can pair him with Pittman. I think Pittman gets back to me. So I think that, and it's also contrarian, where like people will take Jalen Hurts there, but probably won't take Richardson there. And Bob, I know you're looking at me like I'm crazy. Like, I think that going contrarian is a way to help differentiate yourself in a large field like this. But I might be crazy for doing it with the one pick, right? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Look, you're playing in a field of, I didn't even see the number of this year. How many is it?
4,000.
Okay.
4,000, right? So it's like a GPP field. In the olden days, that's what they used to call them. I guess they don't call them that anymore. Now they call them fancy names because there's all these like cool bros that play, so they have to call it some like cool ass name instead of a GPP. But anyway, you're in a big field, so yeah, you do want to. I'm going to say separate myself. I can't say the fancy words like you, but yeah, you do want to separate yourself. Now, again, cautionary tale. Last year, to differentiate myself, what I did was I went with Kyler Murray at 101. And Yeah, that didn't go well. Hey, Linda. There's Linda G. But yes, I went with Kyler Murray at 101 last year, so that didn't go well. So it didn't go well at all. Now, partly that's because I got to go on Sirius XM and talk about the picks. So I had to do something that wasn't, obvious, and that didn't work. Didn't work.
You just want to have something to talk about. I get it.
It's 4,000 teams. One team's going to win, so have some fun with it, right? Respect the game. You still got to respect the game. Like, you're not going to go up there and go, well, I'm drafting Michael Pittman in the first round, for example. Or, you don't want to be the guy that's like, oh, how late can I draft a quarterback guy? And that guy always exists, right? And we'll see that when I can't remember anyone's name, the cool guy that puts out all the ADP and it's in pretty little graphs and stuff.
Josh ADHD.
Him. Like, I know it's fun to see your name on Twitter and be like, oh, I was the last one to take a quarterback in round 17 when I took Derek Carr, and you're like, yeah, that's great. You want to get talked about, but not in that way. And there's also the guy that ranks the teams 1 through the end.
Yeah,
that guy, him, dude, also.
Dude. Yep.
Yeah. Sorry,
but I'm glad you mentioned Josh's tool, because we had some breaking news earlier today from Matthew Berry that tool will be on Fantasy Life this year. So that was pretty cool to hear that, and that Josh was getting that platform for it, because it really is. It's a cool tool, and yeah, people use it to see their name there, but like it's really a useful tool to see ADP. Steve had a question for you as an Eagles fan here. Do you have any worry that Hurts is affected by Kelsey retiring?
Yeah, I mean, I might look slow, but I'm not. I'm not stupid. I mean, there's reason to be concerned there, right? I don't want to say he's the best center of all time, but he's a Hall of Fame center. He's a center that ran that offensive line. I mean, he was responsible for all the protections. Definitely responsible for all the protections. Now they drafted a guy a couple years back, planning for this, but again, he's not Jason Kelsey. So yeah, there's concern, but it's mitigated by the fact that the line is still really good. It's mitigated by the fact that you still have AJ Brown, Devonta Smith. You added Saquon Barkley. I think it's a big deal. It's probably a minor deal. You added Will Shipley to the offense. Dallas Goedert's going to be in there for his usual 12 to 13 games, right in that range, because he always gets injured. But I'd be more concerned if AJ Brown goes down. Then I'd be really concerned. If Devonta Smith goes down, I'd be a little more concerned. I love Jason Kelsey. I'm a little concerned. I think Jalen Hurts rushing touchdowns were going to go down anyway with Saquon Barkley there. But his rushing yards could go up. I mean, I don't know if anyone noticed last year. They did a lot of tush pushing, which is fun to talk about, right? Really fun to talk about. But it sucks for your rushing average because you're running for about 1.5 feet every rushing attempt. And it's cool you get first downs. And yeah, you do get some touchdowns sometimes, but I would like to see Jalen on some long runs. Not all the time, because I don't want my quarterback to get murdered. Not that much of a sadist. So I'm a little worried. I'd be a fool not to say that I'm not. But it's probably a bigger concern that he's another new offense to deal with. Although that could be a good thing, considering how bad the offense looked last year. So,
do you think the addition of Saquon is going to help him or hurt him? Because you mentioned obviously it'll take away some of the rushing touchdowns, but it might also take eyes off of him in the backfield too. Do you think it's going to help or hurt him in fantasy and in real life?
Man, I am not smart enough for real NFL stuff, but I got to think defensive coordinators can't be silly enough to take their eyes off of Jalen Hurts just because Saquon Barkley, who's been outside of his quads, which are phenomenal and absolutely extraordinary. Outside of that, he's been pretty average. There's advanced statistics. Thank you. There you go. I used that word correctly.
Got it.
Advanced stats that show that he's nothing more than an average running back. Now, that was behind a New York Giants line that wasn't great. And Barkley's now going behind a line that made Miles Sanders look like a not an all-pro, but whatever they call their Pro Bowlers, Pro Bowler 2 years ago. And we saw what Sanders looked like in Carolina last year. So, yeah, at the end of the day, a good offense is good for the quarterback, right? We'd prefer that. So overall, it's a good thing. There's probably going to be weeks where, you know, instead of getting me a 40-point week where Hurts was rushing for 3 touchdowns that week, Saquon's going to steal one of those, and I'm not going to feel great inside. But overall, I have a feeling that it'll balance out. Maybe he'll finish similar to where he did last year, which I believe was like QB 2 or 3 overall. And everybody's talking like he's terrible. As an aside, what is wrong with every freaking podcast? It's 2:00. I'm trying not to curse because there's a reason I was put on at 2:00. I've been banished from the normal hours of the day due to my language and inappropriate comments. So I'm trying my best here. Every podcast I listen to, fantasy, I'm worried about Hurts. I'm worried about Hurts. Well, you should worry about other things in life. Like, stop being that stupid. Worry about other things, dude. This is a quarterback that's been no worse than QB3 every year that he started. I don't hear people saying I'm worried about Josh Allen. Josh Allen throws up YOLO balls. Josh Allen's accuracy wasn't great, but for some reason we worry about Jalen Hurts. I don't remember what we were talking about, but I just wanted to go on a tangent of that because I'm tired of listening. I can say the F word. So the F word, I listened to another podcast the other night, and I won't mention them because I'm not giving anyone free pub. Screw those guys. But if you want to sponsor me, I'll wear your t-shirt on the next Trades and 5 stream, which is awesome. But listening to a podcast where they had him like nearly 10th, ranked as QB 10 in Dynasty Fantasy Football. I'm like, what are we doing here? What are you doing? Stop it. Just stop it. But anyway, I don't know what we were talking about.
Well, Hurts is my dynasty team quarterback, and I traded for him before last season and made the Super Bowl. So I'm all in on the Hurts train with you, bro.
Why did you say my dynasty? How many dynasty leagues are you in?
No, it's just the 40-man roster, 32 team league. It's a pretty crazy league where I have to decide on which defensive tackle to start each week. So like when I say my dynasty team, like that's the one that's like my weird like defensive player start 11 on each side. Like it's complicated and I love it, but that's the one where I have him.
I hear you. So I'm in 31 dynasty leagues. I mean, there was a point where I was at like 50 something and I was like, this is way too much. Like, no. So, you know, those people that like vape now to get off of cigarettes. That's me. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, I'm in 31 leagues. Like, it's still going to kill me. It's just going to kill me in a different way. But yeah, I cut down from 55 to 30.
Yeah, it's more direct when you cut down. And you just have people you know yelling at you rather than people you didn't know.
Exactly.
I agree.
But yeah, you gotta be in more than one league. One league is just amateur. You know, I'll say this. Quit all your redraft leagues because you're too many, Linda. 31 is too many. But look, I don't have a big social life or what do you call that? Friends. So what I do is play fantasy football to fill that void. It's not working, but that's what I try to do.
No, and I do like I am cutting some of my redraft leagues, and I say it every year. I need to cut down on redraft leagues, and I know that I'm cutting down on a few this year. And Bob, I got to get in some of those with you and Bosch. Like I know that there are some fun dynasty leagues that I'm missing out on, so I know I got to start dipping my toe further into that water. And there are a couple. That's just my main one. Like I'm in one that Hoove started last year with a bunch of people from the industry. So I am in a couple of more, but I need to get in some of those fun ones that you and Bosch do, Bob.
So Rich Cooling, 50 leagues. 50. Yeah. I don't know how many of those are best ball and how many are lineup. But yeah, I have 31, 32 it'll be. Redraft is for redraft. I've likened this before. Redraft is like dating. Dynasty is like marriage. I don't know what the next evolution of that, like what divorce is, but that's probably after too many dynasty leagues. Really.
That's daily.
Yeah,
daily fantasy
daily.
That's divorce. You've learned your lesson. Let's just go one day at a time. Yeah.
Herms is in there age shaming me, or age. I guess he's not age shaming me, but he's saying he's young. So I think he's showing off. Herms is young. Herms will be at the expo, I'm assuming, right? Divorces
Divorces
Debbie.
Debbie.
Okay. So, and I don't know what campus to Canton is. That is your second marriage, I guess, at that point. Like you're that much of a degen. You're like, oh, this was terrible, but let me try it again. Like those people. And if any of those people are watching or watch this later that have been married more than once, no, I mean to offend you. I don't know why you would continue to make.
That's the definition of insanity.
Again, people are sadists and some people like pain. Yeah. Just keep doing the wrong thing over and over again. But whatever.
Keep doing the same thing over and over. That's insanity.
Don't even like if you're gonna get married again for a second time, just marry the same person at that point. But whatever. Sorry. I'm gonna stop giving relationship advice. I'm
That's probably not. Yeah, that's probably. Yeah. This is not a dating show.
No.
Do not take that advice to.
No, I would take a lot of my advice with a grain of salt. JB, I'm sorry. I cut you off. I started wandering all over the place. What were we talking about?
No, we were talking about a lot of different things, man. But I do want to ask you about, you mentioned Trades in 5 earlier. I want you to be able to talk about that for the people here at 2:20 in the morning that might not know what Trades in 5 is. So let us know what you're doing over there.
Yeah, that's a excuse me, a little podcast. Nope, we don't do podcasts. Yep, that is also in podcast form. It's a YouTube show, actually live every Tuesday. It started off as a 5-minute trade show where myself, Scott Connor, and Clay Dynasty Trades in 5 is his correct last name. We would just do a quick trade, talk about players for 5 minutes. That would be the whole show. And then people were like, well, why don't you do more of this? All right. So now we do it, Tuesday night stream. We also spend a lot of our time, in our Discord with our Patreon members. But for the free folk, as they call it on Game of Thrones, we do the YouTube on Tuesdays, 8:30. And like I said, the 5-minute shows come out, I think every Thursday now. They're recorded, so every Friday or so. Yeah.
And we got BK here as a fan. Rory here as a fan.
Yeah. So Linda, here's a funny thing, right? So my son, my youngest, I actually have put him in charge of, he's doing Trades in 5. I'm sorry, Clay does Trades in 5 on TikTok. But so I also have a show on Destination Debbie. Since the other two guys aren't here, I'll just talk about me. But I also have a show on Destination Debbie, Shane says, and I have my son doing TikToks for me and Instagram reels and other stuff. I pay him really badly. So I don't want anyone to know what I pay him because I really am underpaying the kid. But he's 12, I think, or 13. He's one of those two ages. So whatever, it's all free money to him. So yeah. Trades in 5 Tuesdays, Thursdays we release a show. We do all types of roster reviews, myself and Scott. So it's good stuff. Nice. It's fun stuff.
Nice.
It's a little more blue than this. Again, I'm trying to rein it in this year. I don't want to continue to curse on a stream where we're trying to raise money for children to get presents. So, not this year. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we got a new sub there. And I appreciate you being here. And well, look, we do love Wild and Crazy Shane, but tone down Shane's been spitting some nice info in this half hour, man.
So one of the things I've always done in life, and I found as a good defense, is if you don't let people know that you're, I don't want to say smart because that sounds self-indulgent, I'm too full of myself, right? But you can fool or you can hide intelligence and humor. People don't see it coming, and that's important in fantasy football, dynasty football. People think that you might be not as quick as them until they look up and they're like, wait, this dude's got all the good players and we have trash, and he continues to smack us in the face with his trades that are awesome. And we love you, Shane. You are our king. I mean, that's what you want at the end of the day, is just people falling at your feet and, worshiping you.
I remember, if I remember correctly, a couple of years ago, your Podathon segment was about like bed sheets and mattresses, and
that was yeah. There's a reason again that I'm on at 2 a.m. I I don't think I've cursed yet during this half an hour, which is
No, I am completely impressed.
It hurts.
We had some rough ones early on this evening, but
really God. Well, you did have hot sauce on.
we
So
had hot
Larry.
sauce and we had another one that was a little more towards prime time.
Oh, well, see, I missed that. I was out at a party, so I'm gonna have to watch that back. If someone could tell me
We're around 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, I'll check back at 8. Okay. All right,
No.
maybe next year I get their slot and just kick them to 2 a.m. and then they'll learn. You gotta, sometimes you just gotta show people like you can't be up here acting a fool all the time. All right, we're adults here. There's children that we're gonna make watch this, right? That's part of the. That's what we don't
do that.
As part of the Toys for Tots. I thought
That's only segment
deliver
one.
I thought we'd give them this video and we're like, you have to watch the Podathon if you want your presents. We don't do that.
Well, we are a lot more than just Toys for Tots now, too.
Well, yeah, true. Well, for the Toys for Tots section of it, I'm assuming you forced the children to watch the Podathon, right?
Yes.
In real
Yes.
time. Or
I mean-
at least make them sit down and watch it all in one sitting.
Yes, and then we hand them a toy.
There you go. As it should be.
Yeah.
Bob, I'm
But
glad
yeah,
you
I
said
have-
that.
I have my SFB shirt. All right. I got it. Made sure. 820.
And we didn't even have to pay him to wear that.
No. And as I was sitting here in the back and you guys were pitching the fantasy care stuff, I said I should probably wear the Scott Fishbowl t-shirt because this would be a good time to wear it, right? Really good time to wear it.
It's that time of year.
Yeah. The hats are dope. The hats are dope.
I'll tell you, some of the ones I made this year came out
Bob,
really good.
this is my favorite hat ever,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a really cool hat.
This
That's all of
one
them.
hasn't been released yet, but
nice.
I like that.
Nice.
What you should sell that one signed. Specifically that one.
Well, I'm going on Thursday, so I'm gonna wear it.
Nice. Dude, I love this hat. I got it a couple of
Yeah.
days ago, just in time for the Podathon. Obviously matches my shirt, but like I said it earlier, anytime I wear black, this is my hat now. Like I love this hat. It's so well made that the logo is great. And it's just such a comfortable hat too. You got the black and the white, you got the flex fit. Like this is one of your best creations, Bob, and you've come up with a lot of good ones. But this, I think, is one of your best creations.
Well,
Now, Bob,
I mean, I might, huh?
let me ask you this. There's a rumor that I'm starting that these hats are actually made by the children that are getting the presents from Toys for Tots.
I will not confirm nor deny.
But you like whatever, labor is cheap. Like I just told you, I underpay my 12-year-old son, so I'm fine with that. I'm just saying that's the rumor.
Yeah,
I'm also
it would make sense. I mean, I am kind of working on something that not too many people might have seen.
Ooh.
Is that a phone case?
It is a phone case.
Now, are you going to do Android or are you just going to be a douchebag and just do Apple?
All of them.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a favor? Can you do it with like a little kickstand thing?
No, they don't. They don't have it. They don't offer it.
Because I really don't. I don't love my case. Like it's very plain and
So-
whatever. It has the magnet thing that I like. But the kickstand is clutch when you want to watch something.
Exactly. I mean,
why don't you watch
They're
television?
regular cases. They're through the print shop, but they're fun.
I like it. You know what? Maybe I'll rock it on my work phone because my work
I
phone
like
don't
that
really
too.
use it, so.
Well, you think about it. Everyone has their phone for like 2 years, right? So every 2 years, you need a new one.
Yep.
You need a new case.
So when's that case coming out?
Maybe I'll do it tomorrow or today. Today, it's like 3 a.m. Right?
So I can order it now?
No, I haven't activated it.
Well, that's not cool. Well, can you activate it while we're on here? Like some breaking news?
Breaking
news. Breaking news at 2:30 in the morning. That is when you're supposed to drop it on your Twitter line, right?
Yeah. Dude, look, the fantasy football show, they just finished their draft in Vegas, right? It's only 11:30 in Vegas, right? Is that how time
Nice.
works? 4 hours?
No.
3 hours? 12:30?
Vegas started this morning.
Well, they just finished their drafts apparently, so they must have been
Oh, they
getting
kept going.
hammered. Yeah.
Wow. Well, Shane, I know we're up against it. We got another guest coming on at 2:30, but man, I really enjoyed this. I was looking forward to chopping it up with you to begin with. And even toned down Shane was a lot of fun, and it's always good to talk to you, man. I think that you shared a lot of good stuff with us. You might have helped me make my pick at 101 because I was considering Hurts there, and now you might have made me lean there a little bit more. So I appreciate you taking the time to be on with us, and good luck to you, my friend.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you guys, and really awesome. You guys putting in the hard work right here. Not like those glory boys doing it during the day hours. Get out of here, weaklings. No, it's really cool.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
It's your day off.
I was supposed to be in Fort Lauderdale today.
Oof.
I was going to go to that draft.
Well, just go now. Just go now. Traffic will not be
You
bad.
want me to do the phone first, or you want me to?
Well, come on. You just have to activate button and then drive.
I'm literally setting it right now, and we're going to start with the one that looks like the stickers.
So now, thank you guys, and anyone watching, if you haven't donated, go donate because, well, it's for good stuff, and you can pretend you're a good person for those 4 minutes that it takes you to donate, and then go back to being just a horrible human being, but be like, hey, I donate money, so I'm an okay person.
Thanks so much, Shane. Good to see you, my man.
All right. Thank you, guys. Later.
All right.
So this is my last half hour, Bob. Like I thought it was going to be rough.
Russ is going to be surprised when I activate this.
Are you doing it? Are you doing it right now?
Yeah, I'm just setting it right now.
Ooh, exciting!
It's published.
Stuff.
It's in there.
2:30 in the morning. Exciting stuff, guys. Look at that. You're seeing this on the PM shift, right, Diaz? On the PM shift. Where that? Oh, this is a good idea. Look, Siegel said you should come to the NYC Live, Bob. But I don't think you can because
I can. When is it? That's
the
next
14th.
Yeah, I will still be in Disney.
13th.
I'm in Disney from the 4th the 4th to the 15th.
Nah, boo.
Every year.
Well,
I'm usually down there for the Podathon.
Yeah, that's right. You have been the last couple of years, right?
But it's because it's a week later, and we're a week earlier this year. I'm home.
You're right. Well, it allowed you to be on with us at 2:30 in the morning.
I'll be at the Orlando draft next weekend.
Oh, cool. Nice. I want to bring on the guy that we have here for the next segment because I'm glad I get to close my segment with him because this is a guy who, again, through this tournament, through this fantasy football community, I've become friends with. It's a guy that I really enjoy interacting with. And, we talk about the fantasy cares. We talk about the charity component of this. And he has his own charity league that he does, and charity is really important to him too. So I want to bring my man Murph to the stage and say, welcome into the late shift, my friend. How are you?
What do you mean the late shift? I've heard all this hating from Shane about the 2:30 shift, right? I'm telling you right now, the winner of the Scott Fish Bowl is watching right now because you have to be a very, very specific sort of degenerate to be watching this at 2:30 in the morning your time. So, and it's the hard grind. It's the hours, the payoff. So whoever is watching now, the winner is watching right now. I'm telling you.
Does that include us? Do we count?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't even know if I'm eligible.
You are. We'll clear it. You are definitely, Bob. And Bob, when you go to Disney next week, say hi to the guy playing Goofy and just tell him that you met the guy who played Goofy at Magic Kingdom for one day in 2002 and got fired.
Why does that not surprise me?
I don't know. I'm just telling you that I got fired from Disney for playing Goofy for one day.
I want to know why, but I don't know if I want to know why.
No, you could know why. It's a pretty funny / not so funny story. So I used to work at Disney as a part-time job. I lived in Orlando, right? So for nearly 6 years, and I'm getting a lot of love right now. This is really kind. And,
so much love.
And so I worked on the churros stand, and then my girlfriend at the time played Chip and Dale. because they didn't have two short people to do both. So she played both in alternate roles, right? She was quite short. And so she got me a job. Like basically, the guy who was supposed to play Goofy was sick, and they didn't have anyone else that fit the suit that worked on the stand. So I was like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. And I had no training, right? And I said, look, what do I have to do? It's like, look, just do the photo part. We'll cancel the show, the parade, everything. You just got to walk around and pose for photos. So like, I could do that. Let me tell you, that thing is hot. And it's in Orlando and it's hot. It's not good. So I was sweating. And I was like, okay. Now, there's some like tape. Well, we'll go back 20 years. There's some tape lines in on the ground in certain parts of the park before they lead to staff access areas. And so once you get past that part, you're out of the visibility of the public. And I mistook the tape lines and took the hat off a little early.
Oh.
And someone reported it. And that was the end of me at Disney. And then I went to go work at Planet Hollywood at City Walk by Universal Studios. And just made more money doing tips there as a really crap waiter. So, you know.
And you didn't have to wear a costume.
Listen, everybody gets fired from a job. It's fine. And you'll always land on the feet. You too can go from a Disney character to being a waiter at City Walk in Planet Hollywood. Shoot high, kids. Shoot high.
I love it. And I love the mug that you're drinking from. Hold that up, buddy.
I got this for you. This isn't my normal drinking mug. This is a Tom Brady Tampa. It's actually repping Bucks UK.
Nice.
I deliberately got this out of the cupboard for you. I have a much bigger cup because I have to drink a lot more coffee. But I thought I'm with my boy JB and we bond over Tampa. You've got all the Tampa swag in the background. I was like, I don't have any of mine up. It's all in things because we're still sorting out this room. So I was like, I'll just bring this. This will do.
I love it. I love it. Funny enough, the mug that I grabbed for this night shift was for Bob. And I hope that Bob would be on because this was one from last year, a Scott Fishbowl 13. That I still rock, and I drink from this all the time, and I had to bring it out.
And
That's
Bob's
my second
mug.
one.
Oh, I was hoping it was going to be like a pickle mug in tribute to Scott.
No, I just drink straight from the bottle.
I love it. Murph, what division are you in this year, and what pick do you have?
I am in the Maverick division, which I'm absolutely stoked about. I have an amazing division. Absolutely legendary division with some absolute. I mean, like it is stacked. My division. So I have the 1-4, which I like picking in that range. I picked at the 1. I think I picked at the 1-3 last year. I can't remember. It did pretty well, so I like picking in that range. You got enough time to kind of think. You don't have to pressure the 101 because I always find the 101. Has anyone ever won the Scott Fishbowl from the 101? That's what I want to know.
If not, I will this year. So I got
there you go. Well, you're on now, so I've already called it. Someone watching now is going to win it, and I can't wait for someone to clip that little segment. Say, see, I told you. This strange English bloke predicted that I was going to win, and yeah, I did. Yeah, so I'm picking at the 1-4. My division is stacked. So I've got Zach, the creator of the Scott Fishbowl cocktail, in my division, also repping from Orlando. He's hosting the Orlando draft, I believe. I've got Scott Fishbowl 9 runner-up, Tommy Garrett in my division. I've got Jay Stein, who was on earlier. I got Dynasty Coach, he was on earlier as well. So, like, there's loads of people that are in. There you go. He's there now.
So he wants to know what your strategy is, Murph.
Oh, yeah. My strategy is really simple. Get absolutely blind hammered for like the 10 days the draft is going to take and just pick. No, I'm joking. I'm not allowed to drink anymore. My strategy is pretty simple. I'm going to take a team that is going to rank in the bottom 200 to keep trade cut and finish in the top 200. That's what happened last year. That's what happened when I did it a couple of years ago. It's going to happen this year. I like picking variance picks. I have no problem in this format. Like everyone talks about like trade value or ADP value. ADP value in this is just it's a mass tournament. You've got to go get your guys. I reached for Debo Samuel in the 3rd round last year. That worked really well. I reached for Evan Ingram. I reached for Travis Etienne. I have no problem reaching for guys who I think are a high variance play in this format. If you have a tier system, if you have a point system, take your guys off your rankings, even if they're out of ADP sync. Don't trust that they're going to come back to you on ADP. One, the ADP is going to be out of whack. There's not going to be that many drafts before we start. Yeah. And two, if you've got them ranked there for a reason and you trust your convictions, then just pull the trigger. Like, it doesn't matter, because the worst thing you want to do is have a guy and lose him. So I had Samuel as wide receiver 7 in this format last year, and I took him at like wide receiver 8. So, but he went 2 rounds above ADP. Keep trade cut didn't like it. I don't really care. And I think that's it. I think people are too scared to perhaps reach. Be like, I'm giving away the value. There's no value to be given away in this tournament. Everyone in this tournament is a degenerate, is a shark, is smart. They've done the research. They're watching. They're getting all the insights. So for me, I'll be taking guys off my sheet in pretty much in order, and I won't even look at the ADP. Won't bother me in the slightest. I'll look at it just from a general feel of where like positions are going, but actual players, I won't really zero in on it. It doesn't mean anything.
No, and I mentioned that before because I'm picking from the 1 spot, and I know that I'm going to have to reach for players, because if there's guys that I want, they're not getting back to me with that long stretch of players between my picks. So I want to ask Bob, because Bob's draft, I believe, is the last draft of the tournament, right? So with that, what Murph just said about ADP, not having much, to go off of, you're going to have much to go off of. Does that affect your strategy?
No, not at all. It really doesn't. So the last 3 years we've had this is the 3rd year of the Boston Live. And I literally would draft from looking at the stickers. I'm usually not gonna find anyone that anyone is not already found in the Boston draft, because there is a lot of sharks in my division, especially.
Can I just ask a question? Because I know that Rich Cooling of Fantasy Sanctuary is watching. I've already seen his comment come up. So, and this is for him. Him and I are particularly, him more so than me, are particularly important about sticker etiquette. Is there a fine system in place in the Boston draft if there's an overlapping, if someone does something stupid like in the London draft last year where they put the sticker in upside down? Like, if not, are you going to be the man implementing that fine system? Because I find this might be a really good way of boosting that total for Fantasy Cares even more by anyone that doesn't stick it inside the lines.
There's a $5 fine that you donate right to Fantasy Cares.
Love it.
And I'll tell you, one of the best in the business for putting a sticker on a board is Doug Eddy at the Boston Live. First year we had the live, they finished all 22 rounds, and it was perfect form in the sticker placement. The other groups were not so good, but they learned the lesson when they were donating back to Fantasy Cares.
I like it. That's a good way, to your point, Murph, to get that total up. And hey, people should be penalized for that, right? Organizations,
especially if they're donating £5 over $5,
Yeah, well, to be honest, the way that the exchange rate's going, it's probably going to be about equal soon enough. I used to live in Florida when it used to be a 2-to-1 rate, which was great. Yeah. Look, we've turned this into an economics pod.
We did math with Jane. Now we got economics.
That's what you get at 2:45 in the morning. It's awesome. I saw someone in the comments ask me about who my guys are, and I feel like I should promptly look at this. And I really, the simple answer is the guys that are going to help you win. But in actuality, for me, I mean, the ones that score points, the ones I like that are, I guess you could get, the ones I'd be reaching for reaching for because I love what I think they're going to do. Anthony Richardson. I think basically I'm all in on a Colts stack. I think if you can grab a Pittman, a Taylor, a Richardson, and with Shane Steichen, we've seen what he's done in the league for years. In this sort of format, they're the kind of outliers. I think all of them are priced too low on ADP. So I'd definitely be looking at getting in on some of those. I know there's a bit of hate for Kyron Williams and this thought of Blake Corum. I'm not worried about Blake Corum. You've basically drafted the same guy as you had. Yeah, I love that. Whew.
We're giving this away.
JB.
We're giving this away.
Are you? Wow. When are you giving it away?
Anybody who donates between now and 9 a.m. gets entered for a chance to win this. So if you like it, go make your donation.
There we go. I'm a big fan of Kyron Williams, and I just think people love Blake Corum, and like that's great. But they drafted the same guy, pretty much the same metrics. It's almost like drafting. He's not going to do anything different to what Kyron Williams does. So I'm not worried about him. For me, I've already talked about Pittman. I think Pittman is way too low on people's boards. So I'm quite happy to scoop him up. I think Debo's too low on boards. I'm quite happy to scoop him up. But I think I think the big worry here, and I think from a strategy play, not a worry, but I think for me, I'd be looking at you're going to have to get running backs in quite early. I think there is a significant teardrop outside of. I think you got two. You got the elite guys. Then you have a good set of guys, and I think once that sort of 15 or so go off the board, you're then sort of having to wait, and then you're just going to have to try and find the value laid on in the draft. So I think I'm not saying you necessarily hammer it and start RB, right? And I don't think you can because you're going to need the quarterbacks, but I think once the sort of 15, 17 RBs go off the board, I think you're then going to have to really go mining. And I think that's where you hit the other position. So if you can walk away with, two top quarterbacks, two of those top 17 running backs, and then you hammer the other positions, I think you're probably going to be in good stead to build a decent team that will make a deep run in the tournament. And then, for me, I guess if you're looking for those later guys, I like the likes of Tajay Spears, Jalen Warren. I think those guys. I think Kamara is too cheaply priced, and then I know there's some concerns about how great he is, but they haven't really addressed any of the positional needs. I think he's got one more decent year in him. I think Dowdle is a good late price in this sort of format. I think Ford is a good late price in this sort of format. Gus Edwards, he's going to start the year as the starter. These guys are going outside the top 30 at the position. I think those are the kind of guys that you can pick up late and try and hammer and build a nice, Vidal at the Chargers as well. You think he might usurp towards the end. I think, for the running back position, there is a good late round, or not late round, but later value outside those top 15, 17 guys. So, draw a line and then pick those guys up later to supplement your roster. Because there's plenty of wide receiver depth. Once you go outside of the elite, it's pretty flat in what you're going to get from a scoring perspective for quite a while. So you can hammer that. So if you can build your roster with a good core of running backs, you get your running backs, you get your quarterbacks in as your staples. You put a couple of tight ends in there, and then you just hammer wide receiver late. Go from there. I think you're going to do really well. So that's what I'm saying. I think don't reach for the value at RB because it's not there. Once you go outside of those top 17 guys, pull away for a while. Oh, Russ is here.
Hey, nice mug, Russ.
Good night. Still, what is this time? I've never woken up for this time.
Russ has heard that the winner is watching right now, and he's like, I have to be on. That's it.
Russ, I don't know what happened. I was just sitting here. Next thing I knew, I was on the screen, and then it was great guest after great guest after great guest, and I haven't left.
That's what this does, man. That's what this Podathon does. It's been great guest after great guest pretty much all day. This Podathon started hot, and shout out to Mike, man. Mike did a great job scheduling everybody, getting this all together, but really we had so many great guests all day, all night, into the next morning. I don't even know what time it is for Murph right now, but like
it's nearly 8 a.m. It's good. It's sunlight coming through. We're fine.
I love it.
It's real lifetime for him. It's not 2:49. Like what again? Like I don't know. Like I've never woken up for 2:49 a.m. Like I've been awake at 2:49 a.m. in my younger days.
You should have brought your coffee pot into your room. Yeah. I love it.
Russ, you must have done because you must have gone on holiday at 2:49. Like you must have got up to go on holiday for like a 6 a.m. flight, surely.
I'm gonna have to go do some research. I'll be right back. That sounds like something I would do, but it also sounds like something I would never want to do.
I'm going to introduce you now to a great English custom, right? So the great English custom is you get a flight, like one of the really early flights again, the 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock flights, because then that way you get the whole day. It's like you're stealing a day from the travel companies, right? And no one typically likes to fly, so it's actually quite a cheap time to fly. So what you do is you get up at like 2 a.m, and then you get yourself to the airport. And here we have bars that drink, they're open all night. You get yourself a pint. So we have a bar. It's called Weatherspoons. I used to work for said establishment in my first career of running pubs. So, I guess second career after ruining Goofy for a lot of folks at Disney. Rush, you'll have to go back, and I'm not telling the story again. So yeah, you get yourself into the pub for 5 a.m. and you drink. You have to sink at least 3 pints before you get on the plane.
Oh God!
At 5 a.m. and you have a big breakfast while you're at it. So breakfast and a pint, 5:30 in the morning. The folks that are watching from England are just nodding me right now, like, yeah, that's what we'll do. Yeah. That's just normal. So I'm letting the rest of the world into this. So just that's the tradition. So yeah, next time you book a holiday, 6, 7 a.m. flight, bring the kids, introduce them to beer early. I'm sure it'll be fine. Don't worry about the liquor laws. I'm sure the liquor laws are, as long as they don't buy it, it'll be okay.
This is America. Just give them a Budweiser and it's fine.
Yeah, you can have bangers and eggs at Heathrow.
There you go.
There you go. You just get
Actually,
yourself.
I've been thinking about, like, I have 6 o'clock. We've done 6 o'clock flights, but still, I live like 40 minutes from a major airport, so we would leave at like 4 a.m. Like we wouldn't need to be up now. You pack the night before, you wake up literally 4 minutes before you need to leave, carry the kids, throw them in a car, and go. Never.
Nobody wants to go to Newark early, so like I don't blame you for that. I will say this: I think the last time I stayed up this late was when we left early for our honeymoon, and we didn't pack until the night before, and we were packing and unpacking and packing and unpacking all night, and weighing suitcases, and of course my wife's overpacking and her suitcases 57 pounds, and then we got to unpack and remove a bunch of stuff, and it's still 53 pounds, and we're removing more stuff, and by the time we finally finished packing, the Uber was outside and it was time to go. So I think that was the last time I was up this late.
That's cute that you were married in a time where Uber existed.
I was just
Aren't you like 50 years old that you just,
Hey, I'm only 40. Sal's 50.
It's fun to make someone sound older than they really are.
Wow. I didn't think I'd be the youngest one on here, but there you go. You look better than me for 40, JB.
I appreciate you, brother. How old are you?
I'm 39. I've got 40 next year.
You're right there. You're right
there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm 42. Bob's like 49 and a half. Not quite at the 50 yet. Actually, I have no idea how old Bob is. Bob is one of those mystery people where if you told me he was 37, I'd be like, you're a little rough for 37. But if you told me he was 47, you're like, yeah, you look pretty good for 47.
I'm weathered.
We call that an uphill paper round here in England.
I'm weathered.
You had an uphill paper round. If you're looking weathered, you had an uphill paper round. If you, if you're a little bit sort of more fresh faced like you, JB, your paper round was downhill.
Nice.
JB had a downhill paper round. Basically, you didn't do any bloody work.
Murph, I only got about 5 more minutes with you, and I want to ask you 2 questions before you go. So I'm going to ask you the first one quickly. You mentioned Anthony Richardson before. Compare him to Jalen Hurts for me, because I feel like right now that's where I'm at my pick, and I want to know. I want some help in deciding between the two of them.
I think if I'm sitting at the 101, as much as I love Anthony Richardson, it kind of depends on your appetite, right? So I think in these, just loving at Bob's back.
Yeah, changing to the Overlook Hotel is just great for me right now. Like that. I thank
Would
you.
you like a
Bob.
room?
So
Pick
I
what you
think
want.
I think for me, I'm just concerned with what's going on in Philly. We saw what happened. The wheels came off the tail end of last season. Listen, they have Saquon, so they might stabilize a little bit better. But I think that the secret's out on Philly. Unless they do something radical, I think everyone knows how to play against them. We saw them come to Ray J and in the playoffs, and they were abysmal. That might be one of the worst playoff performances I've seen from a team. Like they made Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers look like a Super Bowl winning team, and it was, and I mean, it was horrible to watch. And I think the secret is out on them, and I'm concerned that unless they do something radical, teams know how to play against them and contain them. I mean, if you look at AJ Brown's start last season, he had, what was it, like 100-yard games in 6 of the first 9 weeks of the season, and I don't think he had another one for the rest of the season. Like they've adjusted to the tape. So unless there's something in the preseason, which we're not going to know, I think Hurts has got the safest floor. But this is a tournament where you're trying to win, right? You can't go floor plays in this tournament. You've got to reach. And there's a world for me where I see Richardson outperforming Jalen Hurts this year. I'm not saying I'm going to make that an even money favorite, but I'm sitting here thinking, I see a world where I see Anthony Richardson and Shane Steichen put it all together and outperform Jalen Hurts. I think in terms of fantasy football, not in terms of actual quarterback ability. But, for me, I'd still probably take Josh Allen at the 101. I just think, he's been the QB1 the last couple of years. I know the running quadrants are going to give you some extra points here, but I think Josh Allen, there's enough there for me. People are sleeping too much on the fact that there's less talent there. I mean, it's not like Stephon Diggs was lighting it up last year. It's not like they've all of a sudden seen a massive downgrade in that offense because Stephon Diggs has left. People forget how terrible he was. So I would probably, if I had the 101 pick, I'd be taking Josh Allen. But I tell you what, at 104, and I think Richardson's there at the 104. I'm smashing it. I'm probably smashing him at the 103. I'm not taking Mahomes in this format, not this year. The only other player I'd probably take over Richardson is Lamar Jackson. So I'd feel pretty confident having Allen, Jackson, and Richardson, and then I'd probably go Hurts I'd probably go Hurts in this format. If I was playing like a dynasty, or if I was playing a different format with less variance, I'd probably take Hurts just because of the stability of the floor. But 3,000, 5,000 people, I don't know how many people are in it this year, 20,000, 50,000, I don't know how many people are in it this year. You're not going to win this tournament playing safe. You've got to just take your shots. And if you're anyway intrigued in the ceiling of Anthony Richardson, you've got to plump for him. And at 101, it'll be very bold, but I can see a return for you there.
All right. I appreciate that. And I am kind of a bold guy, so I might still do it. I'm still thinking about it. But I did want to wrap up with you. There's only a couple minutes left. And I know, for me personally, it's great to see you back. I know you took a little hiatus for a little while. And, I missed you. And I know a lot of people missed you. I think you could see by the welcome that you got in the chat when you started here how much everybody loves you. You're a guy who is a fan favorite around here. And not only do you spit good content, but you're just a genuine good dude, man. And I wanted to give you a minute to talk about your fantasy league as well and get some people that might not know about it to sign up for it.
Well, yeah, I greatly appreciate it. So, last year 2023 was the worst year of my life. I got diagnosed with ulcerative colitis. If you don't know what it is, it's very similar to Crohn's. It's more about the location of where it is in the bowel. I will probably lose my large intestines, my large bowel as a result of this disease. It will probably go out in the next 1 to 2 years. I have a really severe form of it. And that's fine. You can live without your bowel. It's not a big problem. So when that happens, it happens. I'll live with a stoma bag, and that'll be me. And then I'll be fighting fit. So that's where I made the joke earlier. If I can't drink anymore, it's because of this disease. And it's a pretty horrible disease. It affects millions of people worldwide. You'd be amazed at how many people have this disease. And so linking onto that, and also there's some people like, where's my personal Twitter handle go? I had some pretty wild abuse for a while. I was sharing some content about bullying online, and I got a lot of basically got some death threats, which for my family is not. It's for me, I'm okay. I've been bullied my whole life for my hair color and stuff like that. But for my family to read that was pretty sickening. So I took a break from Twitter, and Elon has introduced this really horrible thing. So you can say you want to deactivate for like up to 12 months and reactivate your profile. That's a lie. Even if you click that, it's 30 days. I came on like 35 days and all my handle and everything was all disappeared. So I lost like all my followers. So I'm on the @5YearRush handle. So if you're following me on Murph_NFL, I reclaimed that handle, but I lost all my followers on there. So if you're following me @Murph_NFL, follow me @5YearRush, and I'll interact with you on there. Luckily, I had most of my friendships and that on there. And then the charity league I run is the Fantasy Football Challenge Cup. It's in its 6th year. I was inspired by Scott. And when I got in the Scott Fishbowl, so I did Scott Fishbowl 8, where I was in Scott Fishbowl 9, I was like, right, we got to do one for the UK. This would be an amazing thing to do. And I did it as a bracket style. So it's a pure knockout competition from the beginning. Because inspired by a soccer competition we have here called the FA Cup. And I love that story of you can draw like a Joe Pisapia, we had tags in it one year, having a tags or whoever it might be, a celebrity analyst be knocked out by like John from Missouri. That whole David Goliath thing and bragging rights is a cool thing. So we did that. It's in its 6th year. I'm going to do something very special. The first 20 people that are in this, that are watching right now, and DM @5YearRush with a receipt of their Fantasy Cares donation, I will give a spot to. And if they want to kindly donate to Crohn's and Colitis UK, that's a charity that's massively supported me and my wife over the last 18 months. I'd appreciate that, but that is not necessary. But if you showcase you've donated to Fantasy Cares, the first 20 people in my DM box @5YearRush, I will send a spot out, and you'll have a spot in the FFCC. I'm going to do something cool this year where there'll be a first round like eliminator, where because it's a bracket, you've got to have an even number, 256 people or 512. I don't think we're going to quite hit 512. So I'm going to do an eliminator round. Anyone that's eliminated from 257 downwards to however many we get, I'm going to put in a separate tournament, and it's going to be a Squid Game format. So I'm going to put a prompt every week, and if your team hits that prompt, you survive, and if not, you get shot by the lady with the guns. In real life, I'm going to send that robot out to come out.
Yeah, no, that's what the stakes of a charity league should be.
Exactly that. You got to, and if you win, I'll send you like not the money because I don't have that kind of money, but I'll send you like a cool trophy or a spoon or something practical. So first 20 people, and if you want to play and you're not as, if you want to play anyway, you can donate on our pin tweet is the link. So make sure. I will find you. Drop me a tweet. Just tweet me @5YearRush if I'm not following you first, and I'll open the DMs. Let's do that. Let's get as many people in, and we'll go from there.
Awesome, Murph. I love it, man. I love everything that you do, everything you stand for. Glad to see you back, my dude. And I love being able to have this segment with you. Once we talked and we had this slot open and you jumped in with me, I was super happy that this was the way that I was closing my night, man. So thanks for being on with us, and always appreciate you, my dude.
Mate, I'm just honored for the invitation. You dropped me a link straight away. I was genuinely honored. And then I saw I was after Shane, and I was like, this is a classic JB stitch up. He decided to put me on after Shane. And I thought Shane was going to F and blind, and luckily he did tone it down a little bit. And I was sitting there thinking, like, I'm going to be like Mr. Rogers in comparison to Shane. But luckily he did tone it down a little bit. So
Shane was impressive. I mean, he can get a day slot if he wants.
I think that's what he was shooting for. But Murph, thanks again, my dude, and we'll keep in touch, man. Keep in touch.
Yeah, love you all. Thank you so much, and I'll catch you all soon. And thank you very much for having me. And donate to Fantasy Cares.
Later, brother.
Later.
All right, I'm going to bring in the next guest and turn the reins over to you, Russ. I did want to bring these guys in because I know at first Jared was like, all right, I don't know that my partner is going to be able to come on. He was, worried about the time slot. And then he said, you know what? He's going to come and do it with me, and he's going to sit next to me, and we're going to rock this thing together. So I'm going to bring in Jared and Austin. It's Jared Fox and Austin Meyer from Dynasty Kings. I'm going to bring them in. And when I do, Russ, I'm going to hand the reins over to you because it's my time to fall asleep for a couple of hours. And just real quick, and I don't want to take into your time much, Jared, Austin, but I want to thank everybody who did tune in for this late night shift and continues to tune in. It's been a lot of fun. We've had a lot of good guests. Bob, thanks for coming in and hanging out. And Russ, thanks for waking up again to get in here for this. But guys, I really enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed it too. And continue to enjoy it.
You killed it, man. We were watching.
Yeah.
You absolutely killed it. So sign off,
Yeah.
get some sleep.
You deserve that rest.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good time. You're in good hands.
All righty.
Yeah,
Night, buddy.
absolutely.
Later, guys.
What up, y'all? We made it.
Man, I have to say, usually when you see two names on a thing here, you don't really expect two people in one. So I love it. I love
We made it local.
that like you're here, you're together, and not only are you here and together, your shirts are so on brand, even though they're different SFBs. That's
right. The hat too. Can't forget the hat. We're locked in.
We're locked in. I wish Murph was still here. You guys kind of didn't go with the Sal tradition that he's been going with, where you have the next guest on with the previous guest, because we're at the Orlando live draft too. So I'm hyped to see Murph there and connect with him. And somebody might have had this as a phone case, Bob, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw that a little earlier.
Oh yeah, Russ. I made a phone case live.
Oh.
It was Shane's fault.
I mean,
but not this one.
We're matching.
Yep.
We're matching, baby.
In there.
I love it. I saw it when you showed it earlier, and I was like, that guy knows what's going on.
The second Bob found the ability to make those phone cases, he's been looking for an excuse to make them. So it probably did not take much convincing.
I love that. There you go.
There it is.
Yeah, look at that thing. It was green screening.
All right. Well, Austin and Jared, why don't you, before I fall asleep and forget what we're here to be here for, why don't you just let everyone know who you are, what you do, why you're here, and anything else that you feel like they need to know before we start asking questions that you probably won't know the answers to, and then you'll just get embarrassed. So, like, try and sell yourself good. Set the
We
bar
love
high
that.
so it has somewhere to go down.
All right.
All right.
Yeah. So this is gonna be my first time participating in Scott Fish Bowl, but just your second year.
This is my second year.
Yep. So hoping to slide into the live draft, but for now we're just doing a satellite one, and I got pick 7. So we've been kind of debating, what we want to do. We saw the Fort Lauderdale draft board, which has made us a little curious about what's going on. And as far as Dynasty Kings go, we're in a pretty competitive and diverse Dynasty league. It's been 5 years or so, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And we try to just hop on, every other week or so, and kind of just do a topic on Dynasty, whether it be like our specific league or just overall stuff. And then we do a little redraft as well. Like we did a very early redraft mock a couple weeks ago. So definitely check that out. And it was interesting.
Yeah. We've been posting stuff about every 2 weeks, just about, Dynasty stuff. We posted, what was it? It was a redraft mock draft. So we're going to get to posting a Scott Fishbowl one pretty soon. Now that the Orlando one is next week, we've seen some spicy stuff with the Fort Lauderdale one that went on today. And I picked the 101 at the Orlando Live. So I'm not sure where I'm going to go. What are you guys thinking?
Well, I'm at the 101, and I was going to ask you who I should take at the 101. So
I was earlier thinking CMC, but I have a sneaky strategy that I might try. I think I'm going to go quarterback. I might go like a Josh Allen, Dalton Kincaid stack with that 1 and then the 12 on the way back. and I might go Cordero Patterson as my only running back that I have to start, and just go heavy wide receiver, heavy tight end. Someone's got to spice it up, and I think that the reason that the Pittsburgh Steelers signed Cordero Patterson is to be the return man. They signed him like an hour after they made the new rule like public. So I think that Cordero Patterson is going to have a huge season in Scott Fishbowl. I was looking last year, I got him in the 20th round. This year, I'm looking to draft him probably around 13th or 14th round and just stock up on wide receiver, tight end, quarterback.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not exactly something I was ready for.
Yeah.
3:10.
3 a.m.
Yeah, that's
baby.
a 3:10
3
take
a.m.
right there.
take.
Cordero Patterson, everybody. That's like.
Listen.
How do you
we
go
end
on
the show on that? I mean, is there any reason to go further?
Call it a wrap on the Podathon?
Listen. That's my take. I'm gonna try and ride it out. And last year I made it to the second round of of the playoffs, and it just wasn't enough. So gotta try something new. Gotta spice it up. But I'm thinking Josh Allen first overall.
Josh Allen first overall. Okay. So what division did you end up joining, and where are you picking from?
So I'm in the Woody division, and I'm picking 101.
Pretty sure mine is Genie. Yeah, I'm Genie, and I'm picking 1.07. So yeah, when we were looking at the Fort Lauderdale picks, pretty much all the top 5 quarterbacks were gone at that point. So
I felt off. Everyone else had a Disney shirt on, and
actually,
there you go. I didn't even realize that. But yeah, and we kind of had an interesting thought as we were looking at the board too, as far as which compared to where they're landing, wide receiver 1, 2, and possibly 3 are you taking based off of where you can pick them. And one of the interesting ones were the Texans, because it looks like Diggs went 5.6, and then Nico Collins went 5.11, and then Tank Dell was the first pick of the 7th round. So they're all pretty close. Is there one of those that kind of, speaks to you all as far as good value?
Oh, I mean, when it comes to something like that, I'm always fine just taking the cheapest one when I have no idea what the answer is going to be. And
Okay.
I've always been a Tank Dell fan, so I'm cool waiting into the 7th to pick something I don't know the answer for them, because it's just like if I had a feeling like, well, Nico got that money, so Nico's going to be the dude there, then yeah, I'd probably take him in the 5th. Like that doesn't, like, you're right. There's not that much of a variance in there where it feels like I would need any of that, or it doesn't. That's too expensive while the other guy is cheap enough. Like it's close enough where it's just like
right. You're just going to take the most valuable pick there.
Yeah, like if you don't have a strong feeling, you just take the cheap guy. And
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Bob, do you have a take on that?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. And there was another one we noticed too that was insane, where Dalton Kincaid, which we kind of mentioned, maybe grabbing that Josh Allen Kincaid stack, went as the last pick in the 2nd round, and then Keon Coleman, the presumed number 2 target for the Bills, went in the 10th. So do y'all think that makes sense, or is the value for Coleman maybe too low?
Man,
too high.
I'm not a Coleman guy. I've never been a Coleman guy. And if it was 8 points for touchdown receptions, maybe I'd be more into Keon Coleman, because it seems like, and that's what I'm a little worried about Kincaid for. It was great because the tight end in Buffalo was always the only real red zone guy, because their receivers were always a little smaller. But then they bring in Coleman, who is practically a tight end in size-wise. If anything, is definitely the biggest red zone threat at wide receiver they've had in a long time. So it's just all right, so are they not going to just depend on Kincaid or even sometimes Knox in the end zone?
Rookies are always difficult to judge in the fishbowl because we are so far out, and there is such a heavy dynasty influence in drafters.
True.
It's to say that they're going to go in the 10th. That's
right.
Tough.
I mean, that's not terrible, and especially they're going to be a good offense because they just pretty much always are. And like I said, he's probably going to score some touchdowns, which means he's going to give you a decent amount of good weeks just by catching one of them. You know, one touchdown, the reception, you know, you get 7-ish points just for that one catch. And, you know, if someone told me that Keon Coleman was going to catch 10 touchdowns this season, I would be like, yeah, okay, that tracks. So, and that's great. That's safe risk.
Yeah, especially in the 10th,
Yeah.
early. So, well, and so as far as Kincaid, I mean, I guess technically this is almost in the 3rd round. Is that a tight end of that kind of caliber for you all? Do you guys prioritize getting tight ends early in the fishbowl normally?
Yes.
Yeah.
2 years ago, at least, I remember I went. Oh man, now I don't remember who it was anymore, but I went like Mark Andrews, George Kittle, I think it was, like at the end of the one. Like, I absolutely, and I was willing to be talked into taking Travis Kelce at the 101 last year. I didn't end up going through with it.
A lot of people did, though. A lot of people did. I remember in my division, the 101 was Travis Kelce. I remember I got Justin Herbert at the 109, and now he's going in the 4th round, which I think is just an insane steal. But what are you thinking about the 101, Russ? Where are you taking? Because there's no way you're taking Travis Kelce 101, right? Or you're not even considering him this time.
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to be Josh Allen or Christian McCaffrey, and it's really going to come down to, and it's the same thing it's going to come down to that it did last year. Do I really have the testicular fortitude to click that button on a not quarterback in a superflex league at the 101? Now, absolutely, my brain always plays Dynasty because this is the only redraft league I've played in 5 years at this point.
Right.
So, like, taking Christian McCaffrey, even in a superflex league, makes perfect sense because he was the 3rd overall scorer in at least, you know, my league scoring format. So, and in a league where you only have to start one running back, it makes sense for him to be a 101. But do I in my soul, do I have the ability to take a running back at 101? I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Right? It's going to come. That's really what it is. It's like, I could talk about plans all I want, but when we get to that point, what will I have the strength to click that button? And I really don't know the answer.
I hope no one in my division's listening right now, because I was thinking about, if I do go Christian McCaffrey 101, what if I just don't go any other running back but like Elijah Mitchell in the draft?
That's absolutely.
I only need to start one.
Yeah, you only got to start one. Why bother taking another one?
And I know that if Christian McCaffrey goes down, it's only going to be Elijah Mitchell, right? So why even take another one? Unless I like find some guy off the waiver wire that's returning kicks that I really like. But besides that, I mean, that's an option I was heavily considering at the 101 if I'm deciding to go the Christian McCaffrey route. Of course, getting Cordero Patterson as well, though.
that's a given, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a given.
His ADP is going to rise solely from this.
Yeah, he'll have an ADP because of this. No, but because like, and again, Dynasty different from this, but like that's in all I can really, man, I play in like 26 leagues and I run 17 of them.
Running 17 is insane.
Yeah, it's not a great idea. I don't recommend.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
You're committed now. It's love.
That's a second full-time job, not even a part-time job.
Yeah, but in those leagues, it's this starting format where it's one of everybody, a super flex, and then the rest are flex. There are very, 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 very few of my teams that have more than one running back on them. And the only reason some of them do is because, well, if I have this many teams, I should try something different for somewhere. Or like, you know, trade addicts, you know, it's what I do, where someone gives me a trade where the value is just too good, I'm just going to take it anyway. You know, so there's one team where I have like Christian McCaffrey, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Breece Hall. And I literally don't know whose team that is, because that's not my team. Like, that's not what I do. But like, I just like moonwalked my way into these ridiculous running backs. But like, more than not, if I have to start running back, I'm only going to have one running back.
Makes sense.
That's insane.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, no, and because this is, like I said, is my first time playing in this league, so like seeing that on, like, it's just all flex. It's like, you can just take the best offensive player available. It
Yeah.
doesn't really matter what the position is.
Especially with tight end premium too.
Right.
Especially with the tight end premium. But that's why I like the Kincaid stack there. But I don't know. Seeing Keon Coleman go in the 10th round and me taking Kincaid in the 2nd does make me kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, that value's off, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I
But
mean, you're
yeah.
gonna have to really convince yourself: is Kincaid the answer? Is he the piece of this offense? Like, you need to have a very strong yes feeling to that to
Right.
be able to reconcile taking Kincaid that early over waiting for, like, even if you bit on Coleman and took him in the 8th, which isn't out of, if you're taking someone in the 10th, you could take him in the 8th. At that point, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
So, like, you could either, if you believe that Kincaid is the guy, you're taking him with your 2nd pick. I mean, that's just the way it is, because he won't be there because of the 3rd round reversal waiting for you in the 3rd, for sure. So
I'm a big Evan Ingram guy, though. I know I don't
Well-
remember who was on here earlier saying they were a big Evan Ingram guy, but I'm a big Evan Ingram guy. Okay, it was you,
Nice.
Russ.
Yep.
I love it. I love it. He's so perennially slept on, and I mean, led all tight ends in like targets, catches, not
Yep.
touchdowns though. But
right.
I mean, and I think yards, or it was either led or 2nd or something like that. But he is. Yeah, so many 0 running back draft.
That's a
reviews,
great
better
point.
value
Also,
running back.
before we move on from running backs, I got to make a real, this is just a statement that I need to make.
Oh, yeah.
Jonathan Taylor, absolutely unbelievably slept on. Yes. In this Fort Lauderdale draft that we saw, he went 301, and I would be doing that all day
Crazy.
long. Yeah, I feel like that's insane to me. It just doesn't make sense to me how he could be.
Like, that's dynasty brain. That's what that is. Like,
right.
Like, I know that out of the 4,000-ish people that are in this league, there aren't as many dynasty people as I probably think there are, because that's just who my head is in, because that's who I see on Twitter. So in my mind, everybody's in dynasty.
Right.
But chances are it's probably like a third, maybe. But like a stud running back whose team showed that they want him to be their stud running back in a redraft league.
And they improved.
Yeah, it should probably be a 1st round pick. Is 2nd round at worst. What'd you say? The end of the 3rd? Like, that's
The very beginning. But
yeah,
still.
I'm sitting here talking like, did he say 3-1 or 3-10? I can't remember.
No, you're good. It is 321, so that's an okay mistake.
So yeah, that is crazy. That is absolutely
seriously, and that's what I was thinking too as we were looking through it. And because like I said, I'll be picking at 7. If I can end up getting like a top 5 QB and then wheel Jonathan Taylor, I think I'd be very, very happy with that.
Man, see, hearing Jonathan Taylor, well, I would have to take him in the 2nd because I'm 101. So like, if Jonathan Taylor's sitting with me at the 212. And and if I took CMC first and I see Jonathan Taylor sitting there at the 212, I'm gonna hate myself, even though I would draft him probably. And
I think you have to.
And then just pray for one quarterback.
I can't do it with no quarterback. Going 0 QB in the first 2 rounds is just
it is scary.
Again,
it's a formula to fail, I think.
Again, it's something I don't know if I would have the strength to actually do, but thinking of it now, that feels like the right answer.
You think so?
I think in that particular situation, for sure. Like, if you can get somebody who could possibly finish like top 3 in their position, it's just tough to, especially because the quarterbacks at that level will probably be a die roll compared to, we saw Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers go in the 7th on this particular one, if I remember correctly. So, not like those guys are guaranteed performers, both coming off of injuries, but I mean, that's pretty good value late in the draft.
Well, the thing with Scott Fishbowl too that you have to like account for is you need players that just score you a lot of points. So if there's a specific position that's busted in points, then you kind of have like, okay,
just
obviously don't draft 5 kickers,
right.
but you have to kind of that's the good thing about Scott Fishbowl is it really makes you think like, where do I draft a really good kicker? Like if Justin Tucker, if I think that he's the best kicker or whoever it may be, where do I draft him to make sure that I have that positional advantage over everybody else? Because I remember last year, Carlson went in the 10th round at the Orlando Live draft. And I thought that was insane. I thought that it was obviously not Anders Carlson, but Daniel Carlson. I thought it was crazy. And he didn't even have a great year. So Where do you guys what do you guys think about drafting kickers?
I leave my drafts usually with 3 of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that is nice.
Well, I play in MFL, so you could start multiple of them if you need to.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
I've also learned the hard way that I like drafting players who get hurt a lot. So kickers, while the ceiling isn't necessarily there week to week, but the floor is absolutely there. And especially like when you're hitting, like maybe not the 10th round per se, but when you hit like the 14th round and you're on drafting the 4th wide receiver on some teams, like why not take a dude with like a 10, 12 point floor instead of some guy you hope to break double digits? And yeah, maybe there's a game where he'll go for 120 and 1 and have a decent game, but like you're going to choose that right game? Like, so I love having the floor of kickers on my team. Like I usually find myself like, am I really going to draft some 3rd string running back? No, let me just take another kicker.
I think I took 5 last year.
Oh my goodness!
Really?
But so they can start multiple in their lineup if they have to.
Yeah,
Okay.
with MLF.
Okay.
Then yeah.
That's spicy. That's crazy.
With
A
sleeper you
matchup
can.
coming down to 2 kickers going against each other would just be insane. Like if you had kicker
a
for
Monday
both
Night
teams,
Football
right? Yeah,
kicker-
just like
kicker-
begging for a
kicker
field goal
duel.
contest. Yeah.
That would be
That's dope.
just to like put you into the playoffs too. That would be insane. That would be insane.
Yeah, but no, that makes sense. I'm gonna have to prioritize kicking because I normally wait in regular redraft stuff till way later. So, no, it's interesting. I'm very curious to see like how my team ends up with the Scott Fish scoring. Like I think it's gonna be definitely a learning curve.
Oh, and don't expect that you'll ever get a handle on it. Like
It's not going to be the same. It will never be the same.
It'll never be the same, and it's just no matter how much you think you understand what's going to happen, you don't understand what's going to happen.
Sounds like fantasy sports.
Yeah,
I love it. Also, I've noticed the huge collection of Bengals stuff behind you. So, we also made a note about Chase and Higgins. So this obviously seems really late for him to fall, but Chase went at the 11th overall pick in the 1st round, and Higgins went in the 7th. 3rd pick in the 7th. Does that sound right to you?
Well, Chase, yes. Higgins, you're never going to get an unbiased answer out of me.
enough.
Chase went 107, Higgins 108. Let's go. Because, like, look, I'm not delusional. Chase is better than Higgins, but, like, Higgins
6th round? I thought that was crazy. That was one of the biggest ones that we had noticed, honestly. Like, other than Coleman.
In reality, that's probably where he'll fall because – like, I get it. He's the 2nd wide receiver on his team, but it's just like there's plenty of 2nd wide receivers on teams that are very, very good and do very, very well. So, and every time last season there was a healthy T. Higgins and a healthy Joe Burrow, which happened for literally a game and a half. Unfortunately,
dropped 190 on the Bills when they're
like he crushed it. So like you're not going to get an unbiased answer from me about this, but like I get why he would go around there.
Okay. I saw Herms was on here earlier talking about my Pittsburgh Steelers too, and our wide receiver 2. Whenever you say the words wide receiver 2, I kind of shake because it's like, who is that? Like I'm still praying that Brandon Ayuk makes his way to Pittsburgh, but I think that Roman Wilson is definitely a dart throw. I'm shouting out all these Steelers players: Cordero Patterson, Roman Wilson. These are going to be my dart throws.
Just draft the Steelers roster. You're good for it.
Darnell Washington somewhere in there too. Tight end premium. Why not?
No, man. Like you're right. They've always, no matter what their offensive coordinator has been, they've never had just a one wide receiver. Like no matter who they had, even when it was Antonio Brown, when it was Mike Wallace, when it was anyone, there was always a second guy there. And I mean, they do still subscribe to like they're the Steelers. They still play like it's the 70s, but they have a deep guy and then they have a short guy. And Roman Wilson walks into that so easily, not to say he is Deontay Johnson, but he plays more enough like Deontay Johnson where it could be like, all right, Pickens, go. And then Deontay Johnson, you run an intermediate route. The question is, will he be better than Pat Freiermuth, who I've always been a fan of, but like maybe by now he's just shown that he's not it, and I don't want to accept it.
good, not great.
Yeah, that's something Herms. I've talked to Herms before, and that's something he won't accept. He's huge on Freiermuth, and I love him for it. I'm hoping that Freiermuth has a good season, but I'm at the point where it's just like he's kind of mid. Like he's
In which case, why not? Let other people like be excited about the tight end premium, bump Muth up like 2 rounds higher than he should, and you're probably getting Roman Wilson in like the 18th.
Yeah.
Having no backing for that number and literally just making up a number off the top of my head.
It depends on it depends on your league, honestly.
Screenshot when you pick him 18th.
Yeah. I'm gonna pick him 18th round just for you, Russ.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it is 1 minute until you're up against the wall, and I'm going to pull just the most professional thing in the world and say, why don't you guys remind everyone who you are, what you do, where they can find what you do, any parting shots you have, and Bob, I'll be right back. So you got to handle the rest of this.
Okay.
All right. We are Dynasty Kings.
Nice to meet you, fellas.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Russ.
Take it easy, Russ.
All right. We are Dynasty Kings. We have a YouTube channel that we post about every 2 weeks. We have been slacking a little bit, but about every 2 weeks, once the league comes back in its regular season, we do post once a week about different starts and sits and stuff like that. So you can find us at Dynasty Kings on YouTube. But yeah, Bob, it's been a pleasure.
We appreciate it. Hopefully we'll be here for next year's iteration, and hopefully we'll see you all in the playoffs.
Yeah, I will probably see you in Orlando.
Oh,
really?
That's right. Hey, let's
Here comes
go.
Orlando. All right, awesome.
Sweet.
We will see you next week then.
All right, guys. Thank you for coming.
All righty.
Appreciate
Thank y'all.
it.
Take it easy, everybody.
Peter.
Bob, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Last man standing.
I guess. I'm not even supposed to be here today. I think there's a shirt in the store for that.
Who would be your replacement, or who would be the guy?
I think Russ has this one tonight. I just
Russ
happened to be I happened to be on, and it was just good guest after good guest, and I just didn't
You stuck around.
Yeah,
You stuck around and took over.
I was looking at some pictures and playing around, posting
I
some stuff on
expected
the merch
Bosch to
stuff.
be around.
He went to a live draft today, so
Oh.
yesterday. I guess
He's
it's
in the Cincinnati one, I think, or he
he
organized
went
the
to
Cincinnati one.
Cleveland. He
Cleveland.
went up to Cleveland just to be a spectator.
Okay, crazy.
Yeah.
He seems to have a lot of time because yesterday Germany played in the European Cup, and I thought he would have a look at our match yesterday. So basically, the biggest thing in Germany right now is the European Cup. We are the host, and yesterday we made the quarterfinals.
Nice.
And let's see if everything
Where
works out.
where are they playing?
In Dortmund yesterday, and I'm in Stuttgart. And if Spain advances to the quarterfinals as well, it's going to be next Friday in Stuttgart. Basically, or could be the potential final as well, and we meet up in the quarterfinals. So it's going to be a tough game for us.
Yes. So I was living in Frankfurt during the time during the World Cup. I want to say
2006.
I want to say 2001 or 2.
Where it was in Japan.
It was in Japan, but
And
I believe
it was in the early mornings. The game it was crazy. I think we watched games at 10 a.m. and stuff like that.
Yeah, and our road kept getting Strauser. Is it Strauser? Is that correct? Street Strauss?
I don't know.
Street? How do you say street?
I'm in Stuttgart, so Frankfurt is.
No, how would you say street in German?
Straße.
That's it. Feldenbergstraße.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
So
where our street was filled up, and I believe it was Turkey that might have been the ones filling it a lot of the times, but Germany was also pretty prominent.
We have basically, it's called autocrosses. Basically, car after car after car after car, and everyone's honking and doing the stuff. And I think I remember in 2006, the World Cup was in Germany, and we had the game for the third place was in Stuttgart, and we were hosting, and it was crazy what was happening here. So all the streets are filled, and yesterday we in at halftime we basically went 100 meters from our neighbors to our home because our kids were basically falling asleep during the game, and so we watched at home so that they can go to bed immediately afterwards. And there was nothing going on, no car on the street, nothing. And I think it'll be crazy. We had in 2014 after the final when they came back from Brazil with the champion with the trophy. I think there were about 1 million people on the streets in Berlin just waiting for them. So yeah, it's a huge thing here. So the SFB took a little step back in that regard, but yeah, let's hope it continues and we hopefully meet Murph's England at some point.
Well, Russ, I did my best, but I'm a better fifth or sixth or seventh wheel on a podcast. So
Bob did great.
Peter, we just started talking. So take it over.
All right. So why don't you just like hit me up real quick? Give me like the 4-minute version of the 5 minutes you just.
We talked about soccer.
Yeah, but it's the European Cup, Russ.
Yeah,
it's in Germany.
We didn't have anything else to talk about but soccer.
All right. Well,
we
talked about football.
Yeah, soccer is basically the equivalent to the SFB in Germany.
Oh, okay. So there's this thing. All right. So soccer's a thing. All right. Maybe I'll have to go look into that. That's new. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, I told Bob that I expected Bosch to be around, and we talk a little bit about what's ahead of the quarterfinal. It's the
Semi?
Sweet 16. No,
that's the wrong way around. Yeah.
Yeah, semi would be afterwards, and before
16,
would be
yeah.
Sweet 16. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was yesterday in Germany. So we all visited and we advanced, and it's in Germany. So it's crazy mood around here. Everyone's buzzing.
Yeah, that is like John has been all about like it's so weird. Like we're sitting there in no matter what group chat we are, talking about our SFB strategy, talking about football, and then he's like other football and starts talking about it, and then like everyone just starts jumping in. I'm like, all right, I missed something. Like what happened and when and why didn't someone tell me I should be paying attention to what's going on? Like,
yeah.
So
For Europeans, it's the biggest thing at the moment.
Yeah. My brain doesn't have the ability to track more than one thing at a time. So like I chose like it's really like and like I'm not even like joking. Like I grew up a huge hockey fan. Big hockey fan. And then in the early 2000s, late 90s, hockey, the NHL went on strike like 3 times in what felt like 4 years. It wasn't that often, but and I'm just like, you know what? I can't take this anymore. And my friends got me into football. And like I literally couldn't track hockey anymore. Like I couldn't do more than one sport at once. Like I haven't watched hockey in like 20 years at this point because it's just like one thing. That's all I got. Because
and hockey is a lot of players as well. So to get into hockey, it's kind of difficult. So when I first started looking at American sport, it was basketball for me. So I'm basically. So Steven, yeah, I hope it was great because the 5-1, because I think it was in Stuttgart or not. Where was the 5-1? Or was it Munich? Munich was it? So Steven just wrote he watched the opening match in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
I started with the New York Knicks, the Knickerbockers, and we finally came back this year from after 20 years of a serious drought, and it's the first time I really started watching back to basketball. And basketball is kind of easy. You have 10 players.
Oh, it's so easy. It always also comes down to like 2 dudes. Like,
Yeah.
it's good to know the all 5 that start, and usually the 6 man, but usually you know 2 dudes, and you can still have a good conversation about it.
Exactly, and football is kind of different because, and that's why I went into fantasy football, because I wanted something more challenging with more teams and more depth, and that's why when I started, I immediately went into IDP because I thought, yeah, defense is what matters, and so yeah, that was my start back then. And now
Well-
I'm in the, I don't know, I think my first SFB was 7 or 8, and so I'm kind of a vet now.
Yeah, I mean, not to. I mean, we're a bunch of aged gentlemen up here.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been around for a while, so it's not like you shouldn't have been in all these SFBs. Well, I assume again you're in this year. Did you talk about what division and spot you're in?
Not yet. I'm when I saw the theme of this year, I thought which movie I would want to go, and first thought was Fast and Furious. And I looked around what kind of MFL divisions are around, and was a bit of flabbergasted with how many sleeper divisions we are having. And all these lazy people who don't want to do MFL, which is way above sleeper.
Kids these days. That's all I can say. Kids these days.
Yeah, exactly. And so I ended up in the Shawshank Redemption Red division.
Red.
And
Nice.
I kind of regret it because I looked, and I think I'm with Christopher Harris.
Ooh. Yeah.
Brian Drake, Jeff Havelack, and I forget someone. I looked a couple days ago because when everybody's think Chad Parsons is as well in my division. So yeah, it's gonna be kind of easy. And my strategy, I'm at 110. So my strategy will depend on everything, what happens between 101 and 109, and I'm gonna see what I can do afterwards.
Do you have a dream scenario of who makes it to you at 10? Like, oh man, please let that guy fall. Please let that guy fall. And look, I'll be willing for you to say Josh Allen, and I'll accept the answer. Is there that dream player you want to make him all the way down to you?
I think the dream scenario, would be Josh Allen, and get someone else or some great wide receiver in the second round. But I think I'd be pretty happy if I get CeeDee Lamb at 10, which could be possible, I think. And maybe stack it up with Dak in the second round.
Oof, that would be a beautiful stack.
And I think this could be perfect. The other one that I thought that could happen, but I don't think Lamar will fall that far. So kind of Lamar, Mark Andrews, I don't see it yet, but I think these kind of scenarios could be fun.
Yes, I'm in on Mark Andrews regardless if you have to, like, you're not going to. I don't think you can stack Lamar and Andrews in this league. You're going to have to take Lamar early enough that I don't think Andrews is making it all the way back in the second.
Exactly.
But like, if you have either of them on your team, like, I feel like you made a good pick.
Yeah, and I think first round is always, it's coming down to me. Can I find a stack that I like? And if I don't find something with a QB, I'm gonna take best player available. And then that's gonna be a tough choice, I think, at 110, because usually, so last year, I thought I can easily, because I'm always picking at the end of the first round, just because of the third round reversal, and I hate to be at the back of the third round. And it was crazy. There was always runs, and there had been, I think, 6 or 7 QBs in the first round, and I thought, yeah, what's happening now? And then you're basically stuck, and you always run chasing then the best player. So I think I'm gonna do it like I always do. I'm gonna wing it, see how the flow of the draft goes, and see, when you're usually doing auction, it's kind of difficult to have a draft because it's so you're always stuck, and you always need to do what the others do. In the auction, you can always flow around and do something here, there's something there, and it's gonna be a fun draft, I think. And my dream scenario probably would be to get some guy like Nick Chubb, who everyone's fearful of, and if he's healthy, he's going to be a game changer.
He's so good. He's so good.
Because he's the best pure running back in the league, and if you can get him in a late round and he's healthy,
that
could
is
be a massive advantage. And we all know in the SFB you have to take risks, because otherwise you're finishing 1050 and think, yeah, it was a good season. You made it to some point, a third round player, second round in the playoffs, but who cares?
Whoa. As someone who made their best finish at like 126 last year, that is, I'm probably resting my
I'll take
laurels on that, because I don't know if it's getting better.
I'll take 126 at any time. Because I think that the 1 year when Kurt, Springboks FSC from South Africa, when he made it to the finals, I think we met at the second round of the playoffs, and it was a pretty tight race, and he advanced, and then he lost in the final then. And I think that was my best finish. Afterwards, I'm usually getting hammered by injuries.
Yeah, and which is, again, like everyone someone brings up like, oh, are you going to draft kickers? I'm like, yes, because they have a safe floor, and I like drafting players who get hurt. Like it's close to my heart, apparently. Like that's just what I like to do.
So Bob is in the eliminator with me. Russ, are you in the Bosch eliminated dynasties?
I'm in eliminators. I don't think I'm in one with you though.
Yeah, now the dynasty
the
leagues
one-
from Bosch.
Oh, the dynasty eliminators. We share a team.
Yeah.
Okay. So and I was and I think the SFB is kind of an eliminator. At some point, you're gonna lose out if you don't score enough. And my safest picks I usually have 2 or 3 defenses.
Yeah.
Because they don't get injured. They score regularly. You basically don't have a
Never
solid
retire.
floor at all time. Yeah. We won't retire. and the same is with kickers.
Yeah.
And you have probably a potential upside. You could draft a kicker in a very late round, and if the offense is humming of a team, I don't know who's the kicker for Jacksonville or something like that. It could be a massive steal at the end of the draft.
Yeah. Though I do have to say, like you brought up the fact that you're normally an auction guy. There is nothing funnier than watching an auction person in a slow draft. John Bosch, who we all know and love, has done like exclusively auction only, and then he came to me with a good idea for a trade addicts league where we would draft in August, like normal fantasy football, but we wouldn't start scoring that first year. We would actually just keep our teams and then start the next year to see how it would change the value of our players and what it would like trading during the season when you're still not scoring points. Like if you're watching some dude, like what Puka Nakua's value would end up being hypothetically, because this happened too early for that, but like if that one rookie who barely got drafted ended up blowing up, wouldn't he be worth as much as he is in every other league? And regardless of how that went, because it's like 3 years now and I don't remember anymore, but like every single year, every time where we have the rookie draft now, it's wonderful to watch his brain break that he just can't go and get any player that he wants.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling to be just at a position and see how everything falls, and you basically have to pick the best player that you want, or you'd have to trade out. Most popular NFL team in Germany, I'd guess Packers, 49ers. We're on TV the most, and usually they are the teams that had been on the most back in the days. So Patriots as well, but I'm a Giants fan, so I'm trying to get to Munich, but I think I was in the queue. I was 500,000 or something like that. So you basically don't get tickets, and now it's on the secondary market, $70 or a €70 ticket. It's now at 200, which is okay. But it's in the upper bowl. You basically have to watch from 100 meters down to Tit.
As a
It's
New
bizarre.
Jerseyan, the Giants technically play in New Jersey.
I know.
Even though, just in case you didn't know, New Jersey's better. No, it's not. That was a terrible thing to say. Giants tickets are that expensive anyway. You're like, if on the secondary market, you're not getting to a Giants game for less than upper hundreds of dollars, and again, for not good seats. So if you want to see the Giants play, do not shy from that dollar amount.
I won't.
Especially you who don't really have the chance to absolutely spend $200 to go see the Giants play.
And actually, I think this could be, as a Giants fan, it's pretty crazy to say. I think I'm a little bit more optimistic than I was 2 years ago. I still believe in Dayball, and I think Neighbors will be great for us.
You're
such a fun player. It's the first time that we are having a receiver, which could be fun, and I'm just hoping it works out. And I hope that Dayball finds a scheme that will work for him. And it's a bit of tough to see Saquon now in the Eagles jersey.
Yes,
to be honest, it's kind of sucks, and all the drama about or around Darren Waller. Have you seen his music video?
I have been avoiding it as much as humanly possible because of everything I've heard of what it is. No thanks.
So I was from the first time that it was rumored that he was retiring and everything else. I didn't expect it was because of the divorce and what's happening around. But I thought he will retire. And when I saw the video, crazy, ludicrous, the video, but I don't think it's necessarily bad for the Giants. I think Bellinger could be a nice target in the SFB as well as a late round tight end.
You're gonna go Danny Belly over Theo Johnson.
Yeah. I would always go over the rookie because I think Bellinger is probably a better blocker as well, and
probably
with all these minion receivers, I think Neighbors isn't probably the biggest blocker. Wanda Robinson won't block anyone, and who's next guy?
Allen Robinson, maybe.
Allen Robinson, maybe but I think we'll probably see a bit of Jalen Hyde as well, just to stretch the field.
Well, yeah, he'll absolutely be on the field. He was always, to me, one of those players that will be more beneficial to the NFL team than ever to your fantasy teams.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're okay enough with Daniel Jones to be optimistic, is what I'm hearing, or do you think it's DeVito's team?
I hope we move on from him after next year, because it's tough because at his best, the game against Minnesota, where we won in Minnesota, he was tremendous. But it was one game, and the lows are so low you can't even watch it. Yeah. But the biggest problem with him is also his injuries. Could be one injury away from retirement. So I think he already had 2 neck surgeries. I don't know if he had neck surgeries, but 2 neck injuries.
Yeah, and then to watch, and again, I Neighbors is a fantastic draft pick, no matter who took him, where they took, but you were in a spot to take a quarterback, and
I didn't like JJ.
I get it.
I was kind of happy that we didn't do JJ or Penix at 8, which.
Well, no, that's that. So honestly, I forgot that happened. I've shoved that so far out of my mind.
Yeah, and I think Penix is a lost cause as an 8th pick.
No one. I don't even think they understood why they did that. Like, they can try and rationalize it all they want.
Probably, and honestly, talking about the Falcons, Bijan could be tremendous pick at 110 as well.
We had some people talking about taking him at 101. So yeah, absolutely.
So because he could be the Christian McCaffrey of this year if you use him correctly.
Yeah, it's one of those players that you know that they're not going to be there in the second. And so if they're there in the first, you got to just take them regardless of where you are. If you're at the 103, but you do, like you said, you believe that he can have a Christian McCaffrey season, you're going to have to take him at the 103 if that's what you believe, because he's not going to be there at the whatever math is back in the second.
No, in the second he won't be around. So yeah, and that's probably, I don't know what the mocks say. Did no mocks yet, and I probably won't do any mocks because
they never matter. Like especially now where we have so many live drafts starting before the slow draft start. You have a little bit better of an idea, and of course it's still going to evolve. It's still going to change.
Yeah, and it's every draft is unique. So especially if you're drafting, everyone has his own plan. If you want to do it just for fun and draft the players you like, basically you could ruin someone else's draft because you're drafting players way ahead of time when everyone's thinking back in the day. So you always have to figure a way out to get the best team. And what kind of changed for me over the years is that Scouts League usually have been running back heavy. You really benefited of having 5 or 6 great running backs. And I think with all the injuries, now it's everyone wants to draft 1 or 2 running backs, get the least amount of possible, draft some sleepers, and load up on wide receivers. And this is the crazy thing, and that will happen to me again. You have to pivot 15 times during 20 rounds and see where we can go.
Yeah, I'm so happy when Scott said that he was going to adjust to the minimum of the 1 starting requirement and then everything else flex, because that has always killed me every single year. It's scrambling to fill the injuries, having to start a certain amount of players at a certain position. I'm like, Scott, this is archaic. What year is it? You're making us start 3 wide receivers? Come on now. And I like to think that I annoyed him into just giving me my way. And I'll take it. I'll absolutely. If he ever says, "Yeah, that's what happened," I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna applaud you for that because I know Perm and I we were usually talking during the SFB draft, and he's also, I think he was in Picks 2. We met and 8 or 9 years ago, and we usually talk about our strategies and how we move along. And he's usually heavy on running backs, but I always thought of his strategy. He would take all the upside wide receivers, and that's something I couldn't do. After Christian Watson's, who you probably get 3 or 4 games out of him for the season, and have him in one of the 3 starting wide receiver spots. Well,
you have to do it every week to catch that 1 game or 3 games if you're lucky. It's football's hard, everybody. I don't know if you know that. It's not like why isn't it easy? It should be easy.
Yeah, it should be easy, but the tougher the more fun. You usually or I'm at the point where I usually try to find something new for the mind and find something more difficult. So the first time this year I'm doing a contract league. It's way different kind of animal.
It is. The problem with that is I'm actually good at contract leagues. I just don't find them fun. Like I do math for a living. I don't need to do it in my fantasy football. Like I don't. But like again, like I'm good at it. But to me, fantasy football is fun. Like that's the point of it, and I don't find contract leagues fun. As John now knows because I left 2 of his leagues. But
yeah, this league is especially crazy, and it's offline early, and it's basically like a manager. You also have a stadium, a coach. You can change coaches, and you have revenue, and you get prize money for revenue goals.
So you're a crazy person. Okay, it's good to know. That's good. Like you
Yeah.
would join a league like that. That's crazy. Okay.
So yeah. It's what happens when you do things with Bosch at the time. And I think before Fog of War, or I remember the story about Fog of War. Fog of War was the Ghost who's doing the Orange Report.
Yep, FF Ghost, yeah.
We messaged about my Shark Tank leagues, and I wanted him for a Shark Tank league, and he said he can't do auctions anymore. He hates the auctions in pigs, and he doesn't want to have. He wants something fixed. He hates to get redlined and all this stuff, all the fun stuff of auction. He hates.
Yeah.
So we he mentioned to me that the best thing would be if it was a slew of waiver runs. And who's the best guy to bring this idea to? So John. I messaged John, and the first thing he did, he created Fog of War.
Yeah, that tracks.
And as a commish, these blind bid auctionings, this is the biggest pain in the ass that you can do. Shark Tank 2 is an auction, is a blind bid auction league with now 70 owners, 60 owners. We had 70. We have Devi, so we have a blind bid Devi auction, blind bid rupee auction. It's crazy. So all this stuff that John is doing as a commish, it's pretty crazy.
First thing I do in Fog of War when I get the money is I find who I'm going to buy, and I don't bid on anyone.
First thing I do in Fog of War is leave it.
No, it's actually the best strategy, I think, in these blind bid leagues, is because usually you have someone who wants to get into rookies and they are paying a bit more, and you don't find the easy values. And so this is kind of a good
I got
strategy.
Tyreek Hill for I think I came in the top 5, so traded all that money and got Tyreek Hill.
All right. Well, it's about that time. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm like, okay, yeah, Peter, we're having a great conversation. Oh, that's right. Time matters right now.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to leave Dustin hanging there for too long. But since it is that time, why don't you just throw a quick, everyone, remind them who you are, why you're here, what you're here to just talk about, and give some parting shots.
Yeah, so usually I'm around here for the EFFC, which is happening every year. We're doing it for a mental health course. I'm gonna sit out this year and don't do it because it's been pretty stressful the last 2 years, and I want to recharge and get my batteries a bit recharged, and I'm gonna do it next year. Usually mental health is my thing. We talked a lot about fantasy football, and my main thing is that fantasy is an outlet, and if you do it, it should be just to have some fun and be relaxed with it. And there's such a great community that all problems that you are having, so mental health or anything else, there's usually someone around that you can talk to, and that's my biggest thing in here, to build with my leagues a kind of community, and with the EFSC as well, and so that if you want to talk to someone in a private place, that you find someone, and with mental health, there's such a feeling of shame always involved, and if you have someone to talk to where you don't feel ashamed because of your feelings, it's a great thing, and that's why I'm usually around here. This year I'm not doing it, but everyone can reach out to the at the _FF_German on X now, and you can find me there. I'm running a couple leagues, and you can talk to me at any time.
Well,
and now don't wasting more times of Dustin.
Well, thank you very much for spending your time with us. I mean, it's probably a normal time for you.
For me.
Not
for me
so much for us, though. But
I'm gonna go take a nap.
Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for taking your time to talk to us, and we'll catch you in the future.
Yeah. Take care, guys, and enjoy the rest of the morning for you.
It's not even morning yet.
The night. Take care, guys.
Dustin!
I am gonna bounce Russ and take a nap.
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
You got one already.
Yeah, but I need more. All right, you know what, Dustin? You just talk. I'm gonna.
Oh, that's it.
Give him the wheel.
Oh, I don't know how you guys do it.
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing either. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
This time of the morning. Oof.
Oh, I've never done this before. I honestly wasn't supposed to start until now, but JB started giving me some sob story why the difference between 3 and 4 o'clock mattered, and I'm just like, fine, man, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's for a good cause. Why not, huh?
So how's it going? What's going on? All right, you know what? Before we start babbling and all of that stuff, introduce yourself, let everyone know who you are, why you're here, give some glowing recommendations on why people should care about you at all as a human being.
Well, as you can see on the screen, my name is Dustin. You can find me at FFDustyDog on Twitter. I refuse to call it X. Will always be Twitter in my heart. You can find me. My main show is Drinking and Talking Fantasy Football with the great Jake Trowbridge. We broadcast live on Tuesdays. And then I am part of a new show. We just started under the Club Fantasy banner called Trade Blocked with Joel Worth and Hoove, where we just talk all dynasty trades. I'm sure once we get in season, it'll be a lot of in-season redraft trades as well. But yeah, we just had our second episode this past Thursday. So brand new, hot on the podcast circuit here. Yeah, we're every Thursday evening. This Thursday with the 4th is still up in the air, but typically, yeah, every Thursday. That's what you can find me doing.
That's a great group of people.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you in Scott Fishbowl? And if you are, what division and where are you drafting from?
Yes, I'm lucky to be in Scott Fishbowl again. I am in the Madison Live.
Nice.
Yes, next weekend. Can't wait. I'm super stoked for it. I'm in the Tommy Boy division, and I am at the 11th slot. This year I chose one that was later. I typically don't care where I draft. It's always fun to have the different draft positions every year. But yeah, pick the 11th slot. Figured with the 3rd round reversal, like, yeah, let's try something different. End of the round, get that early 3rd round pick and go on from there.
Is there any are you pretending to have a strategy when you're drafting that late, or are you just gonna? I know the answer is I have to see what falls to me, but that's boring. That's not what
That
we're
is
here.
the boring answer.
Here. Right. Yeah. Is there something you hope happens? Is there a player that you were just like, yes, they fell to me?
I started doing some mock drafts yesterday as I was watching the Podathon just for funsies. And I'm like, well, I should do a little bit of research here to see how draft boards are falling, just as a general rule. What kept the couple that I did, it was Anthony Richardson, and then I'd get JT in the 2nd, and then I was able to get like Michael Pittman in like the 4th or 5th round. I'm like, if I could get that triple stack actually on my team, I would be pretty pumped about that. I think that'd be a phenomenal start.
We had Jared and Austin on at 3 o'clock in the morning, which exists for some reason, saying that in the Fort Lauderdale live draft, Jonathan Taylor went at the 301, I think they said.
Oh, dang.
And it's funny because I'm drafting at the 101. Yeah, like I'm at the 101 and I'm leaning towards Christian McCaffrey. I don't know if I have the strength to do it, but I'm leaning towards Christian McCaffrey. And like I'm sitting here and they told me this. I'm like, well, what am I gonna do? A known running back hater who took it who dug a knife into myself to take Christian McCaffrey at the 101. And then you see Jonathan Taylor sitting there at the 212. You're like, how do you not take Jonathan Taylor at the 212? It's the dumbest thing that in a redraft league, he's still around.
Yeah, you got to lean into it at that point.
Yeah, at that point, I'm drafting 6 running backs and 1 wide. Like I'll flip my running back and wide receiver norms. Like,
yeah, it's what's going to make you stand out when it comes time for the playoffs.
It's cute, and I appreciate that you believe that I'll make the playoffs. And thank you. I needed that, but yeah, you're right. Like you can't treat this like a normal league, right? Like Anytime
No.
someone brings up kickers, I talk about the floor. But
Mhm.
you can't play for floor here, like
No.
in this, especially when you start hitting the playoffs. You need to do something that makes you better than everyone else.
Yep. Yeah, and just making those lineup decisions every week is what really makes it happen, because I've made so many bad lineup decisions over the years. This is my 4th year. Not like I've been doing it for 14 years now, but yeah, you got to be able to make those smart lineups decisions, because otherwise
Which
that'll
is
kill you too.
one of the big reasons I hate redraft in general is because, I mean, one of the biggest things about me is like I'm terrified of confrontation. I hate making decisions. Oh man, I just noticed you're wearing the fishy shirt. I love that shirt. So like I love
Yeah.
that design so much.
It was my favorite one. Had to buy it.
Yeah. And like, so all of my dynasty teams, if it's start 10, I'm lucky if I have 11 good players. I'll have 10, hopefully.
Mhm.
But like, I don't want to make a lineup decision. I don't want to be that guy who started the wrong wide. And of course, sometimes Curtis Samuel outscores Jamar Chase, and you're not going to process over results on that one. I mean, but like, I never
Absolutely.
want to have to make a decision because I never want to lose because I made the wrong decision. You can't do that in redraft,
Mhm.
especially in a league where there's no trading whatsoever. No matter how much I beg, Scott hasn't bent on that one yet. So like,
Maybe
you're
one of
right.
these years.
No, because you know what he pulled on me finally. He's like, all right, do you want to police it all to make sure there's no collusion and to make sure?
Ooh.
We're like, nope,
Yeah.
no, I don't want to do that. You're right. No. But I was
Well,
hoping
just
you
trying to
would do
track it
that.
all could just be a nightmare. I could just envision it.
All right, so if you're out there and you're watching and you are a crazy person and want to police the league for collusion trading, let me know, because I will. Yes, please. So I see the flags hanging behind you, and I'm curious
Mhm.
because I'm not a fan of a team anymore. Like, I was a Seahawks fan for a while, and then I just found myself caring less and less and caring more and more about my fantasy football team. So I'm not really a fan of a team anymore. Are you a homer for your teams, or are you the kind of person that avoids the Packers on your fantasy teams?
I don't necessarily avoid Packers on my teams. I don't go out and try to draft them. I'm not a homer that way. I'm definitely a homer for my Green Bay Packers.
Oh, fantasy wise, though, yeah, of course.
Yeah, fantasy wise,
You don't have a
no, I
flag
don't.
for someone you're not really a homer for, like.
Correct. Yeah. No, I throw out that when I'm playing fantasy. It's one of those things. I play fantasy. Yeah, not high stakes, but usually most of my leagues have a little bit of a payout at the end.
Okay.
So I want to try to win that money, and I want to try to get those bragging rights every year, just to lord over all my friends and out there. So I will draft Packers if they fall to me and I'm comfortable taking them. But no, I'm not going to reach in and draft Packers just because they're Packer players. That I don't want. I just don't want that on my squad to have to root for them that hard and then have that letdown if they don't perform every week. Especially the last couple years with this transition going from Rodgers to Love, not really knowing what this squad was going to look like. And I just didn't want to have to go through that heartbreak twice in a week, watching him in real life and then watching my fantasy squad tank too. So, but yeah, if the price is right, I'll draft some Packers.
Yeah, and it's funny because I was a Seahawks fan, and in my redraft, my keeper league that I fell out of years ago because I don't have the brain for redraft anymore. But like, there was kickers involved, and I remember I had Steve Hauschka, Money Hauschka, back when he was the kicker for the Seahawks, and I
Mhm.
remember it was like later in the season. It was like probably the fantasy playoffs, so we're talking like week 15, where the games matter in the real world. And I got upset that they scored a touchdown because I wasn't going to get the fantasy points. So I'm like, did I just get mad that the Seahawks scored a
Yeah.
touch? I can't do this anymore. Like, no, I'm not going to be sad because Marshawn Lynch ran it in and Russell Wilson didn't get to throw it. So like, I literally used to avoid
Mhm.
the Seahawks on my teams for a while. And then apparently I avoided them so much I stopped caring about them. Little self-fulfilling, maybe, I don't know. But like, yeah, so I'm always so interested to hear people's takes on that, because like, I absolutely get loving the idea of, well, I'm a Packers fan, so why wouldn't I want to double root for the Packers or root for them to win? And when they have a good
Mhm.
game, I get those fantasy points for it. And then my cousin, who is either crazy or a genius, I'm never really sure, He's a huge Patriots fan, and every week he bets against the Patriots, like small, like $5. He'll put him
Oh.
against the Patriots because either the
Right.
Patriots win and he's happy, or he wins like $12. And I'm like,
yeah,
that might be brilliant.
That
might be.
Might be. I don't know personally that I could do that, but that is an interesting way to go about it. You win either way. Yeah, I have found though over the years, just as I'm getting more and more into the fantasy space and everything, that I'm not as keyed in to the Packers. I'm just more of the league as a whole and the NFL as a whole, and
Yeah.
rooting more for individual players than my team, which has been a weird transition over the years. It came to me a couple years ago. I'm like, God, I don't really follow as nearly as closely to the team as itself. Still watch the games every week, but I'd almost much rather have Red Zone on than a Packer game at this point, because I want that quad box or octo box going on and seeing all the highlights and being able to check up on my fantasy squads. But it's been a weird thing going on over these last few years. Not that I hate it by any means.
What you got to do is I have a friend who lives the baller lifestyle, and what he does, he has 2 TVs. One of them will be on Red Zone, and the other one will be on. He's a 49ers fan. His wife is a Ravens fan. So whoever happens to be playing, luckily for them, like usually the Ravens are East Coast, so Ravens are at 1 and the Niners are at 4. So usually there's not really a problem with that. But like that's like the perfect setup right there. I don't have a room with multiple TVs, so I can't pull that off. But like that really is like if you wanted to watch your team, that's how I would have to do it. Because you're right, like especially A, with the amount of leagues we're probably in, and B, once you start creating content, you can't just watch one game and like, are you really gonna like go back and watch other games to try and be able to talk about them?
Yep.
This is what you do.
Yeah. Well, now I might start my campaign about requesting a new TV from the wife, saying, I need this for my hobby of fantasy football. I have to have 2 TVs.
Look, there's this guy named Outhouse, and what he said was, that's always a great way to start a conversation with a spouse. It'll work. You should try it.
Well, in about 4 hours when the wife wakes up, I'll have to lay that on her.
Is there ever a world where you're actually awake at 4 a.m?
Unfortunately, yes. I get up. I have a job where I not usually, but at times we'll have to be in at 5 a.m. So yeah, there's a lot of times where I'm up at 4, and so this isn't that unusual for me.
Okay.
Unfortunately, but yeah, how about you? Are you used to being up middle of the night like this? No.
Like it's funny, like so I logged on here at like 2:40, 2:45, and I was like, I remember days in my youth where I would still be awake at 2:45, but I don't think there was ever a time in my life I woke up for 2:45. Like that doesn't make sense. That does not track. And then you have people like Scampers, who is apparently sleep commenting.
Yeah, same way. I was debating. I'm like, do I try to just push through and stay up and then be just a zombie for my half hour here, or do I go to sleep at a reasonable hour, get some good Z's in, and then just be up for the day at this point? I think it's going to end up being the latter.
You didn't make the decision yet? Like, I think you had to make the choice if you were.
Well, no, I made the decision. I got some sleep in, but I think at this point I'm going to be awake for the day. I'm not going to be able to go back to sleep and get some more shut eye. It might be like a late morning nap, which isn't a bad thing. Naps are underrated.
Yeah, I'm here for a while, but I'm absolutely just going to pass the heck out the second I can. I can tell you that. But yeah, no, I am not a morning person whatsoever. And I know the phrase is 4 a.m, but let's face it, it's 4 at night.
It is. It is.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. See, like it's season. It is sleeping season. That's what it is. See, okay. You know what I haven't done in a while, and I'm sorry. Look at the scroll on the bottom, everyone. fantasycares.org/podathon. Make your donation to Fantasy Cares in the name of the Podathon to show love to the fact that 4 a.m. exists and that there are people that are struggling to talk at 4 a.m. And at least one of us is looking damn good at 4 a.m. And also fantasycares.org/auction. We still have some auctions going on of these amazing sports themed sports movie themed jerseys. I don't have it pulled up anymore, but like at last night ending at 11 o'clock, there was a Charlie Conway jersey, a Wild Thing jersey. We have a lot of jerseys from the major league movies. Like Bob got a little overexcited when we're like, all right, go buy some movie themed jerseys. He's like, Major League. And I'm like, I get it.
Well, it's one of the best movies.
Yes. And also one of like, I love Major League because it did a good enough job. The classic comedy sequel is always take the original and times it by 12, like, and just make it more ridiculous. And I think Major League 2 found that line where they're just like, this is going to be ridiculous, but not too ridiculous. Like,
yeah,
like
I saved that for the third one.
Yeah, oh god, I thankfully just never even, never. But I love, and honestly, I quote Major League 2 more than I do quote Major League 1.
Oh wow.
And it's one of
I'm a big fan of the first one more than the second one personally.
Oh, as a movie, the first one is absolutely a better movie. The second one to me is more silly enough. Like, I will forever. Like, I need to find something that like you hold. Like, I'll be holding something, and I'll just be like, upside down. In Major League 2, Ricky Vaughn sells out, and he's doing like a deodorant commercial, and of course he's terrible at it because he's Wild Thing. And at one point, he's holding the deodorant stick upside down, and the director's like, upside down, upside down. He just goes, upside down. And that's been stuck in my head forever. And no one ever understands what I'm saying when I say that. So I'm just glad I was able to say that.
That's one of those deep cuts.
Yeah, out loud. And hopefully one person was just like, I remember that. And that would validate me to the end of the day. Like, that would make me feel so good.
Wish I could do that for you, Russ.
But no, that's fine. Again, the way my brain works, I'm thrilled if like 10% of the time people know what I'm talking about.
The only quote I remember from the second one is, you have no marbles.
Marbles? Huevos? Yes. And doing that run and walk is absolutely something
I wanted to keep it clean for the stream here, so I didn't do that, the movement, but yeah.
This is the time you're allowed to do shit like that. It's absolutely fine.
Okay.
Oh my god. You know what happened? The donkey kicked me in the balls once. You know what happened the next day? What? My mama died. After that, I didn't care no much more about my balls hurting. Oh, that movie is so dumb and in such a good way. I love it.
The next rainy day that we have here, I may need to go revisit that movie. It's been a long time since I've seen it.
Oh man. Fantasy football watch movie. Let's do it. We should pick a time and just all of us sit there and just watch a movie together. I love that. Let's do it.
Oh, I'd love that. That'd be great.
Just not 4 a.m.
No, definitely not 4 a.m. No. So, Russ, let me ask you a fantasy related question.
Oh no.
Oh, come on. Do you have any players that you are way more high on than the general fantasy community going into this season?
I mean, eternally.
Well, eternally. We all know that. Come on. That was the easy answer.
Yeah. I mean, not really. Like, I feel like a lot of the players that I love are at least good enough out there. Like, people don't love Jalen Waddle or Devonta Smith enough for me, but people like Jalen Waddle and Devonta Smith. Like, that's not a hot take to say that they're good, but like that's a lot of the players. Like, I'm sitting here trying to think if there's, like, I think I'm huge on Jackson Smith and Jigba. I have convinced myself so much that he's just going to crush it this season. Like, and especially because I knew that he wasn't going to be a thing last year, at least at best until like the last quarter of the season. And it started to happen a little bit. And remember when we lived in a world where our bar for a rookie wide receiver was 600 yards and then we'd be happy with their season? Justin Jefferson ruined it for everybody. and then Puka comes along and just kills.
Mhm.
Like, unless you break rookie records, you're terrible.
Right.
But like, I knew JSN wasn't going to do a lot last year, and then finally the Seahawks pulled things out of places where they shouldn't be, and brought their offense into at least the 20th century, wherever it was before. And now they're going into an offensive coordinator who runs a base 3 wide receiver offense, which means JSN's going to be on the field a lot.
Mhm.
And he's really, really good. Like, he
Yeah.
is. He's very, very talented. So I'm hoping at some point they make the switch from Geno to Sam Howell. And not to say that Sam Howell is better, or even really good, but he'll just fling the ball more than Geno will. And that's more what I care about. Like, if I trust that my wide receiver is good and can get open and has good hands, I'd rather just know that there's a chance the ball will be thrown in his general vicinity, as opposed to Geno, where it's just like, hopefully he throws the ball this time.
That's fair. I mean, Geno, he had that year 2 years ago where he really broke out and threw a bunch of, really had that breakout campaign. So, and I like with the new coaching staff here, I think that's a good call with JSN because, Pete Carroll, he was just stuck in the past. And I have a lot of hope for this Seahawks offense this year.
Do you have one of those players that you're more in favor of?
Deontay Johnson. I just can't let him go.
I'm here with you. I'm here with you for it.
I think he's being criminally underdrafted right now, and just going way later than he should. We saw what Adam Thielen did on that team last year, and the corpse of Adam Thielen, I should say. Like, he is nowhere near where he was in his prime. And then you got Deontay Johnson, who last couple years on a terrible Pittsburgh team, just eat up all those targets and those balls. And what a great addition to that team for a young quarterback, just to have a guy that you can just constantly throw the ball to.
Blanket, right? Has to be the safety blanket. And on points per first down, like, when we're talking SFB, like, that does sound like gold. Like, I do have a feeling I'm going to end up with Deontay on my team. I do have that feeling.
Yeah, I've been going after him wherever I can.
Do you have a different strategy for a live draft than you would for a slow draft?
Great question. I don't know. This is my first live draft, so Scamper's
SFB
off to get back to you.
Ever live draft
For SFB.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. First SFB live draft. No, we do live draft for my home rig every year, which is always a good time. But no, I don't have a different strategy. It's just gonna come in, read the room, see how the draft board falls. Just your typical drafting strategies.
Yeah.
Take good players.
Oh man, so Jorge in here right away remembering what Major League 3 was, and I loved dropping Scott Bakula at 4 a.m. I mean,
no,
Quantum Leap, let's go. I
know it's not even his best sports movie.
Oh, which one was he? Necessary Roughness? I can't remember.
Yes. Yep.
It's in a normal time and day. All of those late 80s, early 90s football movies like meshed together, and I can't remember which is which. I'm actually pretty proud of myself for being able to put that one together. All right. Well, we are unfortunately, like, it's right as we get going, it's a half hour.
Right.
So until we'll do our niceties, and I'll tell you how much I love you in a couple of seconds. But before we do that, why don't you just remind everyone who you are, what you do, where they can find what you do, and if you have any parting shots you want to throw out there.
Yep. As I said at the top, you can find me at FFDustyDog on Twitter. You can find me every Tuesday at the Drinking and Talking Fantasy Football podcast. And on Thursdays, you can find me doing Club Fantasy's Trade Blocked. Come find me at the expo if you're out there. Say hi. Love to meet every single one of you.
I mean, you get such a hug every single year, but you're going to get in. It's going to happen again.
Oh, I can't wait. Can't wait. But yeah, that'll about round it up for me, Russ.
All right. So you said you're Tommy Boy 107. All right. And
111.
Are you going?
Yeah.
Are you going to look at these drafts? Are you going to look at the live drafts? Are you going to try and actually look when is yours? Actually, I can't. I sent
Next
his stuff
Sunday.
over already, so it's soon.
Yeah, it's next week Sunday.
All right, so you'll have a little bit of
Mm-hmm.
knowledge. You'll have ADP, like you'll have like DLF style ADP. There'll be like 5 drafts by the time you go, so you'll have a little bit of knowledge. Are you going to look at it, or are you just going to be like, you know what, it's not enough? It's like I'm just going to figure it out as I go.
I'll probably just take a look at it just to get a general feel for where some players are going. But when you get into a live draft, all ADP goes out the window. So it's just going to be one of those. I'll use it as like a guideline, just to have some extra knowledge in the back pocket, but not something I'm going to try to really be following. I'll go with my heart.
Yeah. And will you be drinking while drafting fantasy football?
Of course. It'd be off brand if I didn't.
Right?
Well, there's drinking and then there's drinking. I'll do the small D drinking when I'm drafting. Then once the draft's over, then it's on.
Yeah. I don't do live drafts for that reason, because it'll turn into capital D drinking, and then I will draft Deontay Johnson in the first round. Because like I'm so smart. I love that guy. I'm gonna take him. But yeah, no, I was at the New York live draft last year, which, first of all, you're in for a very good time at these live drafts. The events are just amazing.
Yeah. I'm excited for it.
Yeah. And I crumble under pressure. Absolutely. So live drafts are not my jam. Like when it was the 12 of us in a home league, that's fine. But like when there's people there just to watch, which I was one of those people that made it awkward for everyone else, it's like, all right, this is,
it's a totally different animal. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being awake and spending some time and just being the beautiful man that you are. So thank you for
thank
being
you.
here. And
let me shout out Mike and Sal and everybody that put in the hard work here doing this Podathon. It's a awesome thing you guys are doing. So thank you for having me on here.
Oh, anytime, buddy. All right, man. Go have a good nap.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, later.
Friends.
How goes it?
I'm so tired.
I gotta tell you, I am so conflicted, because before I sat down in this chair, I have my mini fridge behind me over here, and I had one of these like vodka seltzers, and I had like a protein shake, and I had one in each hand, and I'm just like, is it too early for one, too late for the other? Which way do I go? I don't know. I'm conflicted. So I'm taking this as like, it's still okay to crack open an alcoholic beverage, even though technically it's 4:00 in the morning.
I was about to say, hold it up. There was no question on that one. Where he was coming.
Gotta stay on brand.
Like, it's funny. I was saying before, I'm like, I know the phrase is technically 4 a.m, but man, it's 4 p.m. It is not morning at all.
I don't know if it's sad or not, but like this is a pretty normal time for me to wake up for work, so this isn't too bad.
That's gross.
I don't have to wake up for work, but my body tells me, "Hey, Jorge, it's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I hate you. Get up." And therefore, I'm kind of up already. So there we go.
Oh, I mean, usually it's my bladder that says that. I'm that level old where I don't usually make it through the night anymore. But at least when that happens, I can go back to sleep. I cannot do that right now. Well, actually, you two, you're fine. I'm going to take a nap. You two handle the next half hour. I don't need
How
to
many
be
spots
here.
can we give away?
You're pros. I don't need to be here.
Wasn't something that goes like less than 100? I think around 7 p.m. there are less than 100 Scott Fishbowl spots still available. So
we're in the negative.
Okay, well, you know what? First, let's do your intro and everyone. Well, start with Zach, since you defaulted to the top of the screen. Let everyone know who you are and all the stuff that you do. And wait, hold on, I got it right here. It's got to be here.
Yes,
I keep it right here with me, except for when I bring it upstairs to try and do something in here, which turns out terribly, but it's still fun to try. So just give yourself a little intro.
Sure. For those of you who don't know, my name is Zach. FF Tulip Batman. If you get the reference of my handle, then you get it. If you don't, that's okay. You'll catch up one day. Yeah, you might think I'm a big Taco Bell or Batman fan. It's not what it's from, but that's okay. I appreciate it either way. And I work with Jorge. I'm the director of content for Fantasy and Frames. And then I did publish a cocktail book this past spring. So it's been a couple months now. So it's been really exciting. So I had to make a cocktail from that. Had to pick Jorge's. This is the Washington Football Commanders. Well, we call it the Washington Football Team cocktail since they don't use that name anymore. So that felt the most appropriate for that drink, and it had to be a gin drink since I know it's Jorge's favorite. So he was the one who inspired that cocktail.
I love it.
To the very end, Russ.
Yeah, I assumed it was. Yeah. I can't get behind ginger beer. I have friends who are big mule fans, and it's just like, and the thing is, like, I eat things with ginger in it, but like, and I'll drink ginger ale every once in a while, but ginger beer, and again, anyone listening doesn't know, it's not actually beer, it's ginger soda. It's just like, I can't get behind it. It's so jarring of a taste, no matter how little you use.
I mean,
but,
you could use
I'm
old
going
ginger
to
ale
go
soda.
through that book and make every single one of them anyway, so I'm going to try it eventually.
I mean, you could substitute ginger ale. It'll be a little sweeter, so use less, but and definitely don't use cocktail, like fruit cocktail juice. Like use cranberry juice, not the cocktail.
Oh yes,
but yeah.
no, that's too much.
But you could substitute it out.
Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna start texting you every once in a while. Hey man, I don't got this. What should I do? Hey man, this is gross. What should I do? Because I'm absolutely one of those people where it's just like, if I can't read ingredients to things. Like if I find out that, well, not anymore, because like I used to hate mustard, and like if I found out, and in case you don't know, mustard is in every single sauce you ever eat. It really just is. It's literally everywhere, and that used to get to me. It's like, there's mustard in this. I can't. And of course, I've eaten whatever sauce that was my entire life, not knowing that. But the second I would find out, it's like, no, I can't do that. Because that's just the way my brain works. My brain's like, no, there's something in there you don't like, so you can't like this. So I'm absolutely going to first try these drinks as they are. I'm going to just... But yeah, my bar is not very extensive. Like, I forgot who you were talking to on Twitter, and someone was like, yeah, or like a Scots version of what my bar looks like. And I'm in my head, I'm like, if I were to make some of these drinks, it'd be like 1 part whiskey, 2 parts whiskey, 1 part scotch, 2 parts bourbon. Man, I need to expand my bar.
Everybody thinks I have a very elaborate bar. I've seen some amazing setups people have. I have a very small dry bar. I just have like 1 of every kind of liquor.
Yeah.
For the most part, and like a few different mixers and different liqueurs, and I keep it simple. One, it's a cost thing. And 2, yeah, I like trying different things, but yeah, I don't have a crazy collection of like bourbons or whiskeys. And I mean, you see some impressive stuff, but yeah.
In my head, you have like that thing where you press a button on the wall and the wall spins and the bar comes out and music starts playing. Okay, so let's reel this in a little bit, I guess. So you are one of the beautiful human beings that are running the live drafts. Are you live drafting? And if you
no,
are,
this is my first year not live drafting in Orlando, and I'm actually going to Cincinnati, also not drafting there. I will be online.
What division are you in, and what pick are you at?
Maverick 103.
Maverick. We had another Maverick on here. Jason Stein, I think it was.
Yeah, that's why I asked him to elaborate on his strategy.
Yes, that's right. That's okay. That makes a lot of sense now. I thought you were just impressed by his intelligence. No, you were just being a sneaky jerk. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I see you.
Charity. Yeah.
Are you a big Top Gun fan, or was it just, it's Maverick? And there's
no, Top Gun. Top Gun's been my favorite. The original Top Gun. I mean, Top Gun Maverick's good, but original Top Gun's been my favorite movie for years. So as soon as I knew it was a movie theme, I was immediately looking for a Top Gun division.
And you said you're 103?
Yep.
Do you have a strategy? Do you have a hope? Is there one of the? Did you take the 3 because you're like, all right, I'll just take whichever the top 3 guys fall to me, or do you actually have a person that you want to fall to you at 3?
So I was fortunate enough to get an invite pretty early on, and I had to pick my. Well, I didn't have to, but I picked my spot before we knew scoring. So I figured, just based on previous years, quarterback's usually important. This year, hit or miss. And so I figured I'd get one of the elite QBs. Now with scoring, I'm probably looking more at Christian McCaffrey if he falls to me there, and then happily settle for one of the top 2 QBs. So not much strategy beyond that. I've learned over the years from this is just have fun with it. Draft the guys you like.
Yep.
Don't sweat it. I've looked back at some of my rosters and I'm like, oh, this team was absolute garbage and I did fine. And other teams are like, oh, this team looks amazing, and then I'd never sniff the playoffs. So you just have fun with it.
You never actually know what you're doing. Exactly. That's absolutely the right answer. Jorge, how's it going?
Going well. For those who don't know, I'm Jorge Edwards. I run Fantasy and Frames and fantasyandframes.com, and very humbled and honored to be on the show with you, both of you. Zach told me, hey, I'm going to be on the show at 4:30 a.m. I'm like, you know what? I want to see if I can try to do that too, because Russ is going to be there, and I love Russ. And I did forget about Russ, meeting him just for 2 seconds.
And I'll never let you forget it for the rest of the time. I
heard you yesterday with Sal, and you were just
well, absolutely. Yeah, because you met Sal. We were there together. So I need to let Sal know that you forgot him also.
The initial meeting is what I forgot, but I remember the entirety of it.
I know.
I know. But yeah, no, I'm also in a live draft. I'm drafting out of DC. First year doing a live draft for Scott Fishbowl. I'm also with Zach in the 103 spot. So it's, you do a few mock drafts here or there. I've actually tended to stay away from mock drafting for Scott Fishbowl this year as I had in previous years, just because I kind of want the surprise. I don't want to go in there with like a preconceived notion of like what I'm going to do. And then it's like, well, stick to script, Jorge. And it's like, well, what if I don't want to? Like a lot of the drafts that I've been in, McCaffrey has not fallen to me, or so therefore if he did, it'd be like, ooh, well, what do I do now? I don't know. Like I want to be surprised. I want this to be a complete surprise, just all sorts of fun. Obviously the mobile quarterbacks and tight ends, and I think running backs and special team running backs are going to be a huge advantage for people in their scoring for Scott Fishbowl this year. But who knows, right? You go in with a strategy, and then the next thing you know, it's the person on the waiver wire that you weren't anticipating in week 7 that you didn't know they existed. That's going to come in and save your league and get you to the playoffs. So it is what it is. You're going to get thousands of people. I mean, you kind of just have to. You really have no. It's like Scott Fishbowl forces you. You really have no choice just to have fun. Damn it, just have the team and just throw it out there and see what happens.
So you said you're drafting from the 103, but what division did you choose?
So we are in DC from the Replacements movies with Keanu Reeves, and Gene Hackman. So I am in Shane Falco's division.
You went with Falco, all right?
Falco, yeah.
It's really funny, like because we let Joey write actually because he's the resident movie guy, really. So he put the first initial list of divisions together, and then I took a second pass at it, and I'm like, all right, well, there's a Washington Live, and he did not put a single player from the Replacements on here, so I accidentally put like 8 of them. Because it's funny, like in the fantasy football world, a lot of us really like movies, and of course everyone always says like, what's your favorite football movie? And I sat and I thought about it. I'm like, I've seen all of them. Like the cheesy 80s in me loves Wildcats, like silly movies like that. But I stop and I think like, I think Replacements might actually just be like Any Given Sunday is an amazing movie. Yes. It's a great movie. I quote it constantly, but like when I stop and think about it, I think Replacements might just be my favorite. So I literally just started listing everyone. I'm like, no one's going to join a division with the offensive linemen from the Replacements. You got to scale it down, Russ. You got to scale it down. But like every time I think about football, I go, we play football. Like I love that movie so much. So like you didn't have a choice, because I think I did make all of the DC Lives Replacements, but it just makes me happy that people join them.
Well, it's funny that's your first thought. My first thought is them doing the choreographed "I Will Survive" song in jail, followed by actual football stuff. But no, I love the movie. Coincidentally, I have to thank you then, because after signing up, I like bought it on Apple TV, and I'm like watching it like every other day. And I'm just like brainwashed by the media. I don't care. It's still an awesome, funny movie. What's another funny movie? Or I guess it's not really a funny movie, but a sports movie that doesn't get a lot of publicity is Blue Chips with Nick Nolte. You remember that movie?
Penny Hardaway was my favorite basketball player when he came in, and then all of a sudden he's in a movie. I'm like, what's happening right now? Yes, I love Blue Chips.
Yeah, no, it's It's definitely, and then Shaquille O'Neal, both him and Penny were both in it, right?
Yeah.
Just fantastic. But no, the replacements, it really, I don't know. It's funny being a local person because you're looking at it and like they're clearly playing in Baltimore. This is clearly empty, whatever. But not that I would wish anybody, being a Commanders fan, I wish anybody to play an actual FedEx Field because the place is atrocious. But that's my self-deprecation there as a
We all know it's a shit show. It's okay.
It's not. It's like, look, I mean, I'm not a Giants or Jets fan, but no one should ever play in Giant Stadium because they're gonna lose some soft tissue to that turf. So I get it.
Limbs, all that. Yep. No, but the replacements. It's just one of those funny movies. It's one of those. You come home on the weekend and you turn on TNT or TBS, and it just happens to be on there, and it has Gene Hackman, it has Lex Luthor, and I mean, come on, if anything else, you watch it for Gene Hackman, right?
Who plays a role like the literal opposite of Lex Luthor in that one? Yeah,
exactly. A little bit more positive for the good side of things, I suppose. Yeah.
Oh, and I have. It's funny, like I was on your Fantasy and Frames, one of your Fantasy and Frames show recently, and I don't remember if I brought my gripe up. I think I did, because I made the joke I'm lending another pair of frames to Fantasy and Frames. But as I sit next to this man who works for you, who is not wearing frames, I think you need to force these people to wear fake glasses whenever they show their faces.
I mean, does it count that I have contacts in and I could actually be wearing frames? Yeah.
So this is actually our 7th year. This end of July will be 7 years. Fantasy and Frames has been around, and I told Zach when the date of the anniversary comes, we have to put out a memo to everybody in our Slack channel. Yeah, contacts are now allowed. It's okay. 7 years is enough time. Enough of a barrier to allow contacts now to be used. So
I don't. It's not fantasy and lenses. That's all I'm saying.
You're not wrong, and I'm always going to give extra preference to people that would break out the frames here and there. So I like yourself. So I appreciate that.
I think my first, I don't know if it was my first, sometime my first time on camera for Fantasy Frames, I did wear my glasses. I'm just always afraid of like the glare from the light going off my glasses into there. So
make all the excuses you want, Matt. Okay, is your microphone changing colors?
Yeah.
What are you doing? That is. Are you one of those people, like I love contacts people because like my dad, like I grew up and my dad like wore contacts all the time. He was one of those crazy people that like slept in them and just literally never took them out. And then the problem with that was his pair of glasses were just so old that they were just like gigantic Coke bottles. And of course, when I was a kid, there weren't these thin lenses that they have now anyway. Like, are you one of those people, like, if you're not wearing your contacts, do you have some, like, glasses from the 90s still that are, like, gigantic and ridiculous looking?
No, I mean, I just updated my glasses this year. It had been several years, but they weren't gigantic. And I wear my glasses a lot when I'm at home just to give my eyes a break from my contacts. But it is very rare to see me out in public with glasses on.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, what's funny is the absolute wrong phrase. Like, I have the ability to never be comfortable, which is a wonderful. I don't know why I called it an ability. It is that the opposite of that. Like, you ask anyone who wears contacts, and they're like, yeah, you kind of forget they're there after a second. Like, I literally felt them every second they were in my eyes, and it ended like, and I used to like. I played roller hockey and stuff like that. And it got to the point where even like then, like I used to just wear them when I played hockey. And then I'm like, no, I can't. I used to play hockey with my glasses under my cage. Like that's how much I couldn't handle wearing contacts.
I bet seeing was a joy, seeing how it got fogged up and everything, and like your glasses and then your visor got fogged up too. And
well, it was a cage. It wasn't a visor. Oh man, double lenses. That would have been awful. Yeah. But like the worst part was, I mean, I'm not necessarily a big guy. Like I don't exercise ever, but like I've always been taller and at least broader than all of my friends. So when you play hockey and you're the broad guy, you end up, well, I always play defense anyway, because I'm terrible at any offense in any single game ever, because I'm not coordinated. But like I was the enforcer on the team. So when I go up a guy who's a better enforcer than I am, and I get knocked down and my helmet goes one direction and my glasses go the other one, it takes a long time to get that situated back to be able to see what you're doing. It was a challenge. It absolutely was.
Well, if you ever play hockey again, I'll be your Fulton Reed to your Dean Portman, and we'll take out any other enforcer.
Brothers, baby.
I have a question. Is there a Little Giants division in Scott Fishbowl this year?
There's
Is
an
that
Icebox division.
Yeah, because I've done some abbies for it.
Because I want to see somebody post on Twitter. I just busted out the annexation of Puerto Rico during my live draft, and boom, shaka laka laka.
Again, on to the top of the list of my favorite football movies. Like maybe that just means I lean comedy in general, but like that movie is just so good.
There's definitely an Icebox division because I had to do an abby
Okay.
for this one. Yeah.
Nice. Love it. But no, you guys have been doing a fantastic job all day yesterday, all day today. I've tried to stay in the chats and whatnot, but it's hard, and you guys just you all make it look so effortless what you've been doing so far, and what I anticipate you all will be doing for the rest of the Podathon, and you know how Scott's checking in from Vegas, sunburnt the hell. It's crazy. It's just like there's just
he looks out the window and he gets sunburned. Like so, I mean that's not something.
But no, you all are doing a fantastic thing, and the fact that everybody has not lost sight of like this is for charity. This is to bring awareness to multiple causes, and there are multiple causes. I know a lot of the the notoriety goes for Toys for Tots, but there are a lot of cases that Fantasy Cares is representing and helping. And so people go to the website, check it out, learn more about Fantasy Cares, donate to Fantasy Cares, please, because there's a lot of good that comes from this, and it's crazy. It's crazy. I remember we had Scott on one of our mock draft shows, and he was saying, yeah, initially I started Scott Fishbowl just to be with a couple friends in the industry and see how he would do, and then it grew, and then they told two friends, and then they told two friends, and so on and so forth, giving you a little Wayne's World action right there.
I knew exactly where you were going, and I loved it.
You see, we need to talk more. We need to have more conversations, because I feel like we would be good friends with each other.
I mean, I was about to say, it sounds like you're auditioning to be on a host on the Podathon next year, and I mean, I'm checking that box. Like,
well, I would be more than honored. I would be more than honored. First and foremost. But no, it's and to see what it's become now, and to see that we have like thousands of people participating, and more of that signing up to play, and you rarely see, if any, people bring in any negativity towards what we're doing. Like, how can you find negativity in like the whole we're doing this for charity? It's
You've been on Twitter.
It's the wrong way to go. Don't get me wrong, but
it's just great what you all do. So thank you very much for all the hard work you all are putting into this.
I was about to say it's not even work, but oh man, it's work. No, I'm gonna say like it doesn't play a big enough role at all. Like I'm absolutely of the mind that Die Hard is a Christmas movie because
100%.
it has to do with Christmas. Like it doesn't. The main plot isn't Christmas, but like. It happens because it's Christmas time, so that's good enough for me to call it a Christmas movie.
It's a Christmas party. The writer even said it's a Christmas movie. That's all we need to know.
Oh, was it Bruce Willis? Is like it's not a Christmas movie; it's a Bruce Willis movie. I'm like, all right,
yeah, but that's Bruce Willis.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But no, like you would have to remind me that the 4th of July happens in the Sandlot. Like
now,
so,
you can watch the Sandlot on 4th of July, but no one's gonna call it a 4th of July movie.
that is a tradition I can get behind. It's funny because I own a lot of Fishbowl merch. My kids end up with a lot of Fishbowl merch, mostly because I just want more of it in my house, and I think it's cute that they wear it. So we sat down in front of the logos this year, and we're starting to scroll through shopfantasycares.com, where you can go to get all of your hats, shirts, and hoodies. And of course, my 9 and 11-year-old don't know most of these things that we're scrolling past, and anything else, they're like excited by fun-looking fonts, and the fact that the Sandlot is the only one that has that raglan 3/4 sleeve. It's like, what's that? And I'm like, we're gonna watch the Sandlot. I know neither of you care about baseball, but neither do I. But this movie is worth watching. So you know what?
Great movie.
It is practically the 4th of July, which is still really super weird to me. This week, right? It's like this Thursday or something.
Thursday,
yeah. That's what we're doing. Like, on the 4th of July, we are watching the Sandlot. So thank you, Scampers. Thank you, Zach. And Jorge, you're just awesome. So I'm going to say thank you for that also. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to watch the Sandlot on the 4th of July.
Do the both of you do your honorary Bill Pullman Independence Day movie speech every 4th of July, or is that just me? Or do you just like?
It's probably not just you, but I'm not part of that. No.
It's like I did used to watch that on the 4th of July, like every year, but that tradition has absolutely fallen. But I will absolutely always watch that scene on because it's going to be on social media everywhere.
Yeah, that is a 4th of July movie.
Yes, that is literally, yeah, kind of named for it. So like, yeah, no, that one I'm absolutely down for, and I will watch that speech over and over and over again. Like, and I mean, of course, we only have like 7 more minutes now. Now I want to talk about what are your favorite presidential movies, because there's that and The American President.
With what's his name? I can't remember his name.
Now I'm stuck saying Martin Sheen, who was the vice president.
It was Hank Pym in the Avengers movies.
Michael Douglas.
Michael Douglas. Thank you.
I'm Andy Shepard, and I am the president. Like chills just thinking about it. Plus, Icebox plays his daughter in that. In American There you go. We brought it back around. Look at that. Look at that.
All right, I'm blanking on the name. Harrison Ford's the president. Air Force One, right?
Air Force One.
Yeah, that's a good president movie.
Oh, I mean, it's Harrison Ford is the president. I'm in. I mean, regardless of the fact that it's a fun movie, yeah, I will watch a movie.
All action. Yeah.
It's just like, you know, with Event Horizon. Is that one where Morgan Freeman's the president? Like,
no, those are completely okay. So Event Horizon is where a spaceship literally went to the dimension of hell and came back possessed and killed people. You're thinking about Deep Impact.
Deep Impact. That's it.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah. Definitely.
Completely different, Russ.
Samsonite. That was way off.
Guys, I don't know if you know this, but it's 4:54 in the morning. Don't ask my brain to work that well.
It's okay. I tried to go to sleep. I like had my eyes closed for like an hour, and I'm like, no, this is not.
You didn't sleep right? Oh no, I've been. That's why I hopped off the pod. It was like 11-ish. I went to bed.
I signed off at 11. Actually, finally got into like my freaking 9-year-old daughter was still awake. My wife was passed out, so I had to like make sure my daughter was actually going to sleep tonight. So I got to sleep probably like 11:45, and then woke up at 2:45.
I picked this time knowing my family would be asleep. This is a pretty normal time for me to get up. Like, I don't have to worry about scheduling conflicts. I don't have to worry about anything happening. I'm just like, yeah, no, this is just an easy time for me.
Yeah, I was up doing rankings because why not on a Saturday night at midnight, and then I got into Canva and I was like making like thumbnails for articles or stuff, and I went down that rabbit hole, and the next thing you know, it's like 2:47, and I'm like, if I go to sleep, am I really going to wake up in time? No, I'm going to miss this. Maybe I'll just like sit down and
scared that I was not. I'm like, oh man, I'm going to sleep through this alarm. I know I am.
I set so many alarms. I was so afraid of sleeping.
I did too. They're still going off. I got to turn them off. My wife is going to kick my ass when I get off this thing. But yeah, no, it's worth it. Hashtag worth it.
Hashtag worth it. But unfortunately, we are. You know, I like letting people wrap it up a little early so we could still BS for another minute or two before you actually have to get out of here. But it is 4:56, so we are running up against that wall. So why don't you remind everyone why you're here, who you are, and any parting shots you have for the Podathon?
I'll let you go first, Jorge, since I started.
Sure. So again, I'm Jorge Edwards. You can find me at Jorge B. Edwards on X or Twitter. Rather you follow us though at Fantasy and Frames. We do a number of things fantasy football related, whether it's redraft, dynasty, IDP, college, best ball, DFS, you name it. We have multiple shows starting on Wednesday nights, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, running all the way through Thursday night, and then we have a mock draft show on Saturdays and a pregame show on Sundays. We really are. Why we're here is because we want to spread the word of what Fantasy Carries represents and what Scott Fishbowl represents. So whether it's screaming to the heavens at 4 a.m., noon, midnight, whatever, like this message needs to get out there for those who are listening. And thank you very much, Russ, for having us on and just being able to share the screen with you and just help do our part to spread the message.
Cool. Save me time from talking about fantasy and frames. So, well, I'll tag team on that one. Everything Jorge said, but I am Zach at FF Chupa Batman. And yeah, it's been an honor to be able to host the Orlando Live Draft. So if you are anywhere near Orlando or can get to Orlando a week from today, Sunday, July 7th, 1 p.m., Rock Pit Brewing, we will have our third Orlando Live Draft. I'm very excited for that. John Bosch is even coming down. We're doing like a home and home. I'm coming up to Cincinnati the day before.
I heard about that. I was jealous.
Yep, and then he's coming down the next day for Orlando. So next weekend is going to be insane. So I'm so glad we are not doing the Podathon next weekend. That's normally when it is, and I would not have been a part of it. Normally, I'm presenting during a live draft, so this has been nice. Definitely weird being here in the middle of the night, but it's been exciting. If you do like alcohol or know someone who does, by all means, you can check out my cocktail book. It is themed to the NFL. And I believe we're going to try to do something later today about it. I don't want to give away too many details because I don't know all the details yet. But yeah, definitely keep watching the Podathon for a chance to maybe hear more about the book. But yeah, appreciate you guys.
I don't know about you guys, but at least I got that signed action, baby.
Oh, what the hell? That's awesome. Congratulations. I'm jealous.
Thank you both so much for being here and being the wonderful human beings that I know both of you are. It's 4:59. Say something entertaining for like less than a minute. Do it. Say something.
When you put us on the spot, it's like I just want to give away a spot.
Somebody better say on Twitter that they're using the anecdote.
Is there anyone watching right now that is not in Scott Fishbowl? If there is not, metaphorically raise your hand by letting us know in the chat. Or you know what? Wait, hold on. Hey, are the three of you in SFB?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right,
Absolutely.
that's exciting. Someone in the chat. If you're not, let us know, and you'll get in because Zach said so. But the people I see in the chat, all three of them, seem to not be answering right now. So we tried, Zach. We tried.
That's okay. Can't say we didn't try.
There you go. All right, thanks, Russ. Appreciate you, man.
Zach, Jorge, thanks for coming on. See you later. All right. I'm not calling anyone out, but my schedule says there's 2 people supposed to be here.
Oh dear.
I'm not going to say which 2.
Can I call it?
Just saying that we have an interloper in our midst. And that's fine. It's a party. Let's go. All right. Hey, everyone. How's it going? Real quick, it's scrolling on the bottom, fantasycares.org/Podathon. Donate to Fantasy Cares in the name of the Podathon. Show the Podathon some love. Or if you're one of those cool kids these days that know how to use QR codes, you could scan this right here, and that will take you to the same spot. But there's also fantasycares.org/auction, where there are many movie sports jerseys of sports movies. Dude, what time is it? Why am I awake? You can go and you can bid on so many amazing jerseys. The Coach Klein jersey went for, like, I wish I was paying attention. I would have outbid whoever won that. Congratulations. But we do, like, the finale of these auctions is a Bobby Boucher from Waterboy and Bo Jackson, just the regular old Bo Jackson, but it's because Sal, the real host of this, is a huge Raiders fan. And I intend to make sure that Sal does not win that Bo Jackson jersey easily. Like, I'm going to make that man hurt. So go check that out. And also just go to fantasycares.org/campaigns to see all the other stuff we have. The glass, the stickers, you get in the SFB Matt Berry division. There's a whole lot of stuff going on. So check all of that out. But that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is these 3 wonderful looking gentlemen in front of you. And I'm going to make this super awkward for the 3 of you. You pick who goes first. Introduce yourself. Let them know who you are, what you do, why you're here. And no, don't do it now. Wait till I said I wanted to make it awkward. So it means you guys have to stumble to try and talk over each other. And then like, you can go. Okay. So introduce yourself. Say hi.
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go first because we all know that Paul's the interloper, by the way. Let's get that out of the way, right? No one really invited him. He crashed in. No one really wants him here, but he's here anyway, Russ. I can only apologize for his behavior, but we'll jump right into it. I'm Mags. I'm from the Fantasy Wildcard team over doing the Dynasty show with Ali and the great Kev White as well, who can't make it over today. Yeah, great to be here. Also run a show called the Dynasty Hot Seat, but Russ, I'm just here to talk some crap with you for the next little while. It's going to be some fun, right?
Yes, I hope so. Otherwise, I'll be really embarrassed. Who's next?
I'm Paul. I'm going to go next. I'm Paul. I was told I was coming on and then questioned it because I saw the schedule and then questioned it with our leader over at the Fantasy Wildcard, and he said, "Yeah, you're totally going on. So screw it, I'm here, and I ain't leaving, and I'm here, and I'm from the Fantasy Wildcard. I co-host the Wildcard Rewind, which is the redraft show we do over at the Fantasy Wildcard, and I'm here to keep Mags under control because without me, he's a loose cannon."
Well, I mean, technically, Paul, it was Mags, the Dynasty Hot Seat with Ali and Kev. So you could be Kev for half an hour.
Yep, I'll change my name. Hang on.
But anyway, yeah, I'm Ali, FF Dynasty Grill, part of the Wildcard Dynasty team with Mags, and we also do the DFS show in season as well, and just part of the Wildcard family. We've built up quite a family now. There's quite a few of us, and yeah, can't wait to talk a bit of smack for half an hour.
Love it. Okay, but before we get into that, we need to do the obligatory. You guys all said that you're in SFB already. What division are you in? Where are you picking from? And tell me what I should do with the 101.
Good question.
Can I answer for you? I'm gonna pretend I'm Mags now. With the 101, you should say Dalton Kincaid.
Oh, I mean, don't even. I am tempted. Don't tempt me too much with that. I'm in the London Live Austin Powers division. Cannot wait. Second year in a row doing the London Live draft, so that'll be a hell of a lot of fun. I'm picking from the 3 position.
Okay.
I gotta be honest, Russ. I'm gonna have to wait and see where the board falls to me. I think 101.
No. You're not taking the cheating answer right now. Perfect world. Who's falling to you at 3? Because I know a lot of people take the 3rd or the 4th because they're like, well, I have a top tier of like 4 people, so I'll take whoever's left. No. Who do you want to draft at the 103?
I mean, if Josh Allen fell to me, Ross, I mean, I'm absolutely dancing. I'm going to be delighted with that, but I don't think he will. I'm going to go ahead and be a massive homer and take the guy that's on my back right now. I would love Patrick Mahomes, the soon-to-be 3 in a row Super Bowl champion, to fall to me at 3. Thank you.
I took him 1 last year, so I mean, I'm there for it. But also, like, I don't know if you guys are in the chats for your picks. I'm in the 101. I'm in the 101 chat. There's discourse. Like, there is no consensus on who's going 1. And there are a lot of people who are going to take Christian McCaffrey. And it seems like there's a lot of people that are going to take Lamar Jackson. There is a non-zero chance you get Josh Allen at 3.
I would absolutely love that. Here's a question for you. What do you think about some people in the 3 chat are infiltrating the 2 chat just to see what people are thinking at 2, just to kind of get a heads up? That's a sneaky move, right?
That's too far. That's too far for a charity tournament. Like, look, if there was actual money on the line and there was no rules against it, more power to you. But like, what are we here for? Come on,
man.
That's crazy.
Trying to win. Yeah.
All right, who's next?
I'm not one of those people, by the way. I'm going to put my hands there.
Well, you're very smart.
I wouldn't put it past him.
You are one, so
yeah, it was definitely his idea. That's for
sure.
He's not one doing it. But it was his idea.
Himself, so I get
it. I'm in the Brian O'Connor division. Normally, I would be drafting live in London, but unfortunately, they've done the UK FFC on my wedding anniversary this year, so I can't go because my wife's not giving me the pass. I did it last year, would love to do it this year, but I can't. So I'm in the Brian O'Connor division, and I am at the 10 spot. Now, the 10 spot is kind of a bit mental, to be honest. You say that people want Christian McCaffrey and Lamar here. The amount of different names in the 10s chat is unbelievable. It goes...
No telling.
Literally could be anyone. But the one thing I am liking at the moment is, as an Arizona Cardinals fan, Kyler Murray at the 110 and Trey McBride at the 2-3 kind of sounds like a bit of a wet dream for me, if I'm honest.
Hold on. So I have been not paying attention to the Twitters because I'm either doing this or sleeping. But there's some drafts have started, right? Like we have a little bit of an idea of, here we go. All right. So here's the Orlando draft that I'm pulling up. So Josh Allen, Christian McCaffrey, Lamar Jackson. There you go. The 3 people we listed before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or at the 10, we had Brees Hall at the 9, Tyreek Hill, and then CeeDee Lamb. Ooh, big wide receiver run. Jamar Chase, Travis Kelce, Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Trey McBride. So it looks like, man, like, who else do we got here? In the next draft, yep. Someone, they had to write a sticker for CeeDee Lamb. What?
There was it
Come
Hope?
on.
Was it Hope Myers, that one? I'm sure it was. She's in the 10 chat, and loads of people commented on this in the 10 chat. They were like, "Why did you have to write a thing?" And then she put, "Because he's the GOAT."
Pablo was apparently drafting at the 10 in the Ace Ventura division and took CeeDee Lamb. But again, it's a very similar group of people with Brees Hall, CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, Bijan went at the 12. I mean, we had people talk about taking him at the 1, which I guess fair enough. If you want Bijan, you kind of have to take him in the first regardless. But Travis Kelce, Joe Burrow at the 202. That's
looking at that one, I'd be super jealous with the 3 team, Mags, because he got Jalen Hurts in the first and Kyler Murray in the second.
Oh, okay. So he,
I kind
wow,
of feel like
the first
that's
3
a
picks
steal.
of Chase, Burrow, and Puka. Like, I don't care what your settings are. You just love that team.
Wow.
Yeah.
You gotta love that.
All right. So I derailed that well enough. All right. So, Ali, what's your situation looking?
Pretty similar to Paul, really. 111 in the Shooter McGavin division. I mean, I love Happy Gilmore as a film. Yeah, 111. Pretty similarly, it's been so many names. There's not even been one that everybody's sort of gone, yeah, okay, let's head for that one. Yes,
So you got one of your
Happy
rivals
Gilmore.
down there,
Love
Crystal
that.
in the Happy Gilmore division. Like, you have to
And-
hate her now because Shooter and Happy don't get along.
Exactly. Shooter's going to win. Happy Gilmore 2 is coming out apparently, and Shooter's going to get his revenge. So I'm thinking CeeDee Lamb. I've seen CeeDee Lamb go 101, and I've also seen CeeDee Lamb go 111. So I mean, that's crazy to think about, but also that's going to be my target. My target, because sitting at the back of the draft, that 3rd round reversal, I want to end round 3 with a quarterback, a wide receiver, and an elite tight end. That's my strategy at the minute. But I mean, it's going to go out the window, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there's no strategy at all. Like, I love to ask these questions because it's great to talk about. And yes, absolutely, Vince. And the best part about Shooter McGavin being so great is that Christopher McDonald, the actor, embraces it completely and loves it, and still like tweets out as if he's Shooter every once in a while. Like, him and Adam Sandler got together and like shot some golf. Like, it's like, yeah, he's absolutely it was wonderful.
Fantastic.
All right, that was all the energy I had, guys. So it's all on you now.
What time is it with you, Russ, at the minute? What kind of time are you taking on?
5:11 a.m.
And have you had any sleep at all?
Yes, if you can call it that. It's more of a nap than actual sleep. I signed off here at around 11 o'clock. I went upstairs hoping just to pass out, but I get upstairs and my 9-year-old daughter was still awake. I'm just like, "Elle, you're kidding me, right? Turn the TV off, turn her lights off." And I'm like, I need to go to sleep. You need to go to sleep. That's how this works. Of course, my wife completely passed out already. And so by the time I got to sleep, it was probably like 11:45, and then my alarm went off at 2:35. So less than 3 hours. And I'm here until 7. Nope, 9. And then I'm probably going to bail earlier than that because I'm tired and I'm going to pass out. The second my head hits anything, even if it's a carpeted floor, I'm out, you know?
Yeah. I mean, us at the Wildcard, we didn't do it this year, but for the last 3 years, we've done a streamathon 16 hours straight, and that was absolutely knackering. There was 3 of us that jumped on and off, so I cannot imagine what you guys have been going through the past 2 days. You must be rather tired, but yeah, hopefully we can help pick you up this morning, and you can have plenty of coffee. I'm assuming.
I'm already this many down at 5 in the morning. Well, see, what's great or terrible is, like, I mean, this used to be 24 hours, and Sal used to do the entire thing.
Wow.
And
amazing.
You know, he's not a spring chicken anymore, so it's good for him that we've expanded, and I'm very glad that we have enough people that, you know, we trust not to be awful on camera, you know, at other times in the morning when most people wouldn't be awake. So both Sal and I don't have to do it, because we are grumpy old men, and I say that with, you know, people, you know, other hosts that are older than I am. It doesn't matter. I've been a grumpy old man since I've been in my 20s. So, like, me existing at an early hour usually is not great. And I need to know what is this? What do you got? I see these are names. What's on the inside of your arm?
Oh, that one. Oh, that's my niece.
Oh, okay, so it's just a thicker. Okay.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell if it was a picture or just another name. Like
no, it's just another name.
I've been flashing my leg the entire time. Like I'm a big tattoo guy.
Nice.
So, like, whenever, like, I'm that creeper, like, it goes all the way around. Like, I'm that creeper in public where, like, I'll walk past them just like, and not for any weird reason. I just really like tattoos, and I think, you know, I stare at people's awesome tattoos, and it makes me want to go get more.
I'm getting another one done the 29th of July.
What are you getting?
So in April, I ran the London Marathon. So
the whole thing?
The whole thing. The whole thing. I did that. I decided back in November that I could apparently do it, and I couldn't run more than 2 miles. So did a lot of training, a lot of dieting, everything, raising money, all of that. Finished the London Marathon. So got in touch with my tattooist, and he said, let's do the medal like it's engraved on your leg and stuff like that. And I was like,
that's you were gonna get your number tattooed on your chest, like you were wearing that.
like an Iron Man arc reactor, like, you know. But I wanted it somewhere, because I live in shorts. I wanted it somewhere so I could literally just show everyone, look, I run the London Marathon. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like, I chose that for a very well. The reason I really chose my leg was, like, I never felt like. Again, I mean, I don't know how much you know of New Jersey, like, but, like, have you seen what the Jersey Shore TV show was? Like, did you have the unfortunate, you know, ability to see that was? And, like, to me, like, that's what New Jersey isn't really that bad, but it is sort of bad enough where, like, there's so many dudes with barbed wires around their very ripped arms, where to me it's like you need to have, like, defined muscles to get arm tattoos. Otherwise, you're what are you doing to yourself? So I'm like, all right, well, I don't have that. So I guess I'm going legs. And then I'm like, well, I'm not going to do my thigh because that's just weird. And so, like, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I like shorts, you know, so there you go. Bottom leg. I did the exact same thing. I'm like, well, I want it to be somewhere seen. And if I'm going to be that kind of guy who's like, oh, I can't have showing tattoos when I go for a job. I'm like, leg, perfect sense. Let's go. And that's,
I do want to do a sleeve on my right leg, which is a Marvel themed one.
Do you really have a version of the Jersey Shore? Is that real?
Yeah,
it's terrible.
The Geordie Shore. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. That is such trash. Well, at least our version is. I'm going to assume yours is also.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
Yeah, it's same thing, different accents.
Yeah, and
even we can't understand these accents.
I can't understand the people in the Jersey Shore, so it's fine.
I'm surprised you can understand Mags, if I'm honest, Russ. He's Scottish, and he's just all the bad things, like, you know.
Yeah, I have no idea what any of you are saying, to be honest. I'm just, you know, making it up as I go and hoping that whatever I say, you know, goes along with what you were saying.
Russ, we're not actually here. You're just so sleep deprived that, like, you're asleep on your carpet right now, Russ. You're just imagining this entire thing.
My brain needs to get more creative if that's the case. Like, if this is really what I'm dreaming, I need to up my therapy, I think.
We are the men of your dreams. That's what we are.
I mean, that's probably not far from the truth. Let's face it. You guys you're not bad to look at. We have very similar interests. You know, since, like, our American accents and language is so muddled in anyone that has the slightest other accent we find exotic, and all this. Like, you have these beautiful accents that, you know, you might just be the men of my dreams. It might just be the truth.
Well, we do have a Welshman, an Irishman, and an Englishman here, so there's a good mix.
Yeah, see, and you look at that. Like my brain is at least switching it up a little bit. I don't have a type. That's good. I like a little variety. That's good. That's good. And apparently, well, look, because it makes sense because I have a 9-year-old daughter who's a huge Swiftie, and now I'm sitting here staring at a Travis Kelce jersey. So it's making sense. My brain is just putting all this together for me. Man, I'm gonna have some really weird dreams when I actually do pass out. Like I'm gonna have some weird Inception stuff going on.
Yeah, I can't wait for it.
See, and I'm sure this is probably one of you in there saying it, but like. I can't, like it says something about society that everyone felt the need to have a version of this show.
That's the world we live in now.
And I don't know if you guys ever like lived in a reality where you ran into some of these people in the real world. They are that awful. Just putting it out there. One of the guys on the Jersey Shore grew up in the town that I grew up in, and just awful.
What I don't understand is the people that go like to nightclubs and like will pay like $20 to go and meet these like cretins, right? They're like making money off it as well. It's like how, like I feel like these are like just NPCs, right? Like going in and just your wife has done it.
My wife has done it.
Oh no! You get to come to Scott Fishbowl Live now. That is the pass. You bring that up. You say, "Look, you paid to meet one of these guys with the George."
Technically, Snooki paid to meet Zach. That's what I'm seeing.
That makes more sense to me.
Again, America being what America is, there was colleges that paid these people tens of thousands of dollars to come and talk at their commencement speeches. That's the real travesty of it all.
Wow.
Well, at least they got to go to college at some stage in their life. Then that's nice.
Yeah, they could say they stepped foot in college and probably not while drunk, because I mean, I'm sure they've all went to college parties. Hopefully, they were not drunk during their commencement speech. Though I guess it would be on brand. I guess. So I have to ask, as out of towners of the league you guys enjoy so much, clearly Chiefs fan. What about the two of you? Do you have a team you root for, and how did you fall to those teams?
So I'm a Buccaneers fan.
Oh yeah, you had the mug. I'm sitting there like, remember, Bucks fan. Nope, forgot it.
Oh yeah, the Bucks UK mug. I saw Murph with his earlier, so I thought I need to rep mine as well. So yeah, I mean, it was absolutely by chance. I was out stumbling back from a lads' night out in 2018 or 19, and turned on the telly about 3 a.m, and Channel 4 was showing the Buccaneers against the Seahawks. And the Buccaneers were absolutely killing the Seahawks. I was like, wow, this is amazing from what I can actually see, because I was so drunk. So I was like, I'm going to support the Buccaneers. And that was the season they didn't win another game after that. So maybe I've put the curse on the Bucks, but it's been a painful experience pre-Tom Brady period. But now it seems to be slightly more enjoyable. Let's just say that.
All right. Well, Mags, how'd you fall into the Chiefs?
Literally, I woke up one.
I asked how you fell into it. Did you literally fall into a Mahomes jersey and that's how you became a Chiefs fan?
No, I woke up.
Everything.
I woke up one day in my flat at university. I was just like, I'm so goddamn bored. I was like, I'm gonna see if I can watch some like NFL just on a complete whim. And I was watching remember like NFL.com, you see those like crappy little highlight videos of like the games that were like 3 minutes long. And I just kept seeing this guy, Jamal Charles, over and over and over again. I was like,
he'll do that.
This guy's sweet. So Jamal Charles, that's the reason why. I was just like, that guy's awesome. So I've seen some struggles. I remember Matt Castle. I remember these guys. Give me a break.
Oh man, that was one of the roughest moments. Like for me, one of the roughest moments in NFL history was when the crowd started to cheer when he got hurt. Like that was.
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Kev?
I'm Arizona Cardinals fan. Apparently, I'm a sucker for punishment. I'm sort of similar to Ali. Like it was nights out with the lads, and we used to go out on a Sunday, and then we'd end up watching the NFL. So it was kind of like pick a team. So weirdly, at the time, I think this was about 7 or 8 years ago now. We all decided we had to pick a team, so we did a quiz on Facebook, and this quiz on Facebook told me that I should be a Cardinals fan. So I've stuck with Cardinals ever since then, and we're what 8 years now, or 7-8 years further on. So I'm just a sucker for punishment, but I'm in love with Marvin Harrison Jr. as well. So
Oh yeah, well now you
all
have
about
some
that.
good stuff to root for at least. I'm so curious what this quiz was. Was it like, would you rather fly or be
Yeah,
able to
definitely
run
one
on
of
all
them.
fours? Like,
Out
what
of these
your
four,
favorite
pick your,
mascot would be?
out of these four, pick your color. And if you were doing something on the beach, what would you rather do? And or it was just literally, excuse my French, but it was all crap.
Do you
And
like
it was
pain?
like, oh yeah, here's Arizona Cardinals, and it was like, okay, we'll go with these. So I've been a follower of them for 8 years now.
Wow.
Oh,
Wait.
wow.
So they were voted terrible, so you picked them? Like at
Fair
least.
play.
I mean, it's funny. Like I go to call you Kev as to go along with the joke, but then I feel like, oh man, they probably think I don't remember. That's not really his name. I'm going to be a jerk. But like, Paul like lucked his way into picking a team that's been terrible. You chose a team specifically because it's terrible. That's a level. I can't expect. I'm not sure if I respect that or like I'm sorry. I'm not sure which to really land on. Maybe a little bit of both. But like that's a choice. That's a choice for sure.
Yeah,
Are they going to have to like change teams if the Bengals start playing a little bit better? Are they going to have to be like, no, I can't support these guys anymore. I'm going to have to swap back.
Definitely done them in our house.
Yep.
Definitely done them quizzes to find out at Hogwarts house. The kids and everything have done it, and only one in our house was a Slytherin, and that's my youngest daughter.
Oh,
Watch
my
out for
wife
her.
does not need a test to know. Well, she's not a Harry Potter fan, but I am. Like Slytherin all the way. Like absolutely.
Yeah.
And my daughter just hasn't accepted it yet because she is a miniature version of my wife. My son and I are without question Hufflepuffs. Like we are both giant softies. Like we absolutely belong there. And I love that my daughter's like, I'm a Gryffindor. But anything she picks up, she immediately Avada Kedavras me. And I'm like, let's have a talk of what that's what the insinuation of what's happening right now.
She's definitely Slytherin.
It's not a Gryffindor move.
Yeah.
It's like and like we try to explain to her, and I'm like, that it's Slytherin doesn't mean you're bad. The movies just make it seem that way. Like, look, there's the movies are now a small part of the lore that has just been built. So don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm a Gryffindor. Okay, fine. You're a Gryffindor. Fine. But she's not 11 yet, so it's not even really locked in. So
I'm a Gryffindor, or I'll kill you. That sort of thing.
I'm a Gryffindor, or you die. That is.
The more I watch
Oh,
those
yeah,
movies,
man.
the more I'm like rooting against Harry. He's like the worst character in the whole movie. I think he's like such a dick the entire way through. It's like, no. It's like I want Harry to come on the wrong side of things now and again, but yeah, he never does.
Team Neville Longbottom, mate. Team Neville Longbottom.
Yes.
He's the hero of the movie.
I agree.
He's the hero.
Bye, Russ. Thanks for coming. We'll take over.
I have my Neville Longbottom
yes.
right over here.
Nice.
Love that.
I've got one of those for my staircase. We've got like little candles that line up our staircase, and there's a little magic wand you can hit, and it turns the lights on. It's fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah,
awesome.
and you'd think you could get tired of doing it, but no,
I would
do it.
literally
You
never get tired. I would go downstairs
just
to do it.
Yep.
I'm gonna go downstairs after this. I'm gonna go downstairs and ask my wife if I can go to the UK FFC. If I can,
Agreed.
I will buy her a staircase that she can light up with a magic wand.
Absolutely, definitely worth it.
While she's playing Hogwarts Legacy.
I don't know if you guys have
Daniel
seen
Radcliffe.
this meme, but it is hilarious. Just go Google Daniel Boringcliff if you haven't.
Yeah. It is fantastic.
Oh man,
they're making that new
5:27
HBO show,
somehow.
right?
I don't want you guys to lose your opportunity to remind everyone about the stuff you do, because I mean, part of the reason you're here is to just get your names and everything out there. So, for the next minute or two, do it, and then we'll BS for a couple of seconds before you got to head out. So again, you awkwardly pick an order of how you're gonna say goodbye to everybody.
Okay, let's go. Well, we'll go in the same order, lads. Will we? I'm Mags. Follow me over on X at Hot Seat Mags. I am one of the co-hosts at the Fantasy Wildcard Dynasty show. I also do another Dynasty show called the Dynasty Hot Seat. Follow that over on X as well at Dynasty Hot Seat and over on YouTube as well. Thanks once again, Russ, for having us on.
Thank you so much for coming on. Who's next?
I'm Kev, or actually Paul. At
You are
Paul
Kev from now on.
Pickett.
You should change your Twitter handle to @Paul Pickens. No, at Kev Pickens.
I'm Paul. Find me over on X at Paul_Picking. Like I said, I do the Wildcard Rewind show at Wildcard Rewind. We have got a Scott Fishbowl mock draft episode coming up in the next few days. So tune in and check that one out. And yeah, I will leave the rest to Ali to finish up.
Thanks, Kev. I don't really want to plug myself. The only thing I will plug is our episode coming out this week on the Wildcard Dynasty, which is the Dynasty Roast Show. So we all saw the roast of Tom Brady. This is going to be the roast of overvalued players in Dynasty. So that will be pretty spicy. It will come with a warning, so please don't be offended by any of the jokes made. But it's going to be fantastic coming out this week. But
can you give us a sneak peek at one of the players that you don't think we would believe to be there? Don't give away the big surprise, but like give us a little bit of a hint of something good.
I mean, I'm going to talk about Deshaun Watson. So that's
that's fine.
Okay, well that's fine.
Lord Voldemort himself.
I actually wanted to give a shout out to the SFB hopefuls where I came from. Jason Snyder has put together a fantastic group, and it's been the last 2 months have just been such a great experience in the SFB hopefuls chat. There's now over 150 people in there, and we've raised literally thousands of dollars for Fantasy Cares. So that's been a fantastic experience before even Scott Fishbowl's got going. So just wanted to give a shout out to Jason for the fantastic job that he's been doing.
But real quick, all right, so we have Mark here saying still hoping to sneak a last minute SFB spot in. Is there anyone else in the chat? Anyone else who is not in SFB yet? That's what I want to know. Is it just Mark, or is there anyone else watching right now? I'm going to give you like 30 seconds because it's 5:30 and I need to kick these guys off to move on to the next. But is there anyone else not in SFB? Someone else? Come on, where's my producer to cue up the Jeopardy music? I don't have a producer. That's exactly the problem. All right, Mark, drop your Twitter handle in.
Yes,
and,
Mark.
We'll see what
yes,
happens.
Mark.
He's got to like all of the Wildcard Rewind as well, and the Wildcard Dynasty. He's got to go on X and like all them as well.
All right. Well, thank you, fellows, for jumping on, for being here, for being the awesome human beings you seem to be. And I mean, I'll catch you around, right?
Thanks for having us, Russ.
Good luck the rest
Absolutely.
of the show.
Keep going, mate.
Cheers, mate. Keep going.
Cheers.
Don't talk to each other. That's rude. Come on. Bye, everybody. Hey, how's it going?
Good morning.
Is it?
Well, yeah, it's 4:30 in the morning here, so yes.
Oh man, you're still at 4:30. No, it's 5:30 and it's still in the middle of the night. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just happy that I'm old enough that I have a good internal clock because I set 2 alarms on my phone, but set them for PM, so my alarms did not go off. So I rolled over and was like, man, it feels like 4:30. I was like, oh, it's 4:18. I got to get on the pod. So good thing for being old.
That's a phrase I wasn't ready to hear. Well, I wish I had the button to actually send the invites. Mark, whenever the next time Scott hits that button, you're going to be in SFB 14. Let me know what are some of your movie choices. What are some of the guys that you would want to be in? Because I like talking movies. Dan, why do you show up now? Dan, your name is too. Dan, give me your Twitter handle because Dan Lee is going to be. I'm going to get way too many things if I go to search by name. But okay, Dustin, let's talk about Dustin for a little bit. Before I get into. Oh my! That starter jacket. Oh, that is so amazing.
This is my starter jacket from when I was a teenager from the 90s.
It looks like that looks for real. Like the wear on it and everything.
It's got my name sewed in the back because me and my sister had the same one.
Oh, that's so cool. I love it. So before we get into all of your SFB, what you're doing, and all of that stuff, hit up everyone, who you are, what you do. You're wearing a very nice RotoWire hat. Just, give a little bit of an introduction to yourself.
Yeah, this is because I didn't comb my hair because I woke up late.
So, I woke up like this.
My name is Dustin Lucky. I am the content director over at DynastyProsFootball.com. I do stuff at QB List as well. Got some things coming down the road, so we'll see. I can't quite announce them yet, but I've got some things brewing, which is kind of fun. So currently just writing, doing content over there, guesting on different podcasts here and there. So happy to be back on the Podathon for the second year.
Speaking of, on Tuesday, unfortunately, I won't be there, but you're going to be hitting up a certain Trade Addicts podcast.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm even sadder that I wasn't going to be there, but my wife had the terrible decision to make plans on a Tuesday evening for some reason.
Tuesday evening? Oh my god!
Does she know what I do? I've only been doing it for 6 years now. You figured she would just know to leave me alone, but she does not care. That's the real.
Wife's, we're happy they let us do these things, as a fun hobby. So we can't really complain too much, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. All right. So you're in SFB 14. Yes.
Yes.
What division are you in? Are you live drafting?
I'm live drafting here in Madison, Wisconsin. I am the 101 of the Thornton Melon. So Back to School, movie with Rodney Dangerfield. I'm the 101 in that division. We draft next Sunday.
It's funny because, like I said before, and I hate that I come off sounding like snobby about it, but like we had Joey Wright do a pass on the divisions we should have, and then especially when we found out exactly what live drafts we were having, I did another pass through, and hold on. Hit the Q button, Dan. You're good. You're going to be in the net whenever the next round of invites get sent out. It's tougher to find movies that have anything to do with locations than you would think it would be.
It is.
And especially movies that have broad appeal to people of different age ranges. So I was a little worried putting that out there because, I grew up on Back to School and Rodney Dangerfield.
Me too. We're about the same age, so me too.
So like, it just makes me happy that, of course, when it comes down to it, people don't have a choice. They're going to have to, especially when you're live drafting, you're just going to have to pick a division. But it makes me happy that you seem to appreciate that.
Oh yeah, that was a movie I watched. I've probably seen that movie 10, 15 times at least. It seemed like every summer I was watching it 2-3 times just because it was on TV or whatever was just around. This was before I lived in Madison. This was just me growing up on the East Coast. I'm from the New Jersey area as well. So it would just seem to be on TV, and I don't know
a lot
like why, but it was. So yeah, it's one of those movies like that. Both Conan movies, Kroll, like movies like that just happen to be on TV like all the time. I remember one weekend it was the 2 Conan movies and Kroll. It was like a movie marathon for like 24 hours. And I think I watched them literally all day. I just sat on the couch and like watched them, and friends would come over and just watch them over and over and over again.
Because those are the kind of movies that like you literally just have them on in the background, and it's amazing no matter when you look up.
Yes, exactly.
And apparently there's a dude in the NFL with the last name Krull now, by the way.
Yes, Lucas Kroll plays for the Broncos. Yep. So he is there, and he's looking fairly decent right now in camp with Greg Dulcich being injured yet again. So
101, baby. Let's go. If I had a rookie draft right now, we'd do it.
He's not even a rookie. He's been around for a couple years.
I know. Yeah. I say 101, that goes my mind to rookie drafts, and that's just at 5:36 in the morning. That's the best we're getting.
I don't blame you. You've been on there for a while too, haven't you?
Well, this shift started at 3. 2:45, I guess, is when I got down here. But we've been going since 8 in the morning yesterday, and I've been on and off the entire time. So it appears you're a Bills fan.
I am.
Oh wait, did you say what pick you had? I completely zoned out. Wait, what? The second
I have
you
the 101.
Back to School, I stopped listening because I got excited.
Yeah, I'm the 101. The advantages of doing a live draft. The advantages of a live draft is you get to draft live. The disadvantage is you pick your draft slot and you're kind of stuck with it before scoring came out. So I was like, I want Josh Allen. I'm taking him no matter what.
Okay.
I would say I'm going Josh Allen. That's locked in. Put it on the board.
Yeah, you don't have to wait for it. You're right. Like
Yeah,
you get to make the
Jake can
choice.
put it on the board right now. So here's my thought. Scott Fishbowl for me is not about winning. It's about what Fantasy Cares does. It's about the community. It's about connecting with people. It's about having fun. So I want Josh Allen because I don't have him anywhere. I'm a Bills fan. I want Josh Allen. If I was trying to win Scott Fishbowl, I'd probably go Christian McCaffrey.
How are you going to do that to me, Dustin?
It's I don't think there's any bad pick at 101 if you're just there to have fun. Like, get your guy, right? That's why I was like, I'm going to get Josh Allen. So I'm going to get 101. So I know I get Josh Allen. That's what I'm going to do. This was before scoring. Once scoring came out, QBs are nerfed so much that there's a case for McCaffrey, Bijan, CeeDee Lamb. Like, those are all in contention at the 101. If you think you can legitimately, like, if your goal is to do the best you can and have the best team and try to win this thing, I'm going to have fun at Madison Live Draft. I went down to Chicago last year, didn't even like draft, just went down to hang out. Yeah. Met Jim Coventry. That's why I got this RotoWire hat. Like, just, like he gave it to me at the expo last year. It's my hat that I throw on whenever I need a hat now. It was just about meeting people, having fun. Yep. And that's what that's what Scott Fishbowl is. It's let's have fun. Let's put something positive in the space. Let's do some good. Let's connect with people. That's why, the guys before us talking about the Hopefuls chat. I think what Jason did with the Hopefuls chats is exactly what Scott Fishbowl is all about. It's, hey, let's all gather around as a community, raise some money for good, but let's all just connect. Like, that's what I'm all about. Like, let's connect. Let's connect people who normally wouldn't be connected. You never know what's going to come out of that. And let's go. Like, that's what it is. So I'm just going, hey, let's have fun with Scott Fishbowl. Now, I'm going to take Josh Allen. From there, I'll try to be smart and competitive, and I think I can formulate a good team from there. But I want Josh Allen, so I'm going to take Josh Allen. I don't think it's the pick you should take if you're trying to win, but that's the pick I'm going to take.
It's not a bad take.
No, it's not a bad pick
at all.
It's not a bad pick at all.
Is that an Allen jersey you're wearing, by the way? I can't see any numbers.
Actually, a Keon Coleman.
Okay.
I do have an Allen and a Dawson. I have an Allen. I have a Dalton Kincaid over there. On the wall, I've got mine from when I was a kid. So next to the Star Jackets, Bryce Pop, Jim Kelly. I've got 2 Buffalo Sabres jerseys, a Doug Flutie, and a Chris Spielman.
Is there anyone on the Sabres jerseys?
One is Miroslav Satan, and one is just a blank one.
I loved Miroslav Satan, and more than just because his last name was Satan.
It's just great having a jersey that says Satan on the back.
Like, it's funny. Like, this isn't the first time in this Podathon I brought up Pat LaFontaine and Alexander McGillney. Like, that was not what I was ready for. But like,
you would have thought.
They were so good. They were so much
It was
fun
so
to watch.
good, and the fact that they just, especially, McGillney and LaFontaine, like the fact that they never really won anything in Buffalo, and they were just so good.
So good. And so I have to ask, what's with the lone Antonio Gates jersey behind you?
So I won that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. He was great, but like, it's a little out of place.
When FYF was doing their morning show, they were giving away signed jerseys like the first week if you were like the 10th person or like random comment. So I randomly won that and was like, oh, that's cool. Antonio Gates is a legend, have it. So I was like, well, now I need another jersey. So I bought the Andre Reed. I'm working on getting a Keon Coleman and maybe a Dylan Lobby. I'd love to get a Tank Dell. I'd love to get the players that I love, and then eventually I would shift things around. So I might actually change my space up a little bit, move some more of my Bills stuff to the other corner. So I have like a Bills studio and then like just a football studio. I got draft hats from each of the past 3 drafts. Got some, my credentials and everything here from the expo and various other things. My Grimace Gang stuff. So, it is Bills heavy, but I think it gives a little flavor. But I'd like to add a little more just football stuff. So if I get a couple other jerseys that, maybe Gates, a couple of people kind of stack them in there, we'll see. But yeah, I won that once. That was my first ever signed jersey, so it kind of stays there.
If you happen to feel like rushing down to the Houston live draft, there might be a Tank Dell and Nico Collins signed jersey at the silent auction going on.
Okay, well, there you go. I might have to just fly down to Houston.
And I need to Scott Frankel saying hello from Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I have to. Did you not go to sleep yet? Because it's 5:42 here on the East Coast, which means it's 2:42 over there. Being awake doesn't compute to me.
especially since they were up fairly. I mean, they were out. When they were out late the night before at dinner, it seemed so.
Good for you, Scott.
Scott Frankel's a wild man. You know what are you gonna do?
Yeah, there's no controlling it. There's no holding it back.
Nope.
Man, I can honestly just sit here staring at that starter jacket for the next 17 minutes and be happy. Like, it literally does make me like, I don't know if it can't hit anyone this, like, if you did not grow up in the 90s, like like everybody owned a starter jacket, even if you didn't like sports. That's awesome. I love it.
I mean, the zipper is broken off. I mean, it's just
the amount of people in this area that owned the Charlotte Hornets.
Oh yeah,
starter jacket just because they were really pretty colors. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, just.
Oh yeah, I mean that was the thing. I mean, starter jackets. I'm 40, almost 42. Rush, you're about the same age, correct?
I am 42. Yeah.
So there we go. So we grew up in the same era where you had to have a starter jacket.
Yeah.
You just had to have one, right? Charlotte was big, Bulls were big, obviously because Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
You know, I grew up outside Philadelphia, so obviously lots of people had the Eagles one. I had the Bills one. But I had this one, and my sister had the same one, and she didn't wear hers nearly as much as mine. So I was like, "Hey, Mom, can I get hers as well?" And she's like, "Well, that's hers." And I was like, "Yeah, but she's not really a huge Bills fan." It's like, you know, she's like, "No, she wants it." I was like, "Dang it," because hers looks so much nicer than mine.
To say the color difference between the two is probably like ridiculous.
It is stark. I don't know. Was it big around you to get the little like clippies off the little strings? That was a huge thing when I was growing up, like the little, little compressible.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Oh,
that was a huge thing in my school.
We just sit there playing with them. That's the.
Oh no, our thing was like you had to collect them, and you tried to steal other people's. It was like a status symbol.
That was not a. I'm kind of glad that sounds like it'd get way too competitive for me. I don't know if I'd been able to handle that.
Oh, we had kids like. This was like junior high. We had kids like getting caught, like stealing them from stores at the mall and stuff. It was just kind of crazy.
Wow. I know personally that I can't handle Vegas, like for real Vegas.
No, I can't.
Apparently, I can't even handle SFB Vegas because I'm so tired just thinking of that.
I mean, I can do. So I went to bed last night at 10:30, got up at 4 for this. I can do that. I can do limited sleep for a couple days, but then I'm just wrecked for a day or two.
Oh, tomorrow's not going to be a fun day for me.
No, I mean
today. I'm still saying tomorrow like it's nighttime and I'm going to get to go to sleep.
Yeah.
No, I am a grumpy old man. Like I remember if it was here last time. I've been a grumpy old man since I was in my 20s. Like no, I need my sleep. I need to. This doesn't happen by accident. I don't just wake up like this. Like I'm joking. I spent like a good 30 minutes just making sure I was composed, and I did not do that. But no, I need sleep.
I mean, it's what we do at the expo, right? Like I know full well at the expo, it's going to be 2-3 nights of very little sleep and deal with it when I get back.
Grumpy old man. Like we'll go out, but like we're home by 10:30 home. Back at the Airbnb by 10:30, 11:30 and asleep. And I do not set an alarm at the expo. So it's whenever crazy people like Zach Reed, who wakes up at like 5:30 on his own, ends up waking me up. But still, no. I still can't operate like a kid anymore. I need my sleep, and I can sleep early.
I could do it for a couple days. I did it last year where I went to bed at like 11 o'clock, and I kind of woke up in the morning and was like, man, I wish I would have just hung out with people, made more connections. So this year I'm just going to say, forget sleep for a couple days and just grind through.
Oh, so this is a normal day for Scott.
I mean, I get up at 6 o'clock every day anyway. That's my time for work. So a couple hours early is not bad.
See, I have it nice and easy. I work from home. And I have 2 younger kids, but I wake up at 7. I get them, dressed, ready for school. They're on the bus a little before 8 o'clock. I don't have to start work till 9 o'clock.
Oh, that's nice.
You're damn sure I go back to bed for that hour in between.
Oh no.
And I get a nice nap in there.
I'm up at 6:10, out the door by 6:21, at work by 7:35. I mean, it's just, or 6:35. Like I'm in and out. Like I set one alarm. I've never hit the snooze button in my life. Alarm goes off, you get up and you go.
Apparently you don't even need the alarm and you get up and go.
Apparently, yeah, I just don't need the alarm. I mean, my internal clock is like, hey, you should get up. I'm like, okay, time to get up. So
that sounds terrible. No, why?
Years of working morning has made my body that way of like you just get up and you get up. But I can also fall asleep in 5 minutes, so I'll go back to bed after this and sleep for another 2 hours or an hour. Probably won't, but I could if I wanted to.
I definitely hope to. I'm going to be honest. The second another host shows up, Sal's coming in at 6 o'clock. By
nice.
7, I'm going to be out of here and sleeping, even though I'm supposed to be here till 9. Sorry, Vince. That's rough.
That is rough.
3 kids under 4. Like I have 2 kids. They're now 9 and 11. Neither of my kids really slept through the night till they were 3.
Yeah.
So I had a good 5 years of not making it through any sort of a night.
I have one 10-year-old and he did pretty good pretty quick. So got that for me where he just falls asleep and he's pretty good.
Cranky bastards just like me. And like I was telling this story before, like, you know, I got off of here at 11 o'clock last night, tonight still. And like I wanted to go right upstairs and go to bed, but I went upstairs and my 9-year-old was still awake watching TV. I'm just like, nope. Like they absolutely take after me and it's not for the better.
Well, I will say my son is at a sleepover tonight, so they were trying to stay up till 3 a.m. So we'll see how that works out once I pick them up today at 10.
I mean, well, at least when you're around, like when I was a kid, we used to stay up till crazy hours playing video games. Like that's even when we were way too young to be doing it, we were still doing that. So at least when you have the other people to push you there for it, like I'm alone in a basement right now. At least it's not a creepy basement. That would probably keep me awake, being afraid that someone's going to come out of a dark corner of a basement. At least it's carpeted and nicely lit. It's a mess, but you know, at least it's nice looking and I'm not afraid I'm going to get stabbed.
That's very true.
Why? Get your kids to sleep, Zach.
And
that's right. You have a 1-year-old. Like, just if my kids woke up this early, I would like when I was growing up, not that young, not when I was 4 and 7, but like when I hit like 10, my mom gave us a rule. She's like, my door is locked from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. and you are not bothering me unless the house is on fire. So I learned to make French toast. I learned to make myself some midnight snacks.
Yeah.
And absolutely, yeah. Like I had to learn to be a little self-sufficient because of that.
My son will get up and just like grab his iPad and then just like doesn't even tell us he's up. And we're like, how long have you been up? He's like, for a long time. I'm like, cool. That's what. Like, come downstairs at least and tell us you're awake.
All right. Well, just to hold on. Where's the original? I'm not going to scroll back and say you're looking for things. Hey, Anthony. I clicked a button. Like, I wish there was a more like bigger like or an email goes out immediately. Like at this point, apparently anybody that comes in and says they're not in SFB, I'm clicking a button because Scott's not going to tell me I can't.
At this early,
Anthony, you're in.
If they're up and in, like
right?
if they're up here and watching this early in the morning, why not? So,
I mean,
I'm all for that.
Are your kids awake, Zach? I could be talking to you too if that's the case.
Yeah.
Mello, you're cheating. You're West Coast, so you're still technically awake anyway from the night before.
Yeah.
Mello, you're not in? Oh, that's right. You raced the other day. You know, someone needs to be here to watch over what I do.
I mean, don't we just keep adding divisions at this point?
Scott said yes, so I'm like, all right.
I mean, I think that's the fun of it, right? So I think part of what I love about Scott Fishbowl is the joy that people get just from the invite. Like when an invite can bring that much joy to someone's day, you know you're doing something right. Like that's where it's all about for me. It's like seeing that makes me go, yes, this is what makes it cool. This is what makes it fun. Like, and how do we continue that on throughout the year? Because if an invite email makes someone like, oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Do you remember your wait? Okay, hold on. I got to talk about this real fast. So Zach Reed says King Showtime 44 could get an invite. So I'm going to go and I'm going to invite. I was going to invite, but user ID 83. 83. Like I brag about being 628 because mine's still only 3 digits because we're in the tens of thousands now. 83. Yeah. That's impressive. So yeah, you could let King Showtime know they're in.
Yeah,
will be. Do you remember what was the first SFB you played in? And do you remember getting that first invite?
It was 2 years ago. It was my first one, to be honest with you. Like, I've been doing fantasy for 20 years, but never really got on the fantasy internet, Twitter space until 3 years ago when I started doing content. And I had heard about it on the footballers, and I was like, all right, like let me give it a shot this year. I think my ID was 3,000 something or other. So I was like, I'll put it out there. Like, I'll get an invite. I probably won't make it, blah, blah, blah. Like, it was like my first year. And there's, I saw all these tweets of like, I've been trying for 2 years. I got in my first year and it was super cool. Like, to go like, oh man, cool, I'm in. Now what do I do?
I did not get in my first year. It's funny. Like, I remember getting in, my second year, and I got my invite while I was at work.
Oh,
and
nice.
so I'm in an office, and like, to completely brag that I worked in an office, but like, the bullpen of cubicles was out there. I got my invite, and I literally just go like, I jump in the air and I throw my arms up, and I'm like, I'm by myself. I walk out to the, to all the cubicles with my arms in there, and I'm like, no one here plays fantasy football. Like, I'm looking for someone to be excited for me, and there's nothing, and I'm just like,
yeah, I got in. I was like, oh, cool. Now what do I do? And again, when I was in the same situation, I got it at work, and no one around me knew anything about it or like knew I was excited. I was like, cool, this is awesome. Wow, what do I do? Like, I pick a division now. I was like, let me just pick one. So that's what was fun. Like, it was 2 years ago was cities. So I did the Madison division, which was cool. Like, to meet some other people in the area. So I liked that aspect, a lot of it. And then obviously last year was food. So I did the Pez because I'm a big Pez head. So I've got a bunch of Pez dispensers. And that was cool to meet some other Pez heads and, go from there. So, and this year getting to do a live. I mean, last year I was really hoping we'd get a live in Madison. We've been trying to get one together. Finally got one this year. Like I said, went down to Chicago last year. Hoove and Wendy earlier were like, oh, you guys should come down. And, Hoove's like 20 minutes from me. And so I was like, all right, I'll come down for the day just to hang out. It's a 2-hour drive. I knew a couple other people. Just went down, showed up, and went to Steven and was like, hey, I'm here. I'm not drafting. What do you need? And he was like, oh, can you do this, hang this up? Can you give away these stickers? And I was like, yeah, let me know. Like, let me know what you want me to do. And it was great. Got to meet, Nick Script and Jim Coventry and Andy Behrens and Wendy and Steven and a bunch of other people. So it was just fun. I actually preferred not drafting because you just can mingle. I feel kind of stuck in Madison that I'm drafting, and at least I'm the 101, so I have a long turn, so I can make my picks, then go mingle and talk to other people and enjoy the company. Because again, for me, I'm a people person. I'm an extrovert, so I want to talk to people. So that's what I'm looking forward to the most. Plus, it's also 5 minutes from my house, which is super nice.
Oh, that's so easy for you.
Yeah.
No. Like, I get it. Like, I went to the New York live draft last year. Did not draft. Like, I literally just went there for the fun of it.
Yeah.
So I'm with you, and I was telling the guys before, like, I can't handle the pressure of live drafting, especially live drafting in a bar. Like, getting drunk and drafting with your friends at a house is one thing, but like in public with and like we're saying, like, people show up just to hang out and watch. Like, there's pressure there.
Yeah. I was at a table at Chicago, and it was like 5 of us, and I think only one or two people was actually drafting. We just kind of hung out and talked, and it was great we had 4 divisions there, so I go over and talk to different people, and it was fun. It was a mini version of the expo where it's just a small group of people, but they're all there for a common thing, and you talk. So I've talked to maybe next year trying to get to a different live draft and maybe go from maybe do another city or just go to a different city for a draft if you want. So I might still go to Chicago in 2 weeks just to hang out. We'll see if my wife allows me to do 2 weekends in a row. For sure. So we'll see. I've also talked about doing a family vacation, and kind of incorporating something football related into it. So whether that's an FSGA conference or
not fly in my household.
I mean, if I could convince my wife, hey, we're gonna go to Disney, but I'm gonna take a Saturday and go to a live draft in Fort Lauderdale. That's what I do. You guys hang out at the pool. I'll be back in a couple hours.
But that could work. I'm going to try and figure out how to work that. Plus, I could even be like, "Hey, hon, it's for the charity. I gotta go," and I'd still get that look.
Yeah.
Like, "Oh, you can go, but there's going to be some issues."
We are looking at a European vacation next year, and so I'm trying to incorporate either.
Oh, there's some of those, and Vince, we'll tell you. I'm pretty sure you asked this, when it was night over here. We want one, and there is interest in an Australia draft. So, we just need someone to actually step up to want to be able to run it. That's the real issue. We had no one. You're going to run the Australia draft?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I know a lot of things about Australia. No, I'm just kidding. There's like 47 things in that country that can kill you.
Yeah.
Scared to death.
Instantly when you get off the plane. Yeah.
Yeah. So Vince, if you can guarantee our safety, we'll send down a contingent.
I mean, I will send you some bubble wrap to wrap yourself in. Does that count?
I don't.
I heard Australian bubble wrap tries to kill you as well. So gotta make sure it's American bubble wrap.
Have you seen Dude, Where's My Car? The Zoltan people, they have those bubble wrap suits. I'll get you one of those.
No, I want like the full bubble, like from Bubble Boy. Like
like the full on,
like the Jake Gyllenhaal version
where with the legs that he goes through.
Yeah,
That movie
exactly.
was so bad.
It was one of my favorite movies. It was like Jake Gyllenhaal's like peak of his career. Like everyone talks about like other things he did, which I can't think of right now because I'm exhausted. But the peak of his career was Bubble Boy. Like nothing, it was all downhill from there. Sorry, Jake Gyllenhaal. Like you ruined things after Bubble Boy. You should have just made Bubble Boy 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Ruined things after Bubble Boy. You should have just made.
Oh look,
Sal, showing up again with the friggin' show on.
It's not on. I promise.
Sometimes I'm telling you, you're not even supposed to be here until 6:30. You're supposed to be on the other link.
I know. I got dressed. I took a shower. I want to say hello. Dustin's here. You know,
I'm here.
I try to be nice to the guest. Every time I try to be nice to the guest, Dustin, I get attacked.
Sal, I've seen this a couple times during the Podathon. I've been able to turn it a couple times, and every time I tune in, someone is giving you crap. Sal, I think you're one of the nicest guys. I wish you were on.
Oh, too bad. Dustin's show had to be cut early. You hate to see that happening, but sometimes guests have life come up.
Sal, I love your accent. I think you should be on.
Okay, no, he's still being nice to
Yeah, I told you.
I thought he would get the hint, so at least stop
Cuts
that.
that shit off. Yeah, we're not having guests on that
respect
approach
the
Sal.
guest, guys. Please bring back this wonderful human. Hey, Dustin, you were saying?
Hey, Sal, I think you're wonderful. Mike, you're wonderful. Russ, Russ. I see you all the time, though. You're always on my screen, like every day. Mike, you're never on, so you need to get on more. You got a cool accent too. Of course, I'm a Coop fan, so I don't, I can't give.
Oh yeah, you seriously will never get invited again. You know, Sal doesn't do the invites, right? This is the type of stuff that gets people banned.
All right, but we're up against that deadline. So, Dustin, say goodbye to everybody. Remind everyone who you are, what you do, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I'm Dustin Luck. You can find me on Twitter at the DUnit13, content director for DynastyProsFootball.com. Check us out there, but check out my stuff on Twitter. Thanks for having me on, guys. This was a blast. Love what you guys do. Love Fantasy Cares. So thank you so much for having me on for another year.
All right, and we'll catch you around.
All right, see you.
Buttons, clicking buttons, clicking buttons.
I don't think anybody's won this one yet, guys, on the show.
Nope, mine's over there. Every time I go off and on, I've been switching my shirts, and that's in the pile. I have all my early access shirts here.
Shout out, Gilchrist. Yeah.
Listen, before you guys attack me, I mean, I've followed Crystal for years. I've never gotten to say hello. This is the first time I think she's appeared on the Podathon. So I love Dustin. Dustin kisses my butt on Twitter all the time. So I want to say good morning to Crystal. You're still in Italy?
Yes, so it's afternoon for me.
So I want to say we've never had anybody on from Italy. We've had people on from many countries. So I want to be here as a guy whose father was born in Sicily. Say good morning, say hello, say ciao, whatever we want to say. And now I'm going to go listen.
Yeah, buongiorno's good morning, buddy.
Listen, and I love you. I'm going to work on the other.
Amazing to meet you, Sal.
Be well, everybody. Have a good morning.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for getting here early. No one saw that coming, but you're the best, dude. You're still here. Hold on. No, you have to hit the button.
Yay. There, he
I got
figured it out finally.
No, he didn't. I hit it.
Oh, good, because he needs the help. He's a little bit of old. So, hey, Crystal, how's it going?
I'm good, Russ. How are you? Hi, Mike. Thanks for
Hey.
bringing me on here. I'm so pumped.
Of course, it was too long of a time coming, and I saw your tweet, by the way. So this is going to be the easiest 30 minutes you've ever had because there's literally no rules. So let's just have some fun.
I mean, start off by just let's get the actual stuff out of the way. Let everyone know who you are, all of that stuff. If you're in SFB, what division, where you're drafting from, and then, whatever you feel like doing.
And then let's talk about how they should pay Brandon Ayuk. We'll jump right into that afterwards.
Oh God, I don't even want to talk about it. I talked a lot about that yesterday, but
That's fair.
Basically, so I'm Crystal Score. I am. Oh, you guys can see my daughter in the background there.
Yep.
I'm a new time mom-ish. She's over a year now, which is pretty crazy. I am originally from Vancouver, Canada, but I live in Italy currently. I've been here almost 3 years. My husband got a job over here. We got our accommodation paid for. Both my parents are Italian, so they were, they grew up here and everything. So I have my citizenship. So I thought, you know what, let's move to Italy. Why not? Canada was kind of a shit show with COVID and everything at that time. And we lost our jobs in the sports industry and then decided to come over here. And it's just been better than we could have imagined. Absolutely amazing here. I host my own podcast. It's called Crystal Ballin'. I basically, throughout the season, will bring on, I focus on the 49ers. So their schedule, I'll have guests that come on that are from the opposing team. They're some kind of analyst or they work in the fantasy industry. And I interview them, just giving a game preview about, what to look for in the matchup, who they're picking for their draft or for their fantasy that week, discuss some of the best players and everything, and just have fun with it. And yeah, I also work full-time, kind of part-time for DAZN, which is one of the leading broadcasters restreaming sites over here. I'm the NFL girl. So during the season, I host watch parties during the event and get to kind of, put together a run of show on the watch party side of things. So for all the chat members that come in, I do like quizzes for them, polls, all the statistics for the games and all that. So during the Red Zone event, on Sunday, I'm working like 9-10 hours just putting together a whole show alongside Scott's show, but for the users that are, in our chat and whatnot. So that's been amazing. So I get NFL Game Pass for free over on this side of the world. I get to watch all the games for free. I get paid to work them. It's been a dream come true for me. So yeah, that's a little bit about me. This is my 4th year now in the Scott Fish Bowl. I love it. It's one of my favorite ones to be a part of. I just have fun with it every year. I always draft as many Niners as I possibly can. Last year I was in the Tim Hortons division, obviously had to represent Canada, and I did pretty well. I got further than I ever have because they moved it to sleeper, and for me it was much easier to update my lineup every time, so it was nice that way. But I had like Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo, Kittle, everyone. It was amazing. And yeah, I made it far, but didn't win the whole thing, which hopefully this year we go for it. This year, I am in the Happy Gilmore division. It's one of my favorite movies, so I had to get in on that action, and I've got the 4th slot. So I don't know who's going to make it down to me. I'm hoping Christian McCaffrey, but everyone's like, no, he's gone number 1. He's gone number 2. I might be a homer and go with Brock Purdy because he did really well for me in a lot of leagues last year. And I know everyone's like, oh, Mahomes is the better quarterback. I had Mahomes in both leagues as well with him, and I did better when I put Purdy in. So I might ride with Purdy in this one. We'll see. But I got to go with Kittle, I think, too. But we'll see what happens. I'm definitely a 49ers heavy person when it comes to drafting in the Scott Fish Bowl, just because, it's such a great charity draft and everything. And I love being a part of it. So for me, it's more about the fun. It's more about raising money and everything than it is actually winning the thing. But I love being a part of it. Haven't gotten to chat much with the people that are in my group yet. So I'm hoping that, we'll get some banter going as soon as the draft kicks off. We got 8 days until it, so I'm excited. But yeah, that's who I am.
So I want to see if you can beat Kelly Singh. I saw her just post a draft. She's a Cardinals fan. Obviously, I think you know that. And
yeah, I do.
She went, was it Murray, McBride, Harrison, first 3 picks.
Wow.
So I'm thinking
that's a great stack.
Yeah. So if we're looking Purdy, Kittle, IU could rival that. Purtle, Kitty, Debo. I think. Luckily, you have one of those teams you can do that. If I started out with the Patriots, they would kick me out of the fishbowl like after my first pick. Like I don't even know who I would use. I'm like, so you're lucky enough to at least have a team where you can do that and have a chance and have fun at the same time. So I have to ask, what region in Italy are you in? Like, are you enjoying it? Do you get to tour much? You kind of stay local?
Yeah, so I live right outside of Milan along Lago Maggiore. So it's this big lake that has a bunch of different little towns. And the town that I am in is called Arona. It's really beautiful here. It's like lake life is everything. It's just, I like being around a body of water. It just feels more calming and everything. The town that we live in is only 14,000 people. So when we walk around, everybody knows us as the Canadians. Originally, they're like, oh, the Americanos. But we're like, no, we're Canadian. But yeah, it's just so sweet. I feel like we have our local spots that we go to for our coffees and for for, drinks and whatnot. And there's a pizza place that we were at last night that we always hit up. And the people, they know us, we're the regulars. Like we walk through town, people say hi. I've never lived somewhere where you just feel like everyone you meet is your friend kind of thing. And I'm still struggling with the Italian. Like my parents, they raised us obviously in Canada, and my nonna and nono, my grandparents, they spoke a bit of Italian with us. So it wasn't anything that really stuck. It was like the super basics. So I'm still learning, because both my jobs that I've held while being here, I've had like a writing job in English, and now my DAZN stuff is all English as well. So I do some watch parties when it comes to Serie A, like the soccer that is here, the football that they have here. And I've been learning a little bit more Italian that way, but the lifestyle is just incredible. I don't know. We had a plan of coming for 2 years. Obviously the first year that we came here, I ended up getting pregnant. It wasn't a planned thing, but it's not that I never wanted kids, but I just didn't think that I was ever able to. And so it was kind of like a shock that I got pregnant and everything. And it was around the same time that my mom and dad were coming to buy a place here. They wanted to have just like, an investment property over in Italy, a town over from where we're currently living. And they came to visit for a couple months because I was feeling a little lonely. And I'm like, you guys got to come. I don't have any friends here. And during the time that they were here, my dad wasn't feeling the greatest. And the medical system here is incredible. So we're like, you know what, let's bring you to the hospital. Maybe something's going on. Like they'll check it out. Like he could have something with his thyroid. We didn't think it was anything too crazy, but they ended up diagnosing him with a very rare form of leukemia. And so since then, he's been in and out of the hospital here, and they've been doing everything to keep him alive, which is crazy. And they've had to move their whole entire life here. So I'm kind of blessed. It's like a bittersweet situation. I have both my parents here now too. So it's me, my husband, my daughter, our dog, and then my mom and dad. I'm actually at their house right now because they're back in Canada visiting right now. So I'm holding down the fort and taking care of like watering the plants and all that. But yeah, I feel like I still obviously miss my whole family back home. I have 2 siblings. My brother and sister both have 2 kids each. I miss my nephews more than anything, but the lifestyle and the quality of life here, I feel like it matches what I've always wanted in life. And being able to spend so much time with my daughter and still be able to work, not full time, but like make enough that we're able to be with our daughter and not put her in daycare, and like spend as much time as possible with our family and everything. That's what they really prioritize over here in Italy. And it just really differs from the grind that was in Vancouver, where, I had to work 2 jobs just to be able to survive back there. My husband was working 2 jobs. It was a lot. So it's been difficult to want to move back. I feel like I want to go back because I have all my family there. But at the same time, now that my dad's here and everything, and that, he's going through what he's going through, I think it just makes sense to be here. And we have just such a good life. And, our dog, he's allowed to come everywhere. We bring him to the pizza place. He's allowed to go in the mall with us. Like, it's pretty crazy. So it's just, everything here just feels like you're meant to thrive in a place like this, whereas back home I had a lot of anxieties and whatnot, and a lot of just, real life stuff that felt like it was very heavy there. And so Italy, it just, I don't know, it feels like a dream every day. I'm very blessed. I'm very grateful for the life that we have, and I absolutely love it here.
And just so we know that we have a beautiful, wonderful guest room enforcing stereotypes right here. Zach, saying, if you want to speak Italian, just speak with your hands.
Yeah. You know what? That actually, it does work here. If I'm trying to explain something and I use my hands, the Italians here, they're like, oh yeah, we get it. Like it's much easier. And that being said, I can get a pretty good conversation going. It's just obviously like the medical system when I was pregnant, that was difficult because every time I was going in and out of the hospital and doing my checks and everything, they'd say some words that I'm like, I've never heard that word before. Going through it though, then, I feel like if I were to have another one, I'd be a pro now. So it's good.
Well, so the thing is, like that happens with most people in English. Like, you don't really know most of these pregnancy terms until you end up going through it, and then you see the women's face the first time you hear the word episiotomy, and they're just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
So yeah, no, like I can't even imagine going through something that you don't necessarily know in the first place. Then it's in another language also.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think getting out of your comfort zone is such a good thing in this life, and changing it up and, being pushed to your limits where you don't necessarily know what's going to happen, living in that unknown fear of like, I'm in this new place. You feel so uncomfortable. There's something beautiful about that. You're able to access a different side of yourself and come out stronger than ever. And I feel like this badass version of myself this year. I have so many things that I want to do that, having a daughter has really pushed me to want to do. And I did a Brandon Ayuk video yesterday because I watched his he was on the Pivot podcast, and I kind of summed it up and said all the main points in that, and like what the whole gist of that conversation with those guys was. And at the end, he was talking to them about how important it is having his son there and being able to like be the best version of himself for his son. And I really related to that. And I feel like you don't realize how much you can do until you have a kid yourself, and you're like, you know what? I want to be the best version of myself because I want them to look up to me and be like, wow, my mom is crushing it. My mom is going after everything she wanted in this life, and she's killing it. That means I can do the same, and I feel like that's really the inspiring thing about having children. The insecurities and those anxieties that I had before have kind of just gone away. You don't care anymore. I used to get so nervous, and I was nervous coming on this, but now that I'm sitting here talking with you guys, I feel fine. But I feel like when you have a kid, you just don't care what people say anymore. There's people that are never going to agree with you 100% on certain things. And I used to really hold back against like the things that I would say myself, against doing a podcast, against whatever it may be. I just felt like I wasn't good enough. But now I'm like, you know what? She sees me. She sees what I am every day. She loves me for every bit of who I am. And I feel like that alone is everything. That's my reason why, and nothing else matters. All that other bullshit that's in our heads that we're like, oh my God, I can't do this. It just fades away, and I love that. I feel like that's the best part about being a parent. Like they're everything, and you don't care about the background noise anymore,
Yeah, it's a matter of perspective for sure.
Yeah, I think my favorite thing to do with my kids is if something goes wrong in my life, I think what would I say to my kids if they were going through it? And it makes you kinder to yourself too when you start having that attitude of wanting to be positive, wanting to show somebody that they're the best version of themselves and wanting to pump people up. And I had such a struggle with that prior to kids, where I'd basically same thing, knock myself down. Like if someone insulted me, whether it was on here or in life, I'd be like, yeah, you kind of are a piece of garbage or whatever, and I'd spiral from it. And I'm thinking, oh, what if my son came home or my daughter came home and said, what about this? And one of the things I love about seeing people like yourself and seeing others in the fantasy space and, in sports in general is I show my daughter that and she loves that. She's a basketball player and used to be like, oh, well, how far can I go? I'm like, well, look at this world. Like you can do whatever you want. You can be whatever you want, and showing people that. When I used to do powerlifting, I showed her female powerlifters. Like I wanted her to know every door was open, and the world has changed so much in that respect that it's amazing to be able to point to people that are in the sports industry and be like, look, this is not a male industry. This is an industry for everybody. And it's given her the opportunity to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna, like, now she's like, I want to be a basketball player. I'm like, go for it. I mean, sure, she's 4'11", so we don't know how far she's gonna get until she stretches a bit, but
Spud and Muggsy Bogues, they made it. Just saying.
Size doesn't always matter, right? Like she can do anything, and if she's got an amazing girl dad to pump her up and get her out there, that's all that matters, right? I think that's the biggest win.
Yeah, and it was later in life than I would have liked, but I remember my daughter's face the first time. She's like, "Wait, girls can play sports?" And I was just like, "Oh yeah, they can." And of course, she became way too lazy to want to actually play sports. Because she's part of my family, and that's unfortunately apparently genetic, that laziness gets passed down. But like absolutely, like it is disheartening in the beginning, but then also just kind of great how, like, especially now at the WNBA, that's getting, well, unfortunately the media does what the media does, and they're turning it into more obnoxious than it needs to be. But like it should just be celebrated at how good these people are at what they do, and that should be the end of it. And like it's great to have, you never notice those things. Like you see people complain about like how all little girls' clothing talks about like glam and fashion, and then all the boys are like champions and I am awesome. And I'm like, you never notice that until you sort of are in it. Like I remember like rolling my eyes when people would get upset that there's not enough like girl action figures. I'm like, whatever, man. And then it's just like, wait, no, there's not enough girl action figures like that. Like it is, again, it's a matter of perspective that you really don't understand until you're shoved into it. And like it's great that we are seemingly at least going in a direction where my daughter wants to be a Supreme Court justice who is also a fashion designer.
Yeah, you can do
guys,
it.
I jump back in because I heard the conversation, and Crystal, they like to break my chops, but when it comes to my children, there's nothing more important in the world to me at all. Like, and I have a 19-year-old daughter. I have a soon to be 23-year-old son, and a soon to be 25-year-old daughter. And I wanted to play this clip for you guys because it tell me if you could hear it, but it seems to what you were just talking about. So.
Thing that you're worried about is going to be gone. Like the people that are criticizing you, they're going to be gone. You're going to be gone. All this hand-wringing worry and concern over how are people viewing me. Someone said something bad about me, and you get so upset about it. Is wasted time and energy. Marcus Aurelius says your only focus should be on getting better at what you're doing. Focus on what you're doing, get better at what you're doing. Everything else is a complete waste of time. Everything that you'll worry about.
So, I mean, it really spoke to what you guys were saying, right?
Yeah.
What is going on in your life? What is important to you, your children, your family, your father, Crystal? I heard you speaking about your dad. Like,
yeah.
You know, not to be abrupt, but it all ends. It all ends for everybody. My ex-wife's my ex-wife's grandmother passed away at 100 years old less than a month ago, and somehow 100 years for that woman wasn't long enough because she was the most amazing female I had ever met in my life, right? And so if we could have got 30 more years from her, the world would have been a better place. So focus on your children. These overnight to the early mornings, I get teared up all the time. It's like we kill it with these segments. But I want to let Russ and Mike close out. I'm going to go try and eat some breakfast, but I just wanted to jump in and play that piece for everybody.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Sal.
All right, so do we want a hard pivot? Do we want to talk football here? Do we want to talk about, I mean, obviously you've had an amazing year. Your pivot has been amazing, and you've been in this for a while. But talk to me about like this season. What are you most excited about? Like whether it be professionally, whether it be with your team, like what has September looking so great for you coming up?
Yeah, so obviously we ended on not a great note, losing in the Super Bowl. But for me, it's like, okay, before I totally get to what you just asked, I want to ask you guys a question because this is something that always, like it's a question I like to hear other people's opinions on. If you could, would you rather have a team that always makes it to the big games but isn't able to finish? Or would you rather have a team that doesn't really make it often, but when they do, they always win?
I'll take the doesn't always make it, but when they do, they win. Like, I mean, it's nice to always do well, but like, I'll take a couple of losses if it means I actually, like, again, there's no real knowing in the real world that just because you lost a couple of games, you're going to win the championship. But like, no, I'll absolutely take I'm happy if we win, and it's okay if we don't, as opposed to if we don't win the championship, it's a loss of a season. Like that's hard on a fandom, like on a person. It's like that makes me feel like growing up, like, I got an A, so I'm sad because I didn't get an A+. Like that's not a way to be. Like, I don't like that. Like, I guess we kind of took that back into where we were just talking about anyway. We didn't really move on. But no, like I absolutely would take a couple of losing seasons to be happy about Now, I'm not talking about like Browns level couple of losing seasons, but like, as someone who has born and raised New Jersey, I'll take the Giants, winning a bunch in the 90s, being mediocre for a while, and then doing what they did to the Patriots twice. Sorry, Mike. Yeah, well, I guess no. You guys won enough. I'm not sorry anymore.
Yeah.
But like, I'll take that. I mean, I'm not a Giants fan anyway, but I would absolutely take that over, making it to the playoffs every single year, but like just choking when you get there. Like that's disheartening.
It's hard. I know. I was going to say, so like, this is something that in my fandom, I've been a 49ers fan for 12 years now. My ex-boyfriend showed me the team because obviously I grew up in Canada. I didn't have an NFL team. I didn't really know about the NFL until I started playing fantasy sports and everything. And then I started dating this guy and he's like, you got to watch Patrick Willis highlights. Like, this guy's incredible. And I fell in love with the team as soon as I started watching Willis. When I went to a game, it was 2012 was my first game in Seattle. We got destroyed, but it was still an amazing time and everything. Then I went on a bit of a road trip and got to see a win in St. Louis when the Rams were there. Kaepernick was the quarterback. Frank Gore went off that game. It was just the most incredible experience of my life. Just being around all the other fans and all the other Niners fans, it was just amazing. So for me, like, I didn't have that growing up. We have CFL, we have the BC Lions. I went to BC Lions games, but it just didn't feel the same. And so ever since then, obviously I've witnessed 3 Super Bowl losses. It hasn't been what every year you get this hope of, oh my God, we're going to make it. We're going to make it. This past season, I dyed my hair, I think sometime in September, when all red, because I'm like, they're going to the Super Bowl. They're going to win. We did get to the Super Bowl, and I flew out to Vegas for it. I didn't go to the Super Bowl, but I wanted to be there just to be around all my 49ers faithful family and just be at this big bar and celebrate. Because I had this feeling, I'm like, we got Brock Purdy. Like, I never felt this, this feeling of, oh my God, they're going to win, up until last year. And so you asked, how am I feeling about this season coming up? I still feel that way. I still feel like, I don't know if I'm just delusional or I have so much optimism in this team. I try and see the positive vibes in everything in life. And I take that Super Bowl loss. Still haven't watched the Super Bowl over since I did at that bar, but I don't think I ever will, because it was heartbreaking for me to lose by 3 points. Like, it's just hard. Like, it's not a, we're so close. We're right there. They only passed the ball to friggin' Ayuk 3 times. Like, there's so many game changers in that specific Super Bowl that you look at it and you're like, oh, had this not happened, had Dre Greenlaw not gone down, we would have won. And Dre Greenlaw, I got to be at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. They invited me to come be media, which was incredible. One of the biggest goals of my life was to cover a 49ers event as media, and I got to do that this past season. And it was so awesome. Dre Greenlaw was there. His rehab is going amazing. And you could see that he was just crushed. Had he been on that field, Fred Warner, he got to honor him with the Dwight Clark Award. Fred was like, you know what, Dre, if he was out there, that whole thing would have gone differently, right? And I truly believe that. So I feel like we bring the band back together. As long as Ayuk's on the team and they make that extension that we know is inevitable, it's going to happen. He's not going to the Commanders. He's not going to the Steelers. He's going to be in the Bay. I truly believe that we're going to get back there. And I think going into this season, I'm working for DAZN again. I get to cover all the games and everything. I'm hoping to get out to a game in October in Seattle, because I'm going to go back and visit family again in Vancouver, and then probably do a little road trip down to Seattle. And for me to be able to hopefully go into Seattle and witness a win for the first time in all my fandom, I've never seen them win in Seattle. I think it'll be amazing to support those guys and everything. I was able to go to a Bucs game last year, witnessed a win in Levi's and Brock Purdy as the quarterback. It was sensational to be there and just be around the greatness that this team has right now. I feel so confident. I feel like, yeah, you know what? For me, it's like, if they keep winning, if they have a winning season, even the losses, as much as they hurt, it still feels so great to have that kind of season. And especially for me living in Italy, to have that community online and I tweet the games. I'm up at 2:20 a.m. to watch the games, even when they're in the primetime games. I'm such a solid, passionate fan here. And it always feels like a win when you have that group of people around you that just fully believe, and I try and avoid the negativity of people saying, oh, Purdy's a game manager, Purdy's this, Purdy's that, whatever, all the trash talk that you get when we went on that 3-game losing streak of people just hanging the towel up, saying that they're not, I'll trade I wouldn't trade any of the losses for a win, because you still get to go through that wave and feel that incredible season of wins with this community. And that to me is just such a win too. And that's why the Scott Fish Bowl to me is such a big deal, because I think it was around 4 years ago that I had some crazy shit happen online where people were saying things that just weren't who I was. It went against my character. I used to do podcasts and stuff, and I had this guy on with me that was not a great person. And I had seen some sides of him that I felt uncomfortable with, but being a female in this industry, you kind of just feel a little more vulnerable, and that you have to put yourself in situations in order to make it. And I just kept thinking, I have to make it. I have to put myself beside some characters that maybe aren't the greatest in order to get to where I need to be. I learned a really tough lesson in that, because obviously he said some things and I had a bad reaction to it and everything. And it's something I learned the hard way. And I kind of wanted to give up in this industry. And then I got the invite to the Scott Fish Bowl. And so I credit Scott for being able to kind of give me that boost in that moment when I really needed it, because I felt like I didn't belong. And this community has made me do a 180. And I feel like it's my family. I feel like they were able to lift me up in a time that I really needed it. And I'm just so grateful to Scott. I'm so grateful for Fantasy Cares and everything that they do. You guys are incredible. You guys have both been just so kind to me, and I appreciate it, because it's not always that easy. Being a female in this industry, I felt like I was getting somewhere, and then people always want to knock you down. And I just wish there were more people like yourselves that, they want to lift others up. They see others succeeding and they want to be a part of that and lift them up and everything. And I really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate Scott Fish more than anything. So thank you guys. I wanted to say that before. I know we don't have too much longer with me on here. And I just, this is the win. This is what I'm looking forward to the most this season. I love the banter with the Scott Fishbowl. Like I cannot wait to see, you know, how the draft goes next week. I'm just so excited. I love being a part of this, and I'm pumped for this season. That's the win for me. So thank you guys.
Dang. I don't know that it gets better than that. That is amazing. I mean, we sit here and we just kind of talk to people, and we find good people like yourselves, and we bring them on a show and we let them shine, because that's what this is made for. And this has been an absolutely incredible segment. Seems like you've had a whirlwind of a year. Standing is enough, I think, at some point. Excuse me, getting choked up there. But going through, what you've been through, the highs and the lows, that's all part of it. And what I will say, as someone who's now a Boston fan and living in this weird utopian hell of spoiled fans, it's going to be so amazing to get the next win. When you're constantly, like Russ said, when winning is all that makes you happy, it can be a little weird as a fan. So I love to hear the optimism. I love to hear people looking forward to things. I love to hear people that are just positive and are expecting good things. Is absolutely amazing. So we will continue to, Russ, I don't mean to speak for you, but we'll continue to pump you up as much as we can. And my team ain't doing shit this year, so screw it. Go Niners. Let's see you get that title.
See,
my husband's a
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. My husband's a Patriots fan too, so obviously he's had a lot of wins, and I've said to him last year, because he's a very optimistic Patriots fan because of all the wins that you guys have had and the championships and everything. And so he's like, yeah, we're gonna get to the Super Bowl. It'll be us against you in the Super Bowl. And I'm like, can you just let me have one? Like, come on, please just let me have one. And I'm like, just put the Niners hat on for this season. Let me do it. We were gonna go out to because the Patriots play the Niners this season. We were hoping to get there for that game, but it's a bit too early, and we've got other stuff going on over here before we can go. So we won't be able to go. And I think that's probably best for our relationship, because if the Niners somehow lost to the Patriots in that game, I don't know if I could go home with him, man. Like, I don't know. I'm very competitive.
What would your relationship look like if the Patriots and the Niners met in the Super Bowl?
Oof. I don't know, man. I feel like as long as we win, it would be really fun. It'd be like a cheeky 2 weeks of us leading up to the Super Bowl, you know? I don't think I could watch it in the same room as him. I'd probably have to fly to wherever the Super Bowl is and be with all my Niner gang, because like if I was with him and somehow the Patriots won, it wouldn't be a divorce conversation, but it'd be close.
It'll be a separate bedroom.
No, I'm kidding. I love separate bedrooms. Yeah, I love him. And you know what? I'm happy if he wins, but I just want one. Like, just let me get one. As long as I get to experience one Super Bowl win in my lifetime, I think I'll be very ecstatic about that. I'm not asking for every year. I just want one. Let me have it.
That's not too much to ask. I'll tell you that now. Not too much.
No, we're there. It's gonna happen this year. I'm dyeing my hair red again. It's good. I'm rolling with it. Till the wheels fall off.
Love the positivity and the optimism, because that does not usually run strong in NFL fandom. So it's legitimately refreshing to see. But unfortunately,
you know what? I feel like the other way, I couldn't live in that other headspace. I feel like it affect too many things, right?
There you go. We got a Brock Purdy Abby down and saying, let's go.
Love it.
Love it.
Unfortunately, it is time to go. It is that time where not only are we moving on to the next segment, we're moving on to the next stream. So head over to fantasycares.org/live, where you can go and find the next stream that we are about to jump over to. And Sal's in the chat yelling at us to wrap it up. So before we do, I don't care what Sal says. Don't worry about that. But I want you to give the opportunity again, Crystal, to just remind who you are, what you do, and any parting shots you have before we do get out of here.
Yeah, so my name's Crystal Score. You guys can find me over on X. I still refer to it as Twitter, though, at Crystal Score. There it is. Yeah, there's a U before the O. Everybody always messes that up. That's fine. But yeah, thank you guys so much for having me on. I'll have so much content coming out this season. I like to do cheeky little videos and everything. I'm hoping to get my blog revamped and going, but it's been tough with the baby. But I will be doing, as much content as possible. And then my podcast is also going starting September too. So thank you guys. I really appreciate it. And good luck with everything. Go donate to Fantasy Cares. It's such a good charity.
And we don't hate baby and puppy pictures on the internet if you were just thinking about it.
Never. No.
Just saying.
Yeah. Perfect.
All right. Thank you again. Great talking to you.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
See you in the future. Tell everyone, meet us at the next link. That's where we're going. We're going to go travel through the interwebs. Well, you're going to. I'm going to go get breakfast bed and maybe, Shower. I don't know. What about you? Why are you still on?
I'm on the schedule till 9.
Why? Who
I
the hell
don't
did
know
that?
because there was open. I'm not going to stay the entire time, but you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna go take a nap real soon.
That's fair. All right, I'll see you over the next one.
Yep.
Later, buddy.
Later. Wait, gotta hit the end button. I keep
Yeah.
forgetting.
End stream's important on this one. Yeah.